All right, so we live. Huh. Let me take out the Ankh while I'm at it.
Yeah, you definitely want your religious memorabilia. Hey, I got a smooth hour and a half. So we got to make it happen in an hour and a half.
Yeah, I ain't got a whole hour and a half. I'm in the middle. But I got to get you right here, though.
Okay.
I'm going to get you.
I'm saying that's tops. Hour and a half is tops.
Yeah, you have to stop the joint, though. You have to stop the show. All right, let's see where we at. Hold on.
I got a smooth hour and a
Peace. Well, we in the building, yo, is going down like right now. Niggas in argued, they cussed each other out in private, nigga. Now it's going down. Cory cussed me out for 2 hours straight. It's going down.
Yeah. I gotta let my battery charge up for a minute too before I cut my camera on, but I'm gonna be sharing my screen in a little bit anyway.
We ain't got enough people in here to dive into this conversation yet. Let them come in there. All right, we'll let them get in here for a minute. All right. We'll get this straight. See how this work out. Go ahead, Cory. Introduce yourself, man.
Yeah.
Cory.
Concrete Cory in the building. About to and you know, brother pseudo killers on deck. But we about to get it in real quick. We want to know. I'm answering. I want to answer the question: who is the ancient Egyptians? Because I think it's a lot of ambiguity that's been going around. I think.
Yeah. Well, how many people we got in this building, man?
I don't know how many people. Looking there.
Yeah.
I ain't seeing all of that.
Yeah, we gotta get some more people coming in, yo.
We better get it going quick. They might have to catch the replay.
Dun.
Yeah, no, but we definitely gonna see. We gonna be answering.
Where you at, Cory?
I'm right here. You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you, yo.
Oh man! Oh my God! I don't know why you.
Robert Parrish, what it do? Getting
So
a little early
can't hear me
right now. I'm gonna go right to the sedan and get Cory out the game early. I'm gonna get him out the game
I think
early.
you got your headphones hooked up.
And let him fight back upstream from that point going forward. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it.
He's gonna get me with the flammery. I ain't gonna let him get with the flammery. Y'all got him. Make 2 points here. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm pretty sure where I'm at with this. I think I got wavy harpoon. I don't need that. Let me see.
I don't know why you can't hear me, but I hear they can hear me on YouTube.
Damn, what am I trying to get here? I want to get the. I got a Sudan. I'm gonna start with the Sudan here to make my point. Let's see if Cory can get past it. I'm pretty sure I know what he's gonna do. So it's 2 points I'm gonna make here. Where you at, Cory?
You can't. I can hear you. You can't hear me. I think I'm saying they can hear me on YouTube. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me on YouTube. I don't think. Can you hear me? Huh?
I can hear you now. What you do?
Yeah. I think they've been hearing me. You had something going on where you couldn't hear me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Good. Let me open up my page. Let me get my sources ready, man.
Yeah, posteriors and them, they said, yeah, they could hear me the whole time. Yeah.
Good. I can hear you lying the whole time. I know you was lying, nigga. What you say? Tell the truth.
I wasn't saying nothing. I was trying to make sure the audio was straight.
Oh, okay. All right. Damn.
Yeah, but we got 18 in the building. We got a couple in the building. We're gonna have to get a move on this one because most people gonna have to see the replay. I'm guessing because
yeah, they're gonna have to see the replay.
I ain't got a whole lot of time. Like I say, maybe
you and me both, yo. You spoke out some groundbreaking shit. You trying to talk shit. So
yeah. Because you and Reggie, y'all had a good time yesterday. Yeah, you and Reggie and the panel over on Garfield, y'all had a good time. And y'all think I don't read and this and that and the other, right? But we're gonna see what I've been reading.
So let me ask you the question, though. When did you find this beautiful piece of information? Was it after the show?
No, I already had this beautiful piece of information weeks ago.
So you was waiting. You was waiting. So you was
waiting. because the thing is, it's nothing. The information, it just confirms and backs up what I've already been saying. And see, y'all been ignoring what I've been saying so far. So I didn't think it was a need to even bring it to nobody's attention because y'all say y'all are science-based and y'all go with what the experts say and this, that, and the other. But once Max Planck slap you upside the head with this information that I'm about to slap you upside your head with, you're going to go against it. You're going to have to look into the camera and say, Max Planck is lying. Max Planck is wrong. Johannes Krauss don't know what the fuck he talking about. Those are the types of things you're going to have to say. Because you're not going to be arguing against me. Right?
Okay.
You're going to be arguing against Max Planck and Johannes Krauss.
Okay. Yeah, you get Johannes. I'm sure.
Go ahead and get Dr. Ben and she get the Diop and bring them to Max Planck, the Max Planck Institute, right?
I don't think you can do it.
Which I hope you know who they is, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you think they playing games with you?
No.
You think you can bring Dr. Ben to them to a game with them?
No.
Those the kind of shoes you gonna wear?
Nope. Nope. Okay, so no, I don't think that at all, yo. I'm gonna tell you what I do think though, and I'm gonna nope. What I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna get mad. Hold on. I'm gonna check my ego at the door, check all my behaviors. I'm all in place. I think we cussed and fussed enough today. No, I'll let you get it off. I wasn't in cussing today. You think you hated me for like 20 minutes. Was it 20 minutes you hated me? How long was it, Cory? Tell the truth.
No, I ain't never hated you. I just wanted you to understand I respect your religion.
Okay. What's my religion? All right.
Eat you.
Okay, got you. So this is what we're gonna do. Oh man. Hold on. So I'm gonna start right here. I'm gonna go to the work. Anthropology, appreciating human diversity, right? I'm gonna go to a basic anthropology book. All right. I'm gonna stop you in your tracks for doing what you think you're gonna do. That's what I need to do. I think I definitely need to do this. I'm gonna have 2 sources.
And mind you, I don't come with ambush scholarship, right? I laid all my shit out on the table for you. But go ahead.
You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me. Well, you wouldn't tell me the source. Now you see, start off wrong. You did not give me that source.
Huh?
You did not give me the source. You just said it was Max Planck, yo.
Right. And I explain, and I explain exactly where I'm coming from with it.
But we can't ambush each other because the truth is we could just end up reading this shit. And if we need to change our mind on some shit, we can. So
yeah, I don't need to change my mind though. Go ahead. I stand where I've been standing.
So we're coming right now to the work anthropology. The anthropology book, it says genetic markers don't correlate with phenotypes. Okay, it says the analysis of human DNA indicate that fully 94% of human genetics variation occur within the so-called races. Considering the controversial geographic racial groupings such as Africans, Asians, and Europeans, there is only about 6% variation in the genes from one group to another. Watch this. In other words, there is much greater variation within each of the traditional races than between them. Humans are much more alike genetically than are other hominids, like living apes. This suggests a recent shared common ancestry, perhaps as recent as 70,000, 50,000 years. Ah, man, there's some dates right there I want y'all to put a pin on, okay? For all members of modern Homo sapiens, sampling the mitochondrial DNA of various populations, Rebecca Kahn and Mark Stokings and Alan C. Wilson, 1987, concluded that humans are genetically uniform overall, suggesting recent common ancestry. It says the fact that African populations are the most diverse genetically provides evidence that Africa was the site where human diaspora originated. All right. Now, I'm gonna come right here to the Sudan. Gotta come to the Sudan. I'll come right to the Sudan. All right. So that's my one source. Okay. So when Cory come in here and try to do what he think he gonna do, because he think he gonna do it, because I know he gonna do it, right? Then we all understand how, hold on, black. No. Where's the Sudan? We're gonna come to the Sudan, ladies and gentlemen. So you see the article now, Sudan. All right. This is Sudan. Okay. Boom. And we're going to come down to the history right here. We'll come to early history of Sudan. We're going to go to 8,000 years ago. All right, here you go. We're going to go pre-history in Sudan. That's from 8,000 BC and forward. This is what it says. By the 8th millennium BC, people of Neolithic culture had settled into the sedentary way of life. There in fortified mud brick villages where they supplemented hunting and fishing on the Nile with grain gathering and cattle herding. So you see, we got a cattle herding culture at 8,000 BCE. It says Neolithic people created ceremonies such as R12 during the 5th millennium BC. Migration from the dying Sahara brought Neolithic people into the Nile. Along with agriculture, the population that resulted from this culture and genetic mixing, developing a social hierarchy over the next centuries, which became the kingdom of Kush with the capital of Kerma at 1700 BCE. Here we go. This is where I'm gonna drop them off at. Anthropological and archaeological research indicate that during the pre-dynastic period, Nubia and Akkadian, Upper Egypt were ethnically and culturally nearly identical, and thus simultaneously evolved systems of pharaonic kingship by 3,300 BCE. All right, and we can go to the source. Studies and comments on the ancient Egyptian biological relations. There you have it. Drop them off right there and I'm looking you in the camera. That's all I'm giving them right now. This is where we at. This is where the rubber meets the road at. He's gonna have to undermine that. He's gonna have to get past the roadblocks I just gave him. I put rails on him and he's going to drive that car in the middle of the rails. Simple. Once again, I'm waiting on this. I'm waiting on your groundbreaking information. I just presented my source, right? Once again.
So you done?
Huh?
You done?
No, I want to finish my point.
Oh,
Source
okay.
is studies and comments on ancient Egyptian biological relationships, right? And I made the point, right, that prehistory periods, right, the development of pharaonic kingship, right, on both sides, right, was identical ethnically, right? Akkadian Upper Egypt, pre-dynastic period in Nubia, all right, they were simultaneously evolved systems of pharaonic cultures. There we go. I'm finished.
Okay, good.
I ain't talking
and I don't even know. I don't even know what you're saying. Is you saying they Nubians or what the fuck are you saying there? You lost me. You lost me. You went to Sudan. We talking about Egypt. You went to Sudan. But anyway, here I'm going to share my screen. Yeah, man.
All right, so you didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, you was talking about Nubians.
No, I said the population. I said the
population. Just like you always do. You go to talk about Nubians and shit.
All right.
Every time we talk about the Egyptians, you climb to the highest mountain that you can climb and you holler out Nubia every single goddamn time. Just like I said. But anyway, this source here says black or white, right? Mind you, January 16, 2022, right? Black or white, ancient Egyptian race mystery now solved, right? Study describes how researchers conduct the first successful DNA sequence on ancient Egyptian mummies, right? And we come down here. Key takeaways. The race of the ancient Egyptians has long been controversial subject of debate. Researchers use genetic information derived from mummies to shed light on the ancestors of the ancient Egyptians. The results suggest that the ancient Egyptians were most closely related to the people of the Near East, particularly from the Levant. Okay? Now, that ain't me saying that shit, right? They not talking about Nubia here. Ain't nobody gonna be talking about Nubia. So we got 2022 articles, so listen to the article.
Jesus Christ.
Black or white? Ancient Egyptian race mystery now solved. Big think.
At Rico, we make TMI work for the healthcare industry. From automated patient registration.
Yeah, you don't want to pay.
Egyptologists, writers, scholars, and others have argued the race of the ancient Egyptians since at least the 1970s. Some today believe they were sub-Saharan Africans. We can see this interpretation portrayed in Michael Jackson's 1991 music video for Remember the Time from his Dangerous album. The video, a 10-minute mini-film, includes performances by Eddie Murphy and Magic Johnson. Reactionaries, meanwhile, say that there's never been any significant black civilizations, an utter falsehood, of course. There were several, in fact, highly advanced African empires and kingdoms throughout history.
Listen, she said it was very highly advanced black civilizations. You see what I'm saying? People, that's the falsehood. That's the racism right there. Not that Egypt ain't black. That ain't the racism. They know Egypt wasn't black. They clear on that. You silly, they talking about silly niggas, African Americans, like Michael Jackson and company. And remember the time and all that bullshit. Saying that insinuating that the Egyptians was black. They saying, stop that bullshit. The Max Planck Institute saying, stop that bullshit.
Curiously, some extreme right groups have even used blood group data to proclaim a Nordic origin to King Tutankhamun and his brethren.
Silly shit. Silly shit. But go ahead.
Problem, it was thought, is that mummy DNA couldn't be sequenced. But a group of international researchers, using unique methods, have overcome the barriers to do just that. They found that the ancient Egyptians were most closely related to the peoples of the Near East, particularly from the Levant. This is the Eastern Mediterranean, which today includes the countries of Turkey, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. The mummies used were from
Here,
the
let me read this, because this is what I've been saying the whole goddamn time. This, word for word, this is what I've been saying. The problem, it was thought. This is kind of shit that Ankh them was trying to pull on the community. It was thought is that mummy DNA couldn't be sequenced, right? But a group of international researchers use unique methods, using unique methods, have overcome the barriers to do just that. They found that the ancient Egyptians were most closely related to the people of the Near East, particularly from the Levant. What I've been saying, them niggas the same motherfucking niggas. This is the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly Near Eastern, this is particularly Eastern Mediterranean, which includes the countries of Turkey, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. The mummies used were from the New Kingdom and late period. The late period, a period later than the Middle Kingdom, when Egypt was under Roman rule, right? And then they're gonna go into that. It says modern Egyptians share 8% of their genome with Central Africans, modern Egyptians, far more than ancient ones, according to the study published in the Journal of Nature Communication. And you can go to that and we can click that later on. I will in a little bit. It says, the influx of sub-Saharan genes occurred within the last 1,500 years. This could attribute to the trans-Saharan slave trade or just from regular long-distance trade between two regions. Improved mobility on the Nile during this period increased trade with the interior, researchers claim. Egypt, over the span of antiquity, was conquered many times, including by Alexander the Great, by the Greek, Roman, Arabs, and more. Researchers wanted to know this. They wanted to know a question. Researchers wanted to know if these consistent waves of invaders caused any major genetic change in the populace over time. Group leader Wolfgang Hupp at the Max Planck Institute in Germany said in a press release, the genetic of the Abu Sir Malik community did not undergo any major shifts during the 1,300-year time span we studied, suggests that the population remained genetically relatively unaffected by foreign conquest and rule. See what I'm saying? These niggas been there and they the same niggas. So
Kingdom and a later period, a period later than the Middle Kingdom, when Egypt was under Roman rule. Modern Egyptians share 8% of their genome with Central Africans, far more than ancient ones, according to the study, published in the journal Nature Communications. The influx of sub-Saharan genes only occurred within the last 1,500 years. This could be attributed to the trans-Saharan slave trade or just from regular, long-distance trade between the two regions. Improved mobility on the Nile during this period increased trade with the interior, researchers claim. Egypt over the span of antiquity was conquered many times, including by Alexander the Great, by the Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and more. Researchers wanted to know if these constant waves of invaders caused any major genetic changes in the populace over time. Group leader Wolfgang Hack at the Max Planck Institute in Germany said in a press release, "The genetics of the Abu Sur el-Malek community did not undergo any major shifts during the 1,300-year timespan we studied, suggesting that the population remained genetically relatively unaffected by foreign conquest and rule." The study was led by archaeogeneticist Johannes Krauss, also of the Max Planck Institute.
Archaeogeneticist.
Historically, there's been a problem finding intact DNA from ancient Egyptian mummies. The hot Egyptian climate, the high humidity levels in many tombs, and some of the chemicals used in mummification techniques contribute to DNA degradation and are thought to make the long-term survival of DNA in Egyptian mummies unlikely, the study noted. It was also thought that, even if genetic material were recovered, it may not be reliable. Despite this, Krauss and colleagues have been able to introduce robust DNA sequencing and verification techniques, and completed the first successful genomic testing on ancient Egyptian mummies. Each came from Abu Sur el-Malek, an archaeological site situated along the Nile, 70 miles, 115 kilometers, south of Cairo. This necropolis there houses mummies, which display aspects revealing a dedication to the cult of Osiris, the green-skinned god of the afterlife. First, the mitochondrial genomes from 90 of mummies were taken. From these, Krauss and colleagues found that they could get the entire genomes from just 3 of the mummies in all. For this study, scientists took teeth, bone, and soft tissue samples. The teeth and bones offered the most DNA. They were protected by the soft tissue, which has been preserved through the embalming process. Researchers took these samples back to a lab in Germany. They began by sterilizing the room. Then they put the samples under UV radiation for an hour to sterilize them. From there, they were able to perform DNA sequencing. Scientists also gathered data on Egyptian history and archaeological data of northern Africa to give their discoveries some context. They wanted to know what changes had occurred over time. To find out, they compared the mummies' genomes to that of 100 modern Egyptians and 125 Ethiopians. For 1,300 years, we see complete genetic continuity, Krauss said. The oldest mummy sequenced was from the New Kingdom, 1388 BCE, when Egypt was at the height of its power and glory. The youngest was from 426 CE, when the country was ruled from Rome. The ability to acquire genomic data on ancient Egyptians is a dramatic achievement, which opens up new avenues of research. One limitation, according to their report, all our genetic data were obtained from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all of ancient Egypt. In southern Egypt, they say, the genetic makeup of the people may have been different, being closer to the interior of the continent. Researchers in future want to determine exactly when sub-Saharan African genes seeped into the Egyptian genome and why. They'll also want to know where ancient Egyptians themselves came from. To do so, they'll have to identify older DNA from, as Krauss said, back further in time, in prehistory. Using high-throughput DNA sequencing and cutting-edge authentication techniques, researchers proved they could retrieve reliable DNA from mummies, despite the unforgiving climate and damaging embalming techniques. Further testing will likely contribute much knowledge to our understanding of the ancient Egyptians and perhaps even those from other places as well, helping to fill in the gaps in humanity's collective memory. To learn about the latest Egyptian archaeological find, click here.
All right, so
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on.
You know you done fucked up, right?
yeah, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
That DNA mummy. Here, I'm click this here, and it says DNA mummies found at DNA from mummies found at a site once known for its cult to the Egyptian god of the afterlife is underwrapping intriguing insight into the people of ancient Egypt, including the surprise discovery that they had scant genetic ties to sub-Saharan Africans. And it says, scientists Tuesday examine, to this, says, are the modern Egyptians direct descendants of ancient Egyptians? Was genetic continuity in Egypt through time? Did foreign invaders change the genetic makeup? For example, did Egyptians become more European after Alexander the Great conquered Egypt? Krauss added. Ancient Egyptian DNA addresses those questions, right? And it says, the genome shown that unlike modern Egyptians, ancient Egyptians had little to no kinship with sub-Saharan population, some of which, like ancient Ethiopians, were known to have significant interactions with Egypt. The close genetic ties were to the people of the ancient Near East, spanning parts of Iraq and Turkey, as well as Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Egypt, located in North Africa at the crossroads of continents in the ancient Mediterranean world for millennium, boasts one of the most advanced civilizations in antiquity. Known for military might, wondrous architectures, including massive pyramids and imposing temples, art, hieroglyphics, and pantheon of deities. So if that's the question you asking, who was the ancient Egyptians, that's who they are. Plain and simple. When you bring in the Nubians and all this bullshit, that's not answering the question about who the ancient Egyptians is. You muddying the waters at the borderline. It don't make sense to go down to some borderline where two different countries meet at, and then try to show me that these is who the ancient Egyptians is. That's silly. It's disingenuous. And like I said, every time we talking about the ancient Egyptians, you run to the highest fucking mountain that you can find and holler to the top of your lungs, Nubian. They already said who they is. The modern Egyptians say who they are. But it's you niggas. You niggas here in the United States that don't even got a goddamn passport gonna tell the Egyptians who the fuck they is. Right? Y'all gonna say the Max Planck Institute is lying. That's what I'm gonna tell y'all. He gonna point out the ambiguous shit. That's what he want to do. The shit that they clear on, he ain't gonna point that out. The shit that they clear on, he don't want to point that out. He heard something he liked. It's some ambiguity in there. You know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up. It's something they don't know. It's the God of the gaps. He finna throw his ass. He finna put his ass right in the God of the gaps argument. Just like a religious nigga. Just like a religious nigga. He finna run to the God of the goddamn gaps. If I can find a gray area, that's all I need is some type of little bit of gray area. And I got him. That's all he want to see. That's all he want to say. Just like a religious nigga. God of the Gap's arguing. But I'm done.
You sure? You sure? Ladies and gentlemen, sad day. By the way, I agree with Max Planck Institute for the record. Just for the record, Cory. Let me pull your source up again for you. Let me help you out here, bro. You my man, yo. So y'all hear me say them, they're not lying. Y'all heard me say that. Hey, Cory, can you find on there on your study where it talks about, because they actually sequenced 3 of them, right? And
no, they only had the sequence 3. They didn't need. Did you listen to the source?
Yeah, I didn't see that part. You want to reread that part?
They didn't need to sequence all of them.
I thought they only could get the access.
Yeah, they did. That's the thing. That you trying to. That was the whole thing. Why I pulled that one part up where it said that they thought the thought was they had issues with sequencing the DNA.
Yeah, that was
what the thought was.
Yeah, they crossed that barrier.
But they just knocked that down, and I just showed you that.
No. They actually that's a good one. They actually crossed that barrier. I'm completely familiar with all the information.
Right.
Yep.
So I don't understand. So where you going? So where you going with that?
Beating your ass up because I'm better than you. That's all. Don't get
so
you learn.
I mean, I'm saying what are you saying? I'm saying I'm saying who they are, right? Who are the ancient Egyptians? And they said who they were. They said who they were culturally and genetically. Clearly, they said who they were culturally and genetically. And now I want to hear the ambiguous shit you finna say. Go ahead. It's your turn.
Go back.
No, you go. Go ahead. It's on you. Go ahead. You pull it up.
So they was talking about if we come here, they're talking about the SNPs, and it showed how the supplement talks about overall the nuclear DNA showed poor presentation compared to the mitochondrial DNA, right? So let me see.
So they got the mitochondrial. Yes, they didn't have no problems getting the mitochondrial DNA. They didn't have no problem.
Yeah, that's good. So what I want to talk about is to actually cross that barrier of not being able to actually get that ancient DNA. So for the first time in the annals of history, they did that. So we're gonna give them credit for that, but they only could get the mitochondrial DNA, so we don't know who the fathers are, right? And
you such a guy in the gaps, nigga. You such a
no. I said I wouldn't surmise.
Hold on. I knew you was gonna go to the guy. No. I can predict you because you're religious. Only religious niggas do it. I know what religious niggas don't do. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep on going. I wouldn't
surmise that the dads wouldn't be the same, bro. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I got to get you, nigga. And let me show you why I got to get you, nigga. Because I'm teaching now, yo. I hate to do it. You my man, but you know how we get down, right? You got everything out because you certain. Don't hit Doug holler me right now. Okay.
No, come on, man. I keep it real. I don't say I'm saying this, but I'm not saying this, but I ain't saying this, but I am saying. I don't do that kind of shit.
No.
Only one of us on the panel do that.
I know. See, so he makes a rookie mistake. It's okay. Right? But I got to finish rookies. Rookies look good first game, second game. It's a 17-long season, and rookies look good. But man, when they get past the halfway point, shit get different. And if they lucky to be on the team to make the playoffs, now we gotta see. You're in the playoffs, son. You're in the first round of the playoffs, right? I gotta buy. You playing a championship team. I gotta buy. You had to do the playing game to get to this game. Right? Absolutely. So what I'm telling you is I just intercepted the ball. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. What he's really looking at is a blog. And we always got a rule with blogs, right? The blog is not the source.
It's got sources. I went to the sources, though.
Is you finished?
But go ahead.
Sure.
But you gonna act like I didn't go to the sources, though.
I'm gonna mute out.
And you're gonna act like the blog wasn't sourced by the Max Planck. You're gonna act like that. So go ahead and act like I'm saying the blog was my only source. Go ahead and act like that.
Cory, yo, when it comes to the cosmos, yo, I'm fucking with you. When it comes to this, yo, the
But
universe.
go ahead. It's a blog. I ain't even gonna interrupt. My bad.
Yeah,
I need to mute out.
You in the play. You in your first playoff game, so you can't help yourself. You know the heat turned up, right? You know what I'm saying? You're on home court. You and the crowd is. You ain't seen it yet. You thought the regular season was played at the same speed as the playoff. No, we turned it up. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's first mistake right here. Here's the real study. The study describes how researchers conduct the first successful DNA sequence. Just off the top of my motherfucking head, I can read the play, and so I'm jumping the route. I'm jumping the route because this is what he really should have showed you. I'm gonna say this real slow and easy, and why I just jumped the route and took it back and scored. I scored because the article that he's really talking about is not a 2022. This is simply a blog updating itself, let you know that this website is reliable. And by the way, this is a good blog. It's Big Think. We listen to it all the time. This is a great blog. This is not a pseudo blog. So at no point is Cory bringing pseudo information, but he just got picked off because I seen the play. Let me go to the article itself. Here's the article, right? We're gonna go to the article and we're gonna score the touchdown. Here you go. This is the article. Simple. This ain't hard. This that same shit from the Journal of Science, Journal of Nature. This is my home court right here. Why did I pick it off? Because the lady that wrote the article, she's gonna tell you. And watch the hit dog howl. This is what she says. She says exactly this, right? All great sources, whole 9 yards. Here you go. Let's deal with this sister. She's not a sister. What's her name? Lost Shift. Longadidius. This is what she says. We're going to listen to the geneticists. Let the geneticists tell you what she's saying as I score. I'm about to dance now, but let me catch it and secure it. I got it. It's secure. I'm tucking it. Here you go. Geneticist Lois Linzer of Harvard Medical, we're accepting that, in Boston, who studies how and when ancient populations mix, calls the new results a big accomplishment. It goddamn is. Why is it a big accomplishment? Because for the first time, they finally got that ancient DNA. Now watch this, but, hit you with the but. You know you done fucked up now. You knew you shouldn't have done it. The play looked good, but the buck can't fuck. I shouldn't have threw it. But he wonders how Representative, watch this, Asbuer El Malik is of ancient Egypt as a whole. Oh man, it say Egypt is a big place. He says other regions may have experienced its conquest in different ways, some perhaps with more, so watch this, accomplished in different ways, some perhaps with more genetic mixing, watch this, but Leonidas hopes for more revelations to come. How that it has been proved, now that it has been proven that it's possible to sample from mummies, say, well, there are literally thousands of mummies. Now watch this. That's the what? Journal of Science. Let me come to where it was actually published. Boop, 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 boop. This is what we do to dance. I've been doing this before. This ain't new. I've said it 100 times over. It's the same shit. I say, don't use the article. Stop using the article. Won't nobody listen to me. I know the play. I got the whole book, and here you go. I'm gonna read.
Yeah, you're gonna go to the God of the Gaps argument. I talked about what they do know.
I know
what they do know.
Let me read it though.
What the fuck they do know, though? Huh? You in the God of the Gaps like a religious
I know.
nigga.
Can I read it though, Cory? Can I read it?
You already read that.
No, let me.
You already read it, and you in the God of the Gaps like a religious nigga. Go ahead. Go ahead and read it. Because you look pitiful. You look pitiful like a religious nigga. And you in the God of the Gaps.
This is from the Journal. This is from the Nature. This is from the Journal of Nature, where it actually was published, right? It says, however, we note that all genetic data were obtained from a single site in the Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all ancient Egypt. For all ancient Egypt, they say it is possible that populations in the south of Egypt, right, were more
But that's not what they said in the article I brought up.
So
why are you going to a different article? Why are you going to a different?
I just want to finish though. Man, you gotta let the niggas. You gotta let me finish though. That's only fair to play the game.
We already heard this though.
I know. I just would like to finish it.
Go ahead. Can I finish it? All right, go ahead.
However,
but it's the God of the gaps here again.
The God of the gaps. Right. I got it. Okay. On the science, already presenting gods.
No, you're in not the scientific article, not the article. I agree with the article. You're in the God of the gaps. Man, you saying, look, they don't know what happened before the Big Bang.
I get it.
They don't know what happened before the Big Bang. Therefore, God. That's what you're saying.
That's fine, Cory.
That's what you're saying. I pointed out the shit that they do know, though. I'm pointing out the shit that they do know. You're trying to point out the shit before the Big Bang.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the God of the gaps argument, I'm tired of hearing it, and I gotta go through it over and over. I gotta hear that argument again.
And nobody heard it though. I just want to read it. I want to put my piece together. Listen, you get to explain it after I finish, and then you can go in. But right now, just let me score. I've already scored.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You don't want me to celebrate? Already scored.
Go ahead. You think you scored? You think you scored? I told you who the ancient Egyptians was already.
However, here you go. However, we note that all our genetic data were obtained from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all of ancient Egypt. It is possible that populations in the south, because that's what I'm talking about, right, were more closely related to those of Nubia and had a higher sub-Saharan genetic component, in which case the argument for an influx of sub-Saharan African ancestry after the Roman period might only be partially valid and have been nuanced. Throughout pharaonic history, there are instances of interaction between Egypt and Nubia ranging from trade and conquest and colonialism, and there is compelling evidence of ethnic complexity within households with Egyptian men and marrying Nubian women, vice versa. Clearly, more genetic studies of ancient Egypt and human remains from the south Egypt and Sudan are needed before, look at this, and apoptic statements are made. What is meant by that apoptic statements? Here you go. Let me get this right. Let's get the word right. Apoptic. Clearly established or beyond dispute. Now, this is why I'm disputing it. I am disputing this, right? Because I got you. I got to dispute this because I just read the Sudan article. And in the Sudan article, it clearly showed where these populations came from. Hold on. God. Wow, of course I'm gonna dispute that because we got more. It's not just one study, because we right here. It says, right, backing up what I'm saying, I'm not jumping, I'm bringing on the same conversation. It said the populations that result from this cultural and genetic mixing developed a social hierarchy over the next centuries, which became the kingdom of Kush, with the capital of Kerma at 1700 BC, 1700 BCE. Watch this. Anthropological and archaeological research indicate that during the pre-dynastic period, Nubia and Akkadian Upper Egypt were ethnically and culturally nearly identical, and thus, right, simultaneously evolved systems of pharaonic kingship by 3300 and BCE. So what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, is this, and this is very clear, right? That yes, he brought a great article and the article is good. We're not gonna knock that, we're not gonna act like that, right? But what he's not showing you is a goddamn map of what he's talking about. This is the area that the brother's talking about, right? This is really where it's at, right? Okay? He's actually proven how complex the histories of Nile Valley is. In that box, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. This is where he at. Now let's look at the whole now. Look, the areas that we're talking about is down past, right? Where I always say,
yeah, that's Luxor.
civilization
Yeah,
started
that's Luxor. That's the
moved
middle
this
of
way
Egypt.
northern. Right. Okay. So you're not wrong. So
Yeah,
I ain't
I've
gonna let
been
nobody
talking
bash
about.
you on that.
You think I don't know about this map? You think I?
Yeah, you know about the map.
Check
You
this out.
good? No, you good. Of course you know about the map, bro. That's not my point. So no.
Yeah.
I
So
fuck with
when y'all
science.
talk about coming from the south and all of that and Namur and all of that, Namur is from Luxor.
That's fine. I
Namur
never
is
said
from
nothing about Luxor, bro.
that ain't near. That's not when you talking about uniting Egypt and all of that. That's not down by the borders where you was just talking about. Because what you was just talking about in that article is upper and lower where the borders meet.
Fucking up. It's
Where
up
the
at
borders meet at Nubia and Egypt. Of course, there's gonna be some genetic continuity there. You think a nigga stupid? You think I would deny that? Down at a fucking borderline, huh? You bring me a borderline. That's what you bringing me, a borderline and a God of the Gaps argument. You bringing me a borderline and a God of the Gaps argument.
You still talking shit, Cory? That's what
Yeah,
I
that's
want
what
to
you
know.
bring. That's all you ever
Now
bring is
be
some
nice.
flim flam
Still
bim
talking
bam.
shit.
So
Okay,
what
still
are you
talking
saying?
shit.
Are you saying these niggas is Nubians? What you
Ready?
saying?
Are you ready?
Because I told you who the Egyptians was.
Are you
I'm
ready?
saying who the Egyptians. You study showing me Nubian shit.
Are you ready?
You study showing me Nubian shit. I'm talking about who is the Egyptians. I'm talking about who is the Egyptians.
Ready? I'm waiting.
I don't give a fuck who the Nubians is, and I don't care what the border. I don't care that they share cultures at the borderline. It's a silly argument, huh? That somebody share cultures at the borderline. Who would deny that? Who would deny that they share cultures at the borderline? And you keep bringing the bullshit up as if you're saying something significant. At every borderline is culture shit. It don't make sense to me. You and your God of the Gaps argument. Oh, they don't know this. This is what they don't know. So now I'm going to bring in this ambiguity. We're talking about Egypt, but I'm going to keep telling y'all about Nubia at the borders of Egypt to throw y'all off. They already said who the Egyptians is. They Near Eastern and Levantian Mediterranean niggas. That's what Max Planck them said. That's what the Max Planck Institute said. You study trying to show me some Nubian shit. You study trying to go down to the border where two countries meet, where two different cultures meet, where the Kushite kingdom meet, which you just read. You just read it, huh? The Kushite kingdom and the Egyptians, where they meet in upper Egypt and lower Nubia.
Can't touch that. You can't talk that touchdown away. Now I'm going to finish because we're in the second half of the game, nigga. And I'm up, nigga, 10. And I'm about to score again to cap the game.
Go ahead
so
and
get
talk
it
about
out.
the border. Go ahead and talk about Nubia again.
Get it out.
Go ahead and talk about the border again.
So
the debate is over. I already done showed you what Max Planck said.
I didn't talk about the border.
That's all you're talking about is a borderline.
I'm not talking about the border. Let me show you again.
That's what your article just talked about. That's what your article talked about.
I wasn't talking about no damn border. You started bringing up the border because you were trying to chase me down from behind, nigga, as I scored, nigga.
No, I'm not trying to chase you down.
I jumped around. It's too late. Here you go. This is what I ain't talking about. I ain't talking about the population, right, that resulted from this. So listen, look, Neolithic created ceremonies such as R112, right? During the 5th millennium BCE, migration from the drying Sahara brought Neolithic people into the Nile Valley, okay? Into the goddamn Nile Valley. We talk about them coming out the shit. Ain't no Egypt yet, ain't no Nubia yet. Matter of fact, ain't no Nubia until Rising and them start talking that white boy shit.
No, the Kushite. Your source says the Kushite kingdom right there.
No, it's no Kushite kingdom yet, yo. I'm in prehistory. Look, this is pre-Sudan, bro. So watch this. The point I'm making here is fuck that bullshit. They're coming out of Sahara. And this is what they're saying. Neolithic peoples, Neolithic, 10,000. Look, Neolithic peoples created ceremonies such as R12, okay? North Dongola. All right, watch this.
Click the Neolithic people. Click Neolithic.
Ain't nothing to click right there, yo. Right
no,
here.
up there, we'll click Neolithic. It's already purple. You done clicked it before already.
I know. So you don't want me to read that?
Yeah, why not?
Because it's gonna beat you up. I'm trying to say I'm already.
No, go ahead and read it.
Here you go. It say the Neolithic period of the New Stone Age is the Old World archaeological period. It say and the final division of the Stone Age. It say it saw a Neolithic revolution, a wide range set of developments that appear to have risen independently in several parts of the world. It say this Neolithic passage includes introduction of farming, domestication of animals, and a change from hunter-gathering lifestyle in different settlements. All right, so we know what it is now.
Yeah, you're talking about
right there.
You're talking about 12,000. You're talking about 12,000 BCE.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Here we're going. I'm gonna give you.
That's what Neolithic.
Yes.
That's what that was talking about.
Yes. So Neolithic peoples coming from the area we just read, right, created ceremonies. Right now we getting it in 5th millennium. Right, 5th millennium.
But the Egyptians. 49. This is before the Egyptians.
Yeah, let me finish. You're right. Let me finish.
I'm talking about the Egyptians.
I'm getting to that, Cory.
You in 12,000 BCE.
No, I'm not, Cory. I'm not. Look, I'm right here.
This is the silly shit that I'm talking about, man.
I'm at the 5th millennium BCE. Now I just kicked the field goal, nigga. It's the 5th millennium BCE, which is 4,900 BCE. Now you don't even know times. Come on, dog. You're in a conversation, nigga, with a team and won several Super Bowls, nigga. It's your first playoff game. Know the times, Cory. Come on now. Now watch this. Migration from the drying Sahara brought Neolithic people into the Nile Valley along with agriculture. Right? So we know.
It was already niggas there, though, huh? What do you mean? You act like it wasn't no motherfuckers there already.
Yeah, we gonna get to them.
I don't understand what the fuck you mean. Like these niggas, like they ran in there and it was a barren land. No motherfucker was there already.
This is what I mean.
Silly shit.
The population that resulted from the cultural and genetic mixing, okay, developed a social hierarchy over the next centuries, which became the kingdom of Kush, right? Karma.
Okay.
At 1,700.
So you're talking about the damn borderline. Yeah, just like I was talking.
I'm telling you, listen, let me finish. Everybody can hear this. Look, now, this is important. Anthropological and archaeological research indicate that during the pre-dynastic period, Nubia and Naqada, that is Upper Egypt, where Nama comes from, were, look, ethnically and culturally nearly identical, and thus simultaneously evolved systems of pharaonic.
Yeah, and then the Egyptians came down there and took that shit over. That's the Egyptians.
So
that's the Egyptians. Them niggas got conquered by the Egyptians. That culture that you're talking about got conquered by the Egyptians.
Okay. What?
Yeah, so what are you saying?
I'm saying, what's your point, though?
The niggas that was up in the Delta region and in Luxor and shit, they conquered them niggas.
Trying to figure out your point. What's your point here?
So my point is, them ain't Egyptians, man.
And let me finish my point.
Them ain't fucking Egyptians, huh?
Okay, yeah, you got the Egyptian shit. That's what you want, you can have it. But this was
you flim-flam in the people here,
okay.
Huh? This is why I be shitty with you, huh? It's more than I don't want to win a debate. I don't want to win a debate.
So if you don't want to win,
you flim-flam in the fucking people, and I be shitty with you. You be pissing me off.
Oh, you ain't
with the flim-flam.
Yo, you cannot in the middle of a playoff game.
No, I don't give a fuck about a playoff game.
Don't play your best.
I give a fuck about the flim-flam. Okay. You just tried to flim-flam with people right in front of their goddamn face.
How?
It's over with, huh? You full of flim-flam.
How?
I'm talking about the Egyptians.
So the Egyptians are homegrown
Them
indigenous.
niggas wasn't Egyptians. Them niggas got conquered by the Egyptians.
No, there wasn't. No, the time period I just told you about, bro. There wasn't no Nubians, no Egyptians, my nigga. So the people that would form Egypt and Nubia come from the same spot,
once
nigga.
Egypt got off the motherfucking ground, once Egypt got off the motherfucking ground and went down there and conquered them niggas.
All right, well, that's your next statement. So now I'm up 21. No, it's 20. Let me see, 21, 22, 23, 24 points, nigga. You ain't scored yet. You kicked the field goal, nigga. How I'm screaming about they
tried to flim flam the people in front of their face, and I'm scored. You scored with some flim flam.
Okay. So
you just flim flam the people.
So I just want I want everybody to get.
You just flim flam the people, and that's the bullshit. That's why we get into it.
Okay, Cory. So no, everybody can hear you saying it, yo. Make the point that I'm flim flamming on, and then move.
I already made the point. I already made the point, huh?
Okay, so if you made the point. If you made the point, we ain't gonna get on here and act like no fool. I ain't gonna let you let me act.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm cool. I'm just saying it bothers me when you try to flim flam the people. And it
right,
just, that's where I get off the. That's where I get off the boat.
No, you can't get out the middle of a playoff game. Personally, I think you've done such a good job that people can understand our conversation. I just want you to know, Cory, have respect for your own talents, my nigga. Have respect that I'm even having this conversation. Some bitch ass nigga, and you know who I'm talking about. I don't even talk to these niggas. So I respect you enough to have this conversation with you, yo. Trust me, yo. And I'm saying you have brought great information. And I'm wrong with you, bro.
I'm saying though, let me
finish.
I'm saying though, listen, you just go ahead. You can go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
Cartoon, this is important. By 5000 BCE, people who inhabited what is now called Nubia participated in the Neolithic Revolution. We know what that is, pottery and all that shit, right? The Sahara became dry and people began, because now we're in Nubia now, right? It say began.
So what I'm talking about, but the point is,
I'm going to show you your point.
We want to know who the Egyptians is.
Cory, I'm ready to show you something. Cory, listen, right here.
Dude, I can't
watch
do this,
Cory.
Man,
no, Cory, watch this, Cory.
You take it. I only got a little bit of time. I only got a little bit of time, and I want to know who the Egyptians is. You're taking me to time. You're saying
I'm about to
they wasn't even Egyptians didn't even exist. So okay, I don't want to go to that time. I'm going to the time that the Egyptians exist.
I gotta show you, shit just don't pop up out of nowhere, Cory. I know in your mind, in the middle of the playoff game, you think Coach just pop up out of nowhere.
You just tried to show me niggas who ain't Egyptians that the Egyptians actually
That's fine. No, ain't nobody Egyptians yet until they say it, nigga. How about that? But here you go. Look right here. It say the Sahara became dry and people began to domesticate sheep and goats and cattle. So watch.
So I'm asking you.
No. Here you go.
People that started the Egyptian.
Here go your Asiatic niggas. Look right here. Look. See the sheep and goats.
I don't care about that. I'm asking you. Are these the people who started Egypt?
Man, I just want to finish, man.
No, are these the people who started Egypt?
Listen, man, talking about? The Sahara rock relief depicts scenes that been thought to suggest the presence of a cattle code. All right, that's it. Now, it says typical of those seen throughout the part of Eastern and the Nile Valley. Even in this day, it say Nubian rock art depict hunters using bows and arrows, and it say which is a precursor to Nubian archers in the time. Now watch this. It says megaliths discovered in Anthropolya are early examples of what seemed to be one of the world's first astronomical devices. So we know the Egyptians used that. So we're starting. I'm showing you things that you later find in Egypt. It say predating Stonehenge about 2,000 years. It say watch this. This is when I score again. The complexity as expressed by different levels of authority with the society, there likely formed the basis for the structure of both Neolithic societies, which you argue about, and Anthropolya and the Old Kingdom, bro. Now, watch this. I'm gonna come right here, right? It says, this is going to help you out, Cory. Look, it says, George Rudy wrote, the period when sub-Saharan Africa was the most influential in Egypt was a time when neither Egypt, like I was saying, as we understood it culturally, nor the Sahara, as we understand geographically, existed. It says, populations of cultures now found south of the desert roamed far to north. Watch this. Populations and cultures now found south of the desert roamed far to the north. There's your nappy head niggas. Watch this. The culture of upper Egypt,
boy, you so up and down.
which became dynastic Egyptian civilization, could barely be called a Sudanese transplant, my nigga. Game over with, bro. I'm not going to sit up here and argue again. I'm going to say it again. The culture of Upper Egypt, which became the dynastic Egyptian civilization, could barely be called a Sudanese transplant. Here's the source, nigga. Go get the book. You know I can pull the book up, dog. Encyclopedia of Pre-Colonial
Bro,
African history. The book is $60, nigga. Let me find it. You don't even deserve that. I'm gonna do you like this, Cory. I'm gonna say this like this, yo. Look, bro, you did good, nigga, but you get knocked out in the first round.
What are you saying?
I had a rest.
Who are the
just let you know, nigga.
I want to know,
nigga,
what the fuck are you saying? I need a clear answer. I don't need no flim flam.
Okay, so listen.
I'll give you clear. Who are they? Egyptians are they Nubians or what the fuck are you saying here?
The Egyptians are the people that came out of the Green Sahara. The Egyptians have the same ancestors as the Nubians.
They don't say that.
And over time, as they traverse the river,
are the Mediterranean niggas. They the Levantian niggas. That's what they said they is.
No, they had high genetic affinities, yo, with those populations. Yes, in the Delta. I agree in that area. No one's arguing that, bro.
So that's who they is. That's
man,
what
that's
they
not,
do, bro.
But you don't become Egyptians until the culture deem you Egyptian, though, bro. Let's get that straight. You do know that, though, right? So that's why I gave you this, though, yo. You know that's why I gave you this, right?
You gotta know how to do about Nubia. You're telling me about Nubians and how they how they down in Upper Egypt and Lower Nubia, right? They went far up to the north. Down in Upper Egypt, right? That's the borderline. Upper Egypt and Lower Nubia. Yes, that's way up north to them. To the niggas way far. That's under the Sahara. Yeah, that's way up north to them. Now you telling us about the borderline. I keep telling you that. You're doing the God of the gaps and you're talking about the borderline. That's not way up north. Going to Upper Egypt.
All right, man. You can tell the reporters that. Tell the reporters
way up north, huh? I know what Upper Egypt is.
All right, man.
That means south. Because you niggas is all fucked up back. The world turned upside down when you get to Egypt. It's funny to me. It cracks me up. I laugh. It's funny. But the world turns upside down. And so Upper Egypt is at the border of Lower Kush. I understand that, huh?
No, I know.
I understand there's going to be some genetic continuity there. Some this and that right there.
Can we disagree to something?
I definitely understand that. So I'm saying, who are the Egyptians? Not down at the borderline. I'm talking about the great pharaoh, the pyramids, the Sphinx. The ancient Egyptians, the Medu Neter, the tombs, the mummies,
right, man.
The gold, the artwork, the temples, the carvings, the statues.
You're using genetics, right?
I'm saying, who are those people?
Those people.
Not who the niggas is down at the borderline. I'm saying, who are those people? The great civilization of Egypt.
How much time
the great civilization of.
Listen, yo. Listen what I'm saying. Listen.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, hold on. Can we agree though? Can we agree that you have a good
I can agree you just flim-flam the people. I can
I
agree with
didn't.
that.
I didn't. I don't want to do that. I don't like winning games with a bad call on the field. The game is over. The stadium is emptying and shit. And you calling foul. You calling foul, right? We'll get a part 2 to this. But no, I just want everybody to know that what you're actually talking about is not a mystery to anybody. Like now with the
That's a mystery to you.
No, it's not. What DNA is actually proven, right? Because it does. DNA markers don't identify culture, right? Shit. What I want to say is, God damn it, where I got that at, yo? Shit, Cory. Hold on, man.
Why do you keep saying some shit that I never said? Did I say DNA identified culture?
No, I didn't. Yeah, but you hollering Egyptians.
That's why you keep saying that.
You know, you keep saying Egyptians, nigga. That's a culture, nigga. That ain't a. That's a fucking.
That's a people. It's a people.
It's a culture, Cory.
It's a state. It's a state.
Okay, which is a culture, Cory. You dysfunctional as hell, yo.
It's a state. It's a region. It's a part of a region. Egypt is part of a region.
Yeah, but it cut through. Come on.
And genetics talk about populations within regions. Okay. I just got through showing you the Max Planck and what they talked about in the genetics that they find.
We read it.
Yeah,
we made that months ago, yo. We've been on that. I can't believe you missed that. That's what got the interception got started, yo. When you bring back up the same sound, beat you up on before.
No, you went to the God of the gaps, huh?
Okay, I didn't.
I didn't. That's the God of the gaps.
I didn't write it. I didn't write the article.
Let me listen carefully. Let me explain the God of the gaps. You gotta hear this. You really gotta hear this, huh? Because I don't think you be hearing. I don't think
Neil deGrasse talks about the God of the gaps.
No, listen to me. Listen to me, huh? You gotta hear me, huh?
Okay.
The God of the gaps is where Christians go to science and they find a gray area where they say, well, we don't know this, or this may not be clear, but this is possible, or it's possible that this could be. And it's possible that that can be, but we just got to get some more. When that's where you go, when that's the place that you choose to go, that by definition is a textbook demonstration of God of the gaps. Because what you're really saying, Ankh, is, well, we don't know what happened before the Big Bang.
No, not.
We don't really understand what happened before the Big Bang. Therefore, it can be a God. That's what you're doing. You find the gray area and you lay in that. The muddy water. That's what I'm talking about. The muddy waters, the gray area. Yeah. But when they find these hundreds, they say they got thousands of mummies. Thousands of mummies. And they looking at these mummies. They ain't got to do the fucking genome on every single mummy.
Did you read the genome?
You one of those absolutists.
No,
absolutists where they need to do genome sequence. They need to take their time and money to sequence and you don't know how much money this shit costs. But you saying they need to
but I'm saying
every single gene, every single
article said it wasn't clearly established, Cory.
If they're gonna find something different.
The article said it wasn't clearly.
You saying
the article said
you gonna say that are you saying that they're gonna end up finding that the Egyptians was black?
That your article is not clearly established.
No, they are clear on what they have found. They are clear on what they have found. You're in the God of the gaps.
No, it's not. You read in the article.
You're in the God of the gaps.
No, so you mean the person that wrote the article wrote that? So the person that wrote that, I didn't write that, Cory. Me and you wasn't at the Max Planck saying, yo, put that in there. Don't put the God of the gaps in there, Cory.
They weren't clear at, like all scientific articles do. They always show you where they weren't clear at, but the article was about what they were clear on.
Okay,
the article was about. Listen to me, because the article was not about. They didn't write the article about what they weren't clear on. They wrote the article on what they were clear on. That's what the article was about, right? The thing that they overcame. Yeah. They overcame something, and they were able to achieve something. That's what the article was actually about. It was not about what they were not clear on. They let you know what they're not clear on, but that's not what the article was about. And you're being misleading. You're being misleading because you're harping on, you're doing what I'm saying. You're harping on the God of the gaps argument. You don't want to discuss no other part of the article. You don't want to. You don't want to have a discussion.
You want to do another game, yo?
Listen.
You want to do it?
Don't want to have a discussion about any other part of the article except for the part that's not clear.
I actually do, yo. I think you need to draft a new team.
You don't. You never bring up anything else. You never bring anything else. You never point anything else out in the article. You never point anything out in the article, huh? You never do. There's only one thing that you point out in the article. Every time we bring up these articles, you only point out one thing. That's it.
I mean, what else would I
have
to
make sense to me, huh?
Oh, man.
It's the God of the gas.
You're going to run out of energy in a minute, nigga. I'm going to let you do it. So let's do this, though.
I'm not. I only got a few more minutes. I'm finna go.
Oh, yeah, and I ain't going to stand here and celebrate you. I'm just going to do the quick interview. Hey, look, let me show you the screen real quick. Let me show you where you bugging at. You bugged out.
Listen, you're going to come with the God of the gaps again.
I'm not. I'm actually not. Look, I want to let you know.
It's old,
Listen. This is United States, yo. From California to Baltimore is 2,073.6 miles. But the Nile River is, look at this, 4,132 miles long. Damn near double that. So I'm trying to tell you, bro, knock it the fuck
So what
off.
are you saying? You can get on that motherfucker and ride up and down it?
You're only proving the point. I'm saying you're proving a point. No, you don't even know what point you prove, Cory. The point you prove, listen, the point you prove would be against Reggie and them that population wasn't there, wasn't big. You just proved a point. But what I'm saying is, dog, you have more than one population on the Nile. Like, that's
when did I say you didn't?
But I showed you, clearly showed how they develop similar cultures. How do you develop a similar culture if you ain't together? You don't do no ass shit right here. They come out the Sahara together, yo. I'm trying to give you a break, yo. They come out the same spot together, nigga. Don't make me pull up the Brooklyn Museum on your motherfucking ass. I'm giving you a break. You know already the game over with. Now I don't want to pile on you, my man.
Listen,
pile on.
You know what? One day we're gonna be able to be honest.
Yeah.
One day you're gonna be able to be honest. And I got a few minutes, so I'm gonna close out. Though.
All right,
but
close out. Go ahead.
One day you're gonna be able to be honest with me, and I'm gonna appreciate that. One day you're gonna say, you know what, Cory? I was flim-flamming. I never was clear on what I'm saying. Every time you said and you pointed out that these people, who these people are, genetically and culturally and geographically, right? They're Mediterranean, Levantian, Near Eastern people. That's who they relatives are. That's who they have close affinities to.
Okay.
Right? And you keep going down to Nubia. For some reason, I'm talking about the Egyptians, and you pull up Nubian sources. You go right in the computer, and you got to see your fingers doing it. You got to know that you're typing in Nubia. You have to know that, huh? And then you go to Lower Nubia, where the borderline meet. And then you try to show me it gets blurry. This is where it blurs at, Cory. As if I don't understand that things get blurry at a borderline, where the borders meet. When y'all talking about Egypt,
what do you want me to say?
You gotta quit lying, You gotta quit lying. And when you say Egypt to people, When you say Egypt to people, and you can't lie to me, because it's pitiful at this point. They don't think about down at the borderline where it's blurry at. They thinking about the temples,
Yeah.
They thinking about the pharaohs, the gold statues and the sarcophaguses, the artwork, the pyramids, the Medu Neter. This is what they thinking about. They're not thinking about some gray area or some time period where Egypt and Kush didn't even exist, where you keep bringing that time period up. The Green Sahara and all. They're not thinking about that when you ask who are the ancient Egyptians. That's not what the people asking you. And when you do that, you're being disingenuous. You're misleading them. You thinking you saying that, oh, they had some, just like you just said, those was the niggas, the nappy head niggas.
No, that was a joke, yo.
This is what you be insinuating, though.
It was a joke, yo.
But now it's a joke.
Towards bitch X, yo.
Now it's a joke.
The joke towards bitch X, yo.
Yeah, no, but because you was giving an example.
Nah, it was a
how
joke.
How they was lower, how these people that were below the Sahara were going well up north. That was the point you was making.
I wasn't, yo.
You was you was making that point. See, this is the problem. This is where we have a problem, because you actually said, listen to what you said.
I actually show you what I said. Bro.
You said, you listen carefully, because I'm repeating what you actually said on here. You said these people, you were actually reading, and I was listening to what you was reading, by the way. You said these people who were well below the Sahara Desert, they traveled well to the north.
Yeah,
meaning to Lower Nubia. And then you added in what you did. Is you added in at that point. See, those is the nappy head niggas.
No, I just studied a little bit more.
Okay, but you was trying to be funny there. Fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you the culture that the cattle culture that you find in North Africa is.
So did you say it or didn't you? See, this is what I be saying. You flim-flam.
Why you mad at that? I didn't. How am I flim-flamming that, yo? Just say you don't understand, Cory.
Did you mean that they was nappy head niggas, or was it a joke?
Yeah, you got nappy head niggas population.
See,
when I say niggas not digging for black, it's just slang. I'm not. You get nappy head people everywhere, yo. Just nappy. Yo,
and I'm supposed to be your homie,
You is, yo. Stop it.
And you can't even keep that real with me right now.
What do you want me to do? I said, you the one say the Nubians got nappy heads, yo.
I didn't say nothing about that, Come on.
Don't they? You got the pictures that they don't.
I didn't have a picture of nobody, Nubia. I didn't bring up no pictures.
So we just saying, yo, everybody trying to play the game.
No, I'm talking about what I just said. Come on now, don't try to.
Yeah, I know what I said. You gonna run with that, yo? You gonna run all with that because I said it.
I'm saying, are you joking? See, look, I don't know. I'm asking you.
So a southern
are
population.
You joking, or was that a serious statement?
A southern population roam North Africa and brought a cattle culture to it. Is that better, bro?
Listen, no. I'm asking you, stay with me, Stay with me, because I'm trying to get down. I'm trying to be real with you. See, when this is what I'm saying, I'm supposed to be your homeboy, but you running me around right now.
I'm not.
You running me around,
Oh, yo, I just beat you up is what I did. That ain't running you around, yo. You delusional.
No, I'm not leaving off the subject, because I was closing out, and now listen, I gotta close out. But listen,
I gotta close out you. Go ahead.
Listen.
Get it. Choose your word.
I asked you to keep it real with me. I told you what you said about the nappy head Nubians. First, you said it was a joke. Then you said Then you tried
Man,
to
all
justify.
niggas don't got. No,
And
I'm
then
saying
you
I
turned
was
it
joking
back around
about
and
the
said it
nappy
was
head
a joke
part.
again. So
No,
I'm
I'm saying I
asking
was.
you, before I leave here, I
Okay.
need to be clear. Was
Okay.
that a joke, or was
The
you,
joke
or
was-
are you justifying that?
Okay, the joke was emphasis on nappy head because a bitch ass nigga like Chief X, bitch ass nigga, right, was saying ain't no nappy head people in North Africa. Now, the crazy state is that whatever the hell nappy head is, you find that all around the planet in different geographies, north, south, and all that, right? So the joke was emphasizing
that's not keeping it real with me,
I
That
don't
ain't keeping it real with me.
You finish it.
You know what I'm saying? It's
I
either you think they niggas or not, because you're using the word nappy head niggas, right? So if you think they niggas, then say you think they niggas. If you don't think they niggas, then say you don't think they niggas. Quit flim-flamming.
Stop,
You
man. The
flim-flamming.
nigga wasn't emphasized on black. It was just people, period. That's just a slang nigga. It was a joke, dog.
Okay.
Come on, you in the middle of an anthropological discussion,
all right.
yo.
I'm just trying to be clear. I'm just trying to be clear
saying
because
a southern
you
population, but you know this though, yo.
No, I don't. This is why I'm asking,
Now, so you saying
I sincerely don't know.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you.
So I'm gonna ask you a question, Cory, because I know you gotta go. What makes a person an Egyptian, Cory?
Man, don't do. I'm not. Cut the shit out. Cut it out, Cut it out, man.
So
I'm not doing it. I showed you who the Egyptians were.
Okay, well, let me let the audience.
No, I gotta go though. On the real, I gotta go. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
It was a good show. I mean, you did your thing, but it breaks my heart.
Then we got out of.
No, it really breaks my heart that you still and I try to keep it real. I try to keep it 100 with you, and you still flim-flam.
I'm gonna put the link in there because you probably got some supporters on the flim-flam theory.
No, I'm just saying though. Why is it though, right?
So why don't you say this?
Because I'm saying like you fighting. You say, well, I disagree with Reggie and them, but you argue all they same points, and then when they get on the panel,
when you say that article is not real,
when they get on the panel, you say, yeah, Reggie, you got him. Yep, you right, Reggie. Yeah, Reggie, yeah. And then and you say, Cory, you a crazy ass nigga, but I can bring sources to back my shit up. Reggie think the Egyptians was black. Smash Rockwell says the Egyptians is black. You say I'm the crazy, silly nigga though. You call me crazy, and you on a panel with Garfield, and you saying I'm crazy and silly, but they think the Egyptians is black. I'm not saying they crazy and silly. I'm not the one who's saying that.
No. Why did I say that? Because you dove off. Why did I actually say that? I'm saying like you don't be keeping it 100 on. I'm saying from me to you don't keep it 100. You flim-flam me. One minute you in the car with Reggie, then the next minute you say, no. I'm not with Reggie. Yeah, Reggie, get him, Reggie. But no, I'm not with Reggie. It don't make sense to me, Then when we talk about who are the Egyptians, right? You know who we talking about, right? Just like I read in my article, the Egypt at its height, right? Egypt at its height, not some part where I'm talking about who the Egyptians are. That's who I proved today, who the Egyptians are, not pre-Egyptians. Not some culture that the Egyptians end up moving out. They went down there and moved them people out. Not that culture that you tried to bring to the people and say that they was Egyptians. You tried to flim-flam the people in front of their face today, which was cold-blooded, right? But I'm not talking about them, though, When nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about what you're talking about when we're talking about the ancient Egyptians. I don't know. You're talking about somewhere down in Upper Egypt and Lower Kush. Well, Upper Egypt is come on, yo. Like you got
Upper Egypt is Lower Kush. That's what you're gonna say.
No,
It's
no.
a borderline down there. Yeah.
Egypt is Upper Egypt, yo. And which Tar City is right in Upper Egypt. What you want me to say, yo? What you want me to say at this point?
Why you always bring up Upper Egypt?
I got to.
Why is Upper Egypt so important to you?
Can I show you something?
Why is Lower Kush the most important thing to you? Lower Kush and Upper Egypt is the most important thing to you, but it's not important to nobody else. What's important is the motherfucking monuments. What's important is the grandeur, right? What's important is the military might that Egypt showed.
You see the screen?
That's what's important to people.
You see the screen, Cory?
Yeah, I see the screen.
You see that picture right there, right?
Well, go ahead.
This is who you keep confusing. It says, now this is from a great source. This is from Cultural Heritage, American Research Center in Egypt, right? All right, to where you get the Theban mapping project and all that. University of California, Los Angeles, right? So when you come right here, this is important because we talked about populations, right? And this is where you keep getting confused. See, it says, the research that led to this new image began in 1966 when where Australian academic and science opened up a still ongoing excavation at Tel Daba, ancient Aris, or Hawaweret. It says, and identified the site as the Hyksos capital, along with nearby archaeological investigations. It became apparent that no sound evidence supports the invasion tale. Now, would you stay with this, bro?
What'd you say?
Hold on. No sound. An investigation became apparent that no sound evidence supported an invasion tale. Now, watch this. Instead, watch this. The excavation at Tel Daba demonstrates that immigrants, watch this, from Southwest Asia, the Levant niggas you keep talking about now, had been relocating to the eastern Nile Delta for centuries. We always talk about this, bro. Now watch this. With this immigration peaking in the mid to 12th dynasty, anybody that studies know that you start finding Asiatics in record around the 12th dynasty. Now we're backing it up with quote unquote information. Now, watch this. It says 12th dynasty through the early second intermediate period. It said examination of religious and archaeological deities, burial practices, right? Burial practices, which are different from the Egyptians and the Nubians. Watch this. Food and artifacts, types of weapons, and all indicate, watch this, a large population of Western individuals. Clearly, they're making the distinction of Western Asian and Western Asian culture. Watch this. In fact, many of these elements combined Egyptian practices with that of the immigrants. So now, see how they mix the culture? Suggesting that Tel Daba was a culturally blended community featuring intermarriages and peaceful coexistence. Several Western Asian individuals were even high officials in the Middle Kingdoms. In the Middle Kingdom, let me say officials for the Middle Kings, for the Middle Kingdom kings. Watch this. It says several Western Asian individuals were even officials for Middle Kingdom kings, overseeing trade in the Near East and lucrative mining expeditions in the Sinai Peninsula. Rather than an invasion, it appears that as centralized authority of Egyptian kings declined, elites at Tel Daba increased their local power until by the coup or simply a slow, peaceful process, they took the Hekakashu title and became kings in their own right. Now, this is where it gets good. During the rule, watch this, during their rule, the Hyksos kings were constantly, watch this, renegotiating their identities. I keep saying it, bro, as the context demanded, emphasizing Egyptian traditions or their Western Asian origins. Oh man, it say they adopted elements of Egyptian kingship, including inscriptions, scribal activities, and worshiping the Egyptian pantheon. Yet they maintain the unusual Hikakashu title with their Semitic and Amorite personal names and the major monuments of their capital city were unmistakably Near Eastern architectural styles. Near Eastern architectural styles. It say they also what's this? Melanid Egyptian administrative structures, meaning they blended together with tribal approaches of Amorite groups. These are Amorite groups, like those of the Middle Bronze Age sites of Mari and Katane. It's a recent discoveries of fragments of cuneiform tablets, right, in the palace of Arvius, indicates that Hyksos remained diplomatic contact with the highest Amorite networks, in this case, old Babylonian dynasties of Hammurabi. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that the archaeologists, right, they're definitely better than us, right? They can clearly see a Western Asian Amorite practice, and they're calling them that. What you want to do is you want to call it Amorites and all them Egyptians. They're not, although of course they're going to have genetic affinities. Of course they are. No one's arguing that, bro. Not even a little bit. As a matter of fact,
I'm not calling the
point.
Egyptians Egyptians. I didn't say the Amorites was Egyptians. I'm not you. I'm not saying the Nubians is Egyptians. I'm not saying I'm not saying that.
Look at your time period. I know. Look at the time period of your article DNA, 1500s, right? That's the same time period when the Hyksos is there. I'm just showing, like, I'm trying to.
They have a 1800. They have a 1800 year.
Of course, they're gonna have the.
They have a 2000. They have a 2000 year genetic continuity.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what they. That's what the Max Planck show. A 2000 year genetic continuity.
That's a 50. Come on, man.
No. You talking about 1500? I'm talking about the article that I showed a 2000 year genetic continuity.
I'm just showing you when the Hyksos came in, yo. What time period? It was around the time period.
That don't have nothing to do with me. That don't have nothing to do with me. That ain't got. That's besides the point. I don't care who the Hyksos
different elements in the.
I'm talking about.
I
understand they came in. I understand they came in and caught. I'm talking about who the Egyptians is, though. And furthermore, the Max Planck said that through all the conquest, listen, through all that conquest, you just read with me in the Max Planck that none of that mattered. They still maintain that it did not disrupt the genetic continuity through all the conquest. You just read that.
Well,
so what's your point?
But I'm with you because the people never left, Cory. My point is that the people never left.
So
and
your
you
point
got
is
Homo sapiens on the river. They go back 250,000 years, and the people never left, Cory. So if the people never left, then they never left. They just moved back and forth.
Why are you so disingenuous?
They never left. The people never left.
But I gotta go though, man. Peace.
Yeah, don't make my people leave if your people don't leave. Because the people
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. One day you're gonna keep it real with me.
That's
one
fine.
day you're gonna keep it real.
You know what though, Cory? At least we was able to handle this, like gentlemen, dog. And that's what I appreciate, though, bro.
I appreciate it. But I'm out. Peace to everybody. Appreciate y'all coming through.
All right, peace, bro. Well, there you have it. That's where we at. Feel good. Good game. I'm built for the playoffs all day long. So what was he saying? Let me see. I ain't even gonna, because since he ain't here to defend himself, which he is not, right? I'm gonna cut him. I'm gonna cut him some breaks here. I'm not gonna get him. I'm not gonna do all that. But I would like to show y'all this, just to get back to it real quick. Right, here we go. Right, I'm gonna go back to the exhibition. Look, this is what I'm gonna go back to. I think this is important. Right? I just want y'all to see what this is. All right. One second. Hello. All right. The what? Watching what? Oh, all right. Bye. All right. So here we go. That's what I'm gonna do. Put this here. Is what I'm reading from. It's called African Ancestors of Egypt and Nubia, from the Green Sahara to the Nile. This is going to clearly show that the Egyptians and the Nubians share ancestry. They're brethrens, right? This is my point. So whoever they will become later on, we know what their roots is. And I gave the time praise. Go back and listen to it. Okay? This is a curated material. This is curated material at the what, y'all? At the Brooklyn Museum, New York. Right now, y'all can go there. It's 20 Eastern Parkway, New York, Brooklyn. Y'all can go. It's going to be there till 2030, right? And this is what they were saying. All right, African ancestors of Egypt and Nubian. And this is what I want to get right here. I don't want to do all that. I just want to come right here. Let me see if I can get this down. I did it too fast. I just want to do this. It says the ancient Egyptians were an African people who first appeared in the Nile Valley about 4,500 BCE. Now remember the information I was reading, right? It say, and created a distinct culture. Egyptologists no longer maintain the false hypothesis that lighter-skinned outsiders created Egyptian culture. Pay attention to what they're saying now. Pay attention to the article prior to this that I read about the Hyksos and how they was identifying them as Amorites and the culture and all that. Keep watching. It says 19th and the early 20th century historians largely interpret the archaeological evidence on the African continent through a racist filter that rejected the notion that Africans could create high civilizations. Today now, Egyptologists have data, they got data that clearly shows that the Egyptian culture, we ain't talking about nobody on Mars, was invented by indigenous people. I talked about the indigenous people, right? In the South. Once again, indigenous people in southern Egypt, because they always, okay, in southern Egypt. I said that, watch this, and spread towards the Mediterranean Sea about 3000 BCE. Watch this. This evidence includes distinctive jars and bowls like those to your left, right? Obviously, if you're in the museum, you're going to see the bowls to the left. You're going to see that black top pottery. It says the decorations on these vessels first appeared in southern Egypt, not in the Delta. When I talk about the Amorites and Hyksos, not there, but in southern Egypt, by 3,400 BCE. And then by 3,000 BCE is found in the north. This is important. So you see what direction the culture that would make you an Egyptian is traveling from a south to north. Watch this. During this period, rectangular house designs, right? Rectangular house designs from the south replaced earlier oval houses in the north. So that means for something to be replaced, right? Something has to be there to get replaced. And this is what we were trying to tell stupids. I almost said stupid peas. I didn't say it though. I didn't call you stupid. I almost said stupids, but stupids. We was trying to tell them that yes, it was people there, right? I don't know what Reggie was talking about. I don't know. Don't never include me with everybody else. Judge me on my own merits. Let me die by myself, right? I'm like Billy the goddamn Kid, man. I'm coming by myself. Wide Oak or somebody. Let's go. Here you go. 3,400 BCE, 3,000. It said found in the north. It says during this period, rectangular house designs from the south replaced earlier oval houses in the north. At the same time, distinctive southern oval-shaped graves began to appear in the north, replacing northern shallow pit graves. a Southern cult that centered on cattle worship. Who centered on cattle worship in the Neolithic times? The Nubian culture, right? Worship was on was a soul transferred northward. We talked about them roaming up in the northern regions, right? That's why I made that joke. That's your nappy head niggas. Remember I said that? Okay. In this time period, archaeologists cannot determine from this kind of evidence whether this culture changed, whether this cultural change was peaceful or the result of conquest through some evidence for fortification. Oh man. Can't even move the daggone thing. Let me get out of that framework real quick. All right. See if I can get it moving. Oh man, hold on. Now it continues to say, hold on. You know what? I don't even think I need to read no more. I think I made my point right here, and I don't want to overdo the discussion. Right? I don't want to go too long. I don't want to overdo the discussion, man. I just don't know, right? Okay, maybe I should go to ethnic identities, right? We talked about how ethnicity of the Nubians and Egyptians was similar. And when we read that, did we forget that? Yeah, we read that. So whatever culture they came out of had the same thing in Nakada and the Sudan, right? Khartoum, it was the same shit, same burial practice. So, you know, if that's the case in these people, watch this. These people that would develop the culture are intermingled and intertwined. And as they spread out, one moving in the northern direction, they run and they started to absorb people in the north. Who's those people in the north? It's those Asiatic types of people that we have identified, right? But as they absorb these quote unquote Asiatic personalities, right? They don't know their personalities, right? They all become Egyptianized. And then on the New Kingdom, a fresh crop come in from Western Asia. See, I said a fresh crop comes from Western Asia, right? Right? And they're not identified as Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? They are identified as Amorites, and they change their identity back and forth. But how could that be? How could they write such a thing? Because you can always change the ethnic identity. When you're using race synonymous with ethnic identity, then you can always change that. You can always change your race. You might not understand what I'm saying. You might not even get it, but yes. So I'm gonna make this statement. I'm gonna end with this. I'll throw the link out to see if anybody want to join, right? I'll make this statement here. That on Monday, we had a Black president named Barack Obama. And I'm being facetious about saying Monday. But by the time Sunday came around and he went to dinner with his mother, he identified as a white president. How could he do that? Because race is a social construct. So for social and political reasons, I'm a Black man. I'm Black African power. But as a biological human being, okay, I would never use that term. Why? Because that's when we get into the rabbit hole of flim-flammery. That's when both sides will flim-flam you. I sit on the side of science. I wouldn't care who the Egyptians was. I've made my statements clear, and I'm gonna make them clear again. I'm gonna make them clear. Watch this, and watch this. And you can't, in my mind, stop being pseudo. I'm saying that the Egyptians aren't West Africans. Meaning the primary ancestors coming from Africa, right, didn't come from Egypt. They didn't go into Egypt and grab that population and enslave them. They went to West Africa. But just because West Africa is an indigenous African population, and Central Africa is an indigenous African population, and North Africa and Northeast Africa is an indigenous African population. That doesn't mean that a Ghanaian is an Egyptian, and it doesn't mean that a Khoisan is a goddamn Nubian or a goddamn Egyptian. Doesn't mean that who's ever saying that is not keeping up with the data. But what it does say is that each one of these groups are homegrown and they are indigenous to the continent of Africa. And any mixing that occurred with all these different groups occurred on the continent of Africa. That's what it means. And that's my statement. To the degree to which you understand what I'm saying is to the degree where you need to read some more material. And by the way, what makes you Homo sapiens sapien is the mixing. That's what makes you Homo sapiens sapien. It wasn't a tsunami when the African walked out of Africa and the arbitrary border was drawn. You don't just flip a switch when you walk out of Africa. So they don't know how those Africans looked at 100,000 years ago and walked. They don't know what color they were. They could have been light-skinned from the beginning. There's no rule book on how these original people looked when they was in North Africa and walked out. I'm telling you, right, I'm pretty certain, based off of understanding evolution, right, that those genetic variations was already at play. They wasn't walking around looking like a goddamn cookie cutter. So I'm pretty sure, based off geographical reasons, based off of sun, UVA and UVB rays, right, that these dudes, you know what I'm saying, had variation already. And when they walked out, the people didn't leave, all the goddamn people didn't leave, like they keep trying to act like when they left, there was no people there. There was only about 20 million people, you know what I'm saying, during Egyptian time anyway on the whole planet Earth. But back during those times, when you're talking about bands of 30 left, I'm gonna say this again, bands of 30, maybe bands of 100 left out. They don't tell you that. And they come back in, I'm pretty sure they mix and made it, you know what I'm saying? Mix and made it with each other, whatever you want to say, and they come back in. But when they come back in, they come right back into a population, right? And they mix and they match and they do whatever they do. And I'm sure when they left, people was coming back the next week. You know how niggas do, man, shit, I ain't staying out there, man, I'll go back here. So I'm sure during the time period, they was constantly coming back and forth. They never talk about the population that went there, though. They don't want to talk about that. The ones that went there, what did they look like? You never hear nobody say, well, they went there, no. You never hear none of that. The point I'm making is very, very clear that these people walked back into a population that had never left. It wasn't a tsunami. When I make that statement, it wasn't a tsunami. I'm simply saying that when a tsunami occurs, when an earthquake causes the quote unquote a shift in the water or shaking the water, it pulls the water not only from the beach, but from like the damn shore, from the shore, the base of the river. I mean, whatever it is, it pulls the water all the way out. You can literally see the fish flopping on the sand and all that shit. And then a wave come back. That's not what it was. So I'm saying is people didn't leave and left no people and came back with a wave of people that would later on make Egypt. Let me see if I can drop this link for y'all, man. Maybe I want to get in and have some fun, man. But I thought it was a good show, man. I just really wanted to be honest with y'all, man. I wanted to have a show with my brother, man. We wanted to get it in. And, you know, we had a real hard riff going. And, you know, that's not how we're going to do this, man. We've made mistakes in the past, man. And that's not how we're doing this, man. I'm not allowing that no more, yo. I'm not allowing that, yo. I can't do that. There's too much stress on us. Too much stress on the community, yo. Man, I mean, we don't need to do that, man. I'm glad everybody's supporting the show, man. I'm gonna pin the link. And if y'all want to get in, man, y'all go ahead and get in. Oh, man, I don't think I can make it. Man, I'm gonna have to switch out. Hold on. Wait. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna switch real quick. All right, hold on. I'm sending y'all the link, man. So hold on. All right, so there you go. Let me pin it. Anyone come and give you a couple of minutes, man. All right, so now we got the link in there, man. Anybody want to add to it? We ain't coming on here bad mouthing nobody. We ain't doing none of that. You know, we're gonna keep this shit Corio's out of control, man. But what I would like to say is, man, shout out to my man Ngozi, man. And that situation with Stupid X Show was very, very ignorant, man. I'm not appreciating that, man, putting that dude's family. I mean, all y'all that supported that, yo, shame on you, man. That we should be able to have conversations, yo, without us throwing up our families when we feel like we lost. Because that would be the only reason why he would do that shit. Put that man family on there like that, man. As a matter of fact, man, this message goes out to Stupid X, Screaming X, Drunk X. Check this out, bro. The only real ally you had with credible, sound scientific information was Ngozi. And all Ngozi wanted to do was keep the conversation going and making that shit right. Right? So of course there are going to be points where Ngozi agrees with you because you got it right. And it should be respectful to understand that he's supposed to correct you when you're wrong, bro. All that extra shit you did, you led up to it. The day before that, you had him on, you disrespected your guest, yo. You offended him. You wouldn't let him talk, you cut him off, all that shit because you want to be the guy. Well, just be the guy, yo. Any right here, yo. But putting people family up on the show and a whole crop full of people, you know what I'm saying, that ain't even African Americans on there cheerleading that shit, it's just wrong, man. It's wrong. And I feel like it's out of order for that. So any conversation we have, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it to the conversation, yo. Whatever conversation we got, we're gonna keep it like that. All that, what's going on with Stefano?
What up, what up, what up? You still live? Okay, okay.
Yeah, we still live. I see you with the town looking all sharp. I see you.
Oh,
with the Baltimore. He Baltimore with the
man.
So that's funny, yo. So let me finish. My point is though, that's not, we're not doing that. We're not bringing in people's families, yo. Whatever beef we got, the beef is held between the pages and the books and the documents. We're not putting up our families, yo, and doing that.
Hey, brother.
How you doing, brother?
How you doing, brother? All right. Can I ask this question? So when it comes to the ancient Egyptians, all right, for me personally, I believe that the ancient Egyptians are Egyptians, right? The ancient Egyptians are Egyptians. Egyptians are African people, correct? According to the evidence of the stuff I read, they are African people who are native to Northwest Africa.
To West Africa?
Northeast Africa, my bad. Northeast Africa, right? Correct?
Correct.
Incorrect.
Now, you are not saying at all, in any shape, way, or form, that we, as African Americans, descendant of enslaved Africans that came on the transatlantic slave trade, are genetically connected to those people in any way.
No, I'm saying that it is too. I'm saying West Africa had a whole different population,
okay,
a whole different situation. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Oh, that's all I'm saying, culturally.
I agree. I agree. I believe that they are 100% African. It's just that we ain't genetically connected to them like that. We both Africans. We just ain't the same. Africa gave birth to a lot of people, like the Berbers. Berbers don't look like everybody else in Africa. I mean, like even the black people over there, and like they don't even look like each other. We all look different, but we all children of Africa. Period.
Yeah, I mean, because Africa is the most diverse.
100%. All we gotta do is just tell the Hoteps that.
Leave it up. Yeah, but we're not
Well,
Cory fam either,
y'all
though.
in the middle of messing a bunch of shit up. But how you doing, brother? Huh?
Hey, don't smash. I definitely want to get to you. You definitely an esteemed guest at any goddamn platform I'm on. So we'll say you, Mr. Smash Rock Wells. How you doing, brother? Subscribe to Magi Arches, man. That's my man right here, yo. Dedicated teacher. How you doing, bro?
I'm cool. I was just thinking about what the brother just said when I said y'all in the middle of messing something up. He was right about everything, but this is what we do. We say that the ancient Egyptians was the Egyptians. Nope, that's incorrect. That's an anachronism. If you're trying to go there, you got to be correct. Because Egyptian ain't an ancient term. So if we're trying to take away this African stuff and then we defer to Egyptian, we're committing the same anachronism that we are fighting against. You can't say the ancient Egyptians was the Egyptians because they never called themselves that. That's my point.
Okay. Well, ancient Egyptian. So Egyptian is an ancient term. It's just not the term that they would have used. It would
Actually, you ain't wrong with that, but it was a Greek. It was Greek, and it comes from hukapata. It's a location. It was not a demonym or ethnonym. It was nothing used to call the people something. It was just something that we use. And so I'm talking about not just you, my brother, but all of us who use that tactic to say, okay, we'll avoid blackness by just calling them Egyptians. And I'm saying that's just as anachronistic as everything else we're doing.
Now, brother Ankh, I do got a question for you though. I know a couple days ago, you were talking that the
I ain't avoiding black though, Smash. I don't have no problem with the Egyptians being black. You know what I mean? But we got to be able to substantiate that and prove it.
All right, so
people did, but you try to discredit them.
The problem is whoever said all of them is black. Y'all know I ain't never said all of them black, but if anybody coming on saying none of them was black, you're going to continuously have a problem.
We're not saying that. Plus, even if they was black, they not even the type of black we are.
Hey, can I say something? Hey, can I say something? Cory and Chef,
we're not descendant of Nilotes, bro. The people there would have been Nilotic, or they would have been something. We not that.
Do you know who Nilots are?
Yes, they're from the Nile Valley.
Ngozi was trying to say,
but where we're from in West Africa, there's hardly any Nilotes there. The closest people.
Ngozi, you gotta learn how to bum rush, yo.
You ain't bum rushing today. I got you, Amir. Because
Nilotic people can be from Congo.
All right, hold on for a minute. We're not.
Hey, fuck that. I just want to say this right quick. Let me just say this right quick. Let me just say this right quick. I sent Chief X or X this motherfucking picture. He tried to find other pictures of certain people to say whoever he feels my. I ain't even gonna go there. But let me just say.
Guys.
Hey, man. He got something on his mind he trying to get off because he got it off on my show too. We gonna wait for the brother to come back. Chief X did something crazy.
Yeah, he did that. He disrespect, yo. Like
that's usual though.
Yeah, he very disrespectful as a person, man.
Oh, shit.
But look, hold
on,
earlier,
man. Like we're not doing that, yo. So we men up here. Go ahead.
Let me ask y'all this because I understand we got all different viewpoints. But is anybody viewpoint that it wasn't no black people there? Is that what y'all trying to say?
Hey, I'm sorry, Chef. Hey, Chef, can I say something real quick? Because I got cut off. I just dropped. I wanted to say this. That nigga X is trying to get personal. One thing that no nigga can do is stop Ngozi from knowing the information in this fucking data that he reading. So what he's trying to do is try to assassinate motherfucker's character to try to present it as if, oh, his wife is this and who's his this and who's his pet. Dude, my life is private. I'm not in the internet world looking for, I never scam nobody. I never got money out of nobody. I don't do none of that shit, but that's another story. I want that nigga to denounce this information because the same data that nigga X just started reading, I've been reading. No one can denounce if I understand data or understand biology or genetics in any field or anthropology or archaeology. He wants to get private because he's trying to assassinate people's character and gaslight. The nigga said my wife wasn't such and such. I can show plenty of pictures of it and I sent that shit to him. Then he tried to find other people in other internet and from old skeleton Facebook pages. The dude is bogus. I just want to say this shit is bigger than information. It's to a point where these people are narcissists. You have racist people in a I'm not saying Shefton and Cory on that because to them it's about information. But when motherfuckers start trying to find skeleton pages and knock people down so they can be the only voice of the people, that goes to show who they are. If you pick up on his energy, the man is jealous. I understand the conscious community did what they did to him and played him, but he's on a mission to destroy everything that so-called black people in the conscious community has done. And he's running with people that don't even like black people. And a lot of those people push the pharaonic invasion theory, the Hamitic Semitic race theory, and they're modifying it by recent data. I just want the audience to know what the hell is going on. But I want someone to denounce the information and data on anthropology. Brother Cory brought up all the ancient Egyptians black in the sense of us as black people classified in North America. Based off hair is not a determining factor of what's a true Negro or what's an African. But in the sense, are they us? No, they are not us. And we keep saying that. They are not us. They are not white either. They're the people that you see that now range in skin color and in morphology that is distinct from us. I want everybody to go to phenotype.com and I want you guys to type up Northern Ethiopia and see what it says. All you gotta do is go to phenotype.com and look what it says for Northern Ethiopia and see what populations played a role in those areas. Now, when it comes to this border of Northern Sudan and Upper Egypt, some people classify Northern Sudan as North Africa and some people don't. It's not a general consensus on that when it comes to the geographical border of what's that and what's not. Once you go south of the Sahara, you go past the Sahel. So for some people, they can say Northern Sudan is not North Africa. That's okay. But for some people, they include Northern Sudan as North Africa. Am I saying that's Egypt? No, I am not. Once you pass Aswan, you're going into a whole nother country. And that's portion of what they classify as Sudan. But we have to look at the regions today, the classification of regions today compared to back then. But when people play a role and say the North African is an African, or even with us, when we tell an Egyptian that they're Arabs, and they're not, because when the Arabs came and invaded, they're Arab culturally, yes, they are. But when the Arabs came and invaded, they did not do enough to denounce or to damage the DNA of the overall population. It was more the elites that was hit with that. Overall, the Egyptians are ranging at 68 to 70% DNA. That's common. The articles that these niggas is reading from 2017 are ancient Egyptian Arabs, and Ngozi Ben went through it. So what these dudes want to do is try to destroy, get me out the way so they can be able to talk and attack motherfuckers and be disrespectful. That's all I wanted to say.
I agree.
Go ahead, Smash. You was in the middle of saying something.
I got more picks for those that wants to know. But this dude, that man pulled or trying to pull, it ain't gonna work because I really don't give a fuck. One thing no one can do is say what I'm saying is wrong. All we got, and it's not hard for anyone to research this stuff. The thing is, he's coming in with a whole racial agenda. He's coming in to say that everything that niggas have done, everything that we did in the past is wrong. We stupid. This nigga got videos talking about the African Americans is the most violent race. Like, dude, this man is looking for friends. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know what the fuck going on.
He's gaslighting. So go ahead, Smash. You had asked a question, yo, and I'm gonna show you why. It always gets problematic when we do this. Go ahead. You had a question, Smash. Where you at? Okay. So,
I had a question. I was asking you directly.
Go ahead.
So when it comes to you was like a couple of days you were talking about like a particular thing when it came to like the people that were in the Upper Nile, and you were saying that they're part of the same culture, right? I want to disagree with you on that.
Upper Nile?
Yeah, in the Upper Nile region. So when we getting into places like Nubia and Tau Ceti and all that other stuff.
What are your sources?
No.
See if I'm wrong.
Yeah. No. Let him ask the question. Don't dive out like that. Go ahead. You're saying that what, yo?
Yeah, I don't want to get you wrong, but please clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe you said that those people have the same culture and that they're technically the same people.
Upper Egypt. And I was talking about culturally. Remember, I just read. Did you see me read the source earlier?
No, I'm about to go back and look at it, but yeah.
Yeah, I read the source. Here was the source right here. I read the source, right? And so I just simply went to the
And the key word that they kept using was ethnic.
Yeah,
they were ethnically similar.
But which people? I missed out on which two people ethnically similar?
Basically, the Nubians and the Egyptians in the lower.
The northern Nubians and the southern Egyptians.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah, here you go. Right here it says it. Right here. God damn.
But who arguing against that? We arguing. We don't like that either.
No, that's right and exact. No, my man wanted to know where's the source for that statement. Here you go. It's highlighted. It say anthropology. It say anthropological and archaeological research indicate that during the pre-dynastic period, Nubia and Akkadian Upper Egypt were ethnically and culturally nearly identical, right? They say nearly identical, and thus simultaneously evolved systems of pharaonic kingship in 3,300 BCE. And this is right here.
All right. So let me add this. Now, when they say ethnically identical, now you have two groups of people in the United States, right? You have what we call Black people or African Americans, then you have white Americans. Ethnically, we damn near the same. If somebody was to go in our tunes, right?
No.
What?
No, we are the same. What are you talking about?
I said ethnically.
Genetically,
ethnically. No, I said ethnically. If they go in there, look, if they research our houses 1,000 years from now, they're gonna see pots and pans that's similar. They're gonna see china that's similar. They're gonna see clothes and artifacts that we have similar. They're gonna see PlayStation 5s. All of these things they're gonna see. They're gonna see the music, right?
Okay, what's the definition of ethnicity?
It's culture.
Yeah, I have a definition of ethnicity. Now let's look it up.
It's a shared culture. That's what it is.
We're going to do it. We're going to let you do it. Hold
oh
on.
my God, yo. Like, yo, now we don't know what ethnic means.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Y'all going to divert my point.
Just Google it.
Y'all going to take me off my road because y'all don't know what ethnic means now.
Nah, you're making a good point. So finish your point while we look up ethnicity so we can do it all at once.
Yeah, but in no way is that saying that we are the same people far as wise how we look phenotypically, you know what I mean, genetically. Ethnic is a subgroup of a culture. It could be broken down to a subgroup. And like I said, African Americans and white Americans are ethnically Americans, yo. It's the same culture, same clothes. We might wear them a little bit different. We might sag our clothes, but we all going to the Gap, yo. They're gonna find all the same clothes. We listen to the same music. We go to the same concerts. So ethnically, we'll be the same. We eat the same foods for the most part. You dig what I'm saying? We all go to the
same ethnic group, basically, right? And I'm saying you're wrong.
Hey,
well, go ahead,
right here.
You can hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, I meant to call you back, and I'm biased. Called me, bro. I was asleep. Not like I was fucked up last night after I got off that Chief X shit. I'm gonna hit you up though.
Hey, architect, don't leave. I want to ask you a question, bro. Why you lying?
I ain't lying on you. I ain't lying on you. I said you.
No. Let me ask you a question first, bro. You said on his motherfucking platform that nigga hate me. He's a hater. That nigga's jealous. You said no. Let me ask you a question. You said that I try to blur the line between sub-Saharan Africans and North Africans, and I don't do that shit, bro. That nigga lied, and for you to say that shit, because you gotta remember that listen, that 2017, bro. Let me finish, bro. I'm done. I'm almost done. That 2017 article that you done presented, I've been did that. I did that shit on Facebook when I was up there. That shit not new. So for you to play that game. What the fuck? What you said that I'm trying to blur sub-Saharan Africans with North Africans. I don't do that shit.
No, what did you do to the article?
I didn't do anything to the article. I presented the article. I was one of the first to present the shit on Facebook. That old ass.
I'm the first person that presented it. I'm asking you, what did you do to it?
No, you're not. No, you're not. Dude,
everybody know that I introduced the concept that ancient Egyptians was North Africans. Everybody know that.
I got into an argument with you last time because you a fuck nigga. When I had Team on
so who being disrespectful here?
Hold on, listen, nigga. In 2017,
people who are going against
I just want you to know who being disrespectful. All I said was that you be lying.
You're a fucking jealous.
I ain't talking about your family. I don't know nothing about that. I said you be lying.
Y'all, I ain't lied about, bro. I ain't never lied because I ain't never said the
you try to use language that people don't know to confuse them on the subject matter.
Hold on.
You be lying.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you talk, and then you're gonna let me speak.
Bro, you just disrespected me. I didn't disrespect you.
Okay, but because you're lying, because you come off as a jealous, lying ass nigga, and that's what I'm saying.
Even if you feel that way, even if you feel that way, I didn't disrespect you.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you talk.
Like,
I'm gonna let you talk.
Me letting you go, like, what is this for now? You just trying to
I'm
disrespect me. I'm gonna talk.
I'm gonna let you talk, and then let me speak. I'm gonna let you talk.
Okay, so let me talk. Let me talk, because I gotta go. First, I'm gonna address the point that y'all was just making, where you were trying to say that the northern Nubians and the southern Egyptians were ethnically similar. I gotta give y'all an article where it shows you that the DNA of those northern Nubians, they had like 60-something% Egyptian DNA. So it was from Egyptians that migrated down into that area. That's why they were ethnically similar. Those people in northern Sudan had copulated with Nubians. That's why that shit was like that.
That's what ethnic means.
That's why that was like that. So
now,
I still don't want you to get confused on that. Now let me go back to Amir. Hold on, let me go back to Ngozi. Last night when I was on Chief X shit, I said Ngozi be lying. He be trying to use words that the audience doesn't know to mislead you into believing something other than what the scientific article and consensus is saying. When it comes to those scientific consensus, I'm not done talking, Ngozi. When it comes to those scientific consensus, all of those things tell you that Egyptians are North Africans, and North Africans are a group of people who have no genetic affinity whatsoever to sub-Saharan Africans. Their closest relatives are the people that they evolved from, which are Middle Easterners. They back migrated into North Africa, and there were no sub-Saharan Africans in North Africa at that time, or it would show up in the genetic profile of the ancient North African remains that they have, and they don't have any. So anybody that's trying to make those people, I'm not done speaking, so why are you talking?
Oh, go ahead.
Because you have no sources for the stuff you're claiming.
I done put 1 million sources up on your channel already.
I just want to speak, bro. I'm going ahead and finish, brother. Go ahead.
There is no evidence to show that what Unc was talking about with people being there, or what Jonathan Owens was saying with people being in North Africa, and when they came back in, it was sub-Saharan Africans. There's no evidence of that right there.
Why is what you're saying contradicting?
Oh, why are you cutting them off?
By Harvard.
That's what I'm saying. Like, niggas don't even let me talk.
I got you, Governor.
You're not saying nothing.
Why are you cutting them off?
Everybody got going mute. Everybody got going mute. Hold on, Gozy. We're gonna bring him off. We're gonna bring him back on, right? Don't nobody jump in. The nigga is in the middle of the street. He beating his own self up. All right, let's calm down. Go ahead, X. Unmute yourself. You gotta unmute yourself, X.
I didn't know you muted me. I told you I just wanted to get on and tell you I was gonna hit you back. I gotta get ready for work right now.
Say what you gotta say. I'm saying, if me and Cory, okay, but listen, if me and Cory cannot argue with each other like this, y'all not doing it. We need to keep some decorum. Go ahead, X. Finish your point. You made some points.
It was my turn to talk. So if anybody interrupted me, that's not my fault.
Hurry up.
Go ahead.
I said what I said.
All right, shut up then.
What you
say
to say now?
It was that there's no proof. Hold on, you said there's no proof that when they left. So you saying it was basically a tsunami. When they left, everybody left. Am I correct?
What are you talking about, tsunami?
A tsunami is when all the water leaves on the beach.
Yeah, so I don't understand your metaphor.
Tsunami, nigga. Meaning you're saying that a population left Africa and took everybody in that area with them. That's what you're basically saying. When they came back, there was no people there. That's what you're basically saying.
There were no people in North Africa.
Okay, bet.
Oh my God.
Anybody?
When I say there were no, I'm not talking about you got 50 people in North Africa that are sub-Saharan Africans.
No, hey, bro,
I'm talking about
only
the population that came
left
back
anyway.
in.
No,
the population that came
only
back
100
in.
People left.
What?
100 people left. It was only about 100 bands of hundreds left.
I only care about the people that came back in. It wasn't no 100 people that came back in, was it?
Hey, so go get. All you gotta do is go get the article that says.
I already got the article. You already read it.
We never read an article
that says the same thing.
Bro, we never read an article.
I'm lost.
We said that. We never read an article that said there wasn't any human beings.
Hold on.
You don't gotta keep unking me. I'm just saying we never read an article
because I'm getting up, so I just want to tell you something.
There wasn't any people when they came back in.
On Saturday, make a show. Maybe Saturday morning if you could make a show, and I'm gonna put my articles up, and we all can read it.
All right.
Hey, can I
It's the
respond to
same
this article before you go?
you've been reading for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it again because you seem to have a problem understanding that it's telling you that when they came back in, there were no people there. So I'm gonna read it again.
It never said
I'm gonna read it again, and I want you to get an article that says that when they came back in, that they copulated with people that were already there. I want you to get that article.
Hey, brother, hey,
All right, go. You next.
And Gozy, you could go. I'm gonna drop off, but you could go.
Hey, no. Hey, Architect, I just wanted to, I know you got to go to work, brother. So let me just say this to you before you go, bro. There is no animosity, but I want you to know that data from 2017, Team Osiris, I presented that shit a long time ago. But let me just say this to you, my brother. That data is based off mitochondrial DNA for one region. Not to mention, it said it in there that they couldn't. Hold on. Let me finish, King. We'll be talking about the 2017 article from Abu Sir. It said that they did not get the full nucleotide DNA. They only got it from the last three, and that was in the ones they reconstructed, those 3 men, and they got the full nucleotide DNA for the 3 in a Ptolemaic period. But those ones from 3,300, if I'm not mistaken, years, it was based off mitochondrial DNA. But I want to ask you this.
And Gozy, that's not what the article was talking about. Maybe you didn't read the same article.
Hold on. Listen,
okay,
King.
but I can give you 2 professors
King,
that talk about that article and say why you're using it out of context. 2
Right.
from Harvard.
Hold on, I want to talk to Architect.
Hold on, Gozy. I got Gozy. Relax.
He cut me off.
Listen, I know, because you was talking about the wrong article. He's talking about the North African articles, genetic history of North.
Right. I'm gonna talk
deal
about
with that real quick. Go ahead. Don't nobody cut in. Go ahead.
So from the 2018 genetic article based off the population, it talks about the Neolithic North African component, and it talks about the population that came from those Ibero-Maurusians. That was talking about first layer, when they looked at the Ibero-Maurusians in 2018 to 2019, they were 65% Eurasian and 35% Sub-Saharan-like via Yoruba and Hadza-like. The later article talked about the other population. The population starts with a K, around 5,600, or probably around the Bronze Age, after the earlier phase of the Neolithic, had a population lost the Sub-Saharan African component in this one region, and they were more connected to those Anatolian farmers that crossed through the Mediterranean. So what I'm trying to say is that in portions of that, what he's speaking of, there was, and this is what I want Architect to listen, there was a large back migration even before the Bronze Age phase, or even before the Neolithic phase from human populations, especially in that portion of Africa. No one can say that. So from that article that you speak of, no one can denounce that, but that was for one region. But I want to talk about the 2017 article that people are not paying attention to. It said in that same article from 2017, Abu Sir was for one region, and they did not have enough data sequence for the Upper Egyptian region. Why ain't nobody paying attention to that? Why is it that people just want to be right? Architect, nobody's saying that there was not a back migration, and nobody's saying that those North Africans and certain layers of their DNA didn't go through forms of conversion evolution, and they would have been more similar based off geographical location, organism transplants, selective sexual selection, climate. Based off those levels, there's a lot of similarities that they would have been to compared to the population that developed in sub-equatorial zones of Africa. But to say that there's no signatures within their DNA and layers, and I'm not using big words. It's not my fault that motherfuckers can't read. Hold on, let me just say this.
And Goes, I gotta go. Yo, just bring the scientific article that says what you're saying on Saturday. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
I got you, brother. All right.
All right, peace.
Peace. All I'm saying is, no one can get past the paternal marker haplogroup E. For someone to say that they were absent up there, indigenous markers wasn't there, or indigenous, these men were predominantly indigenous to those regions, and they went through their own mutations within those regions, and they bred with a lot of people that came in from those regions. But to say that they were completely gone, I can be arrogant enough to say, like Razib Khan said when I asked him the question, a lot of the basal Eurasian component developed right there in North Africa before it even splits off and becomes basal Eurasian. Why isn't anyone talking about that? Basal Eurasian is in question.
That's the shit they don't know, bro. I'm just holding my hand, nigga. We got fire in the hole around this motherfucker. You know it, not know it, bro. So where you at, Smash? Where Smash must be gone? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. That's an allotted population. Yeah, that's a trip.
I mean, when you go to phenotype.com, it says Ethiopic subtype that is often regarded as the northern branch of East Ethiopia, common along the Red Sea and coastal Nile Valley from Egypt to Eritrea, deep into the Ethiopian highlands, show a morphological affinities to the Mediterranean and played an important role in ancient Egypt. Often blends with Erebites or Erudites, Yemenites, and also rather than historical time than common in the Bija, Bina, Amir, Nubian, Hadilona, and more mixing of Amhara and Kabish and Egyptians. So even amongst these East Africans, when we talk about Ethio-Somali component, if you go back to read the article based off 2016, 13, I'm sorry, it clearly says the Ethio-Somali component back migrated into the Horn or Northeast Africa 23,000 years ago. So that doesn't mean it's indigenous to anything. And not to mention, where did this morphology develop at first? I mean, we start studying Shamaka Keita, you find some of the earliest phenotypes that look very similar to these same people I just showed in Gambel's cave. So it's a race thing going on. It's misunderstanding the data. And the thing is, niggas just want to be right. Also, you have other people like the North Africans, and even to this day, modern geneticists or certain people are trying to present the North Africans as if they're not the indigenous population, because they constantly kept saying in that narrative that the modern Egyptians are far different from the ancient Egyptians. Over 8% increase of sub-Saharan African DNA, only an 8% increase. So they're also trying to deny those populations today from their aboriginal or their ancestral lineage. People not seeing what's going on. So I'm just saying, bro, there's a lot of bullshit going on, bro. That's all I want to say.
Yes, man. Go ahead. I can't hear you, Chef. Your phone going out. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Ngozi. So when they said that the modern population of Egyptians have an increase in sub-Saharan African DNA at a rate of up to 8%. Are you saying that there's no timeline when they can tell where that admixture came in at?
Well, they based it an 8% increase based off the Arab slave trade. And we do know in the Arab slave trade, based off the higher level of L0, L1, and L2, mitochondrial DNA primarily, you have an 8% increase in that area of Abusir. So yes, they are telling the truth based on that, but that's not enough DNA to say that these people are not connected to their ancestors, or for us to call them anything outside of what they are, because they're not still, even with that little 8% sub-Saharan Africans. Haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA. That's kind of foolish to deny these people. That's like me telling an Amazigh man because his mitochondrial DNA is H or something else, or U5 that's shared with some Scandinavian groups, he ain't African, he's Scandinavian. That's stupid as fuck. So what I'm saying is that but you also had a layer. If you look at the DNA from the 3 skulls that was reconstructed, it said that they had 5 to 15% motor-like DNA. Compared to the newer population, it's an 8% increase. So why are you denouncing the earlier component that was in them, that was sub-Saharan or Omotic Eastern African-like or motor, compared to the 8% increase? Like, that's the biasness that goes on with me. It was always a lingering population that had that substratum at the core root that was always lingering around.
Smash.
What's up?
What's up? Talk to you. You said something that was profound, and I don't know how.
But it was earlier. It was some other shit going on. So
go ahead, backtrack, Smash. Go ahead,
backtrack. When the ex dude was talking, I think.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I forgot. I don't know. But all I've been on, I ain't been on none of that. Look, I ain't been on none of that. I ain't been on the stuff we can't see. I'm simply been on what the Greeks said. What the Greeks say don't match up with nothing niggas is saying. So who I'm gonna go with? The Greeks. Period. They said they was black. That's what they seen. Ain't nowhere around primary counts, and that's all I'll be dealing with. That's my stance.
So I agree. They know what they were saying. I think you and Chef said the same point, that a motherfucker can look at something and see what they're saying.
Yeah, but I don't agree that it. I don't agree. I don't agree that the term that they used was synonymous with what we're saying as black. I don't agree with that.
You missed a lot of my show this morning. We went into the Greek to see, and when they took that melanin word on it, they made it say dark skin. Now, if that ain't what we mean by when we say black, and then they put flat noses and woolly hair on it. Well, that was Diodorus of Sicily who put flat noses and woolly hair on it. Now, if that ain't what we mean when we say black, then we just tripping.
What the hell do we mean?
For real.
No, I'm talking about the term Herodotus used, Malagarus.
Yeah. But again, he put an extra term after that. He the only one put woolly hair, but Diodorus Siculus added the flat noses. But historically, when you're talking about the dark skin and the woolly hair and the flat noses, that's as black as we get.
There's people in India that look like that too.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that, and it's Mexicans, but not really in Herodotus' eyes. Is what I mean is the people he explained. He was talking about the people of Egypt, so he wasn't in India at that time period. You feel me?
All right, but he did make a comparison to another group of people who live in like the
Syrians and the Cochins. The
Mm-hmm.
Syrians and the Cochins. Right now, if that was the case, and they also made a distinction between the Ethiopians, and they said that the Ethiopians, which was another description, name description, right? They said that the Ethiopians lived south of Egypt. The land of the Ethiopians was south of Egypt.
So at a later part in his text, grouped them all together in the use of the term describing the two black doves. Remember? And so I don't know if you got to see me go over that earlier.
That was myth.
Huh?
Okay, but there's people from India who look West African. So what are y'all trying to say?
Yeah, hold on.
The two black doves shit was a myth.
Yeah, it was myth. That doesn't have anything to do with how he described the characters in the myth. See, he was describing and explaining the myth and said the reason why they said they was black was because they was from Egypt. So that wouldn't have nothing to do with whether it's a myth or not. Like, you feel me? That's just like me saying the reason why Black Adam was black in the movie Black Adam was because he was from Egypt.
I agree. But you just cut yourself because Black Adam don't mean that he's black. That's talking about something completely different.
If it did, well, actually, if you read the comic book, you'll find out it really did, but they changed all that up and they made an effort in the movie to keep on talking about the black clothes he's wearing. But in the comic book, it had to do with him really being Black Adam. That's why I was kind of disappointed when I messed the movie. But to keep on track, you see what I'm saying? About that point. And that's not, I mean, he witnessed those people. So y'all could be correct about the other people who fit that description. The Colchians, remember, he was only speaking to them in reference. That ain't the two black dove story. That's another story. The Colchians, he wasn't even talking about the Egyptians. He was basically talking about them and explaining to people that he think they Egyptians because they black. So that's just like if he seen them Indians, he would have been like, I think they Egyptians because they black too. Well, what we can gather from that is, at least in his eyes, the Egyptians was black.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. If this brother right here in Egypt didn't wear all the turbans and he was exposed to a lot of ultraviolet radiation, how would his uromelanin express itself? This brother right here.
Can you see it?
Y'all can't see it on the screen?
Yeah.
I'm never saying that you don't have dark people in North Africa. That's not even. I mean, that's the bitch
crazy. Nigga say that though. That's the bitch ass nigga say that though. The bitch nigga.
Man, what? Come on, man.
I know you ain't saying that. I just wanted to make sure. I'm making it clear. The bitch nigga say that, nigga, and I'm waiting.
You messing up our arguments, man.
My fault. My fault.
Anyone that's messing up the argument is not sticking to what the actual
that's a good
say.
piece, right? Let me see that guy right there.
I'll put him back. I'll put him back up. 1 second.
Yeah, I think it's a range. It's a range.
People range in color throughout the whole North Africa and Middle East. Nobody is even. Am I breaking up?
We can.
No, you good. You good.
Oh, so people ranging in skin complexions throughout North Africa and the Middle East. You're not even going, or in the Mediterranean.
And West Africa. And Congo.
See, how did you? You know what? I'm done.
Good, great. I don't like when Shepard talks.
Hey, but Shepard, that's true. In the Congo, like the Igbo people, they tend to have lighter skin. Some people are reddish brown, and then some people be extremely dark. Color, like just sub-Saharan Africa, it's not even a monolith to us as sub-Saharan Africans.
Thank you.
We range in mutations and also slight morphologies when you look at us. Like a Nilotic man doesn't look like a Yoruba man, you know. or Igbo, you can look at their skin variation, or look at the pygmies with the reddish brown tint, and in Cameroon, color, again, color messes us up. You look at the Tutsi in Rwanda, a lot of the Tutsi look very similar to Horners.
Look at some of the Khoisan.
The Khoisan have lighter skin, but they passed zone 1, and the zone at the end, according to the ultraviolet UVA map, is very similar to North Africa. Before they even mixed with some of the mixed Cushitic population that came back down as pastoralists. The Khoi, before mixing, or the San, before mixing with the Khoi groups. So it's highly the Nama clan that has that A11T mutation on chromosome 15. Like it's diversity in Africa is real.
So
I couldn't put Cory. He's less African. Cory's a lighter brown brother. He's African. I look at a lot of African American variations because we represent homogenous populations that were slapped together, including our Northwestern European ancestry. So what could we, like I asked them niggas on X show, one dude asked me about the 3 singers that can be identified as black. I brought up Aaliyah. That nigga told me that Aaliyah ain't black. But if you look up Aaliyah family, her father's, I think, Jamaican descent, and her mother's an African American. Since when was Aaliyah not black? What's your classification of black?
Right.
If he said Mariah Carey ain't black, I would agree, but all right, so brother Ngozi, I got a question. So when it comes to Berbers on the matrilineal side, right, is there a significant amount of Berber women, or just Berbers in general, because everybody has mitochondrial DNA, do they have mitochondrial haplogroups that originate on the African continent, or is the majority of them originating from outside?
Majority of the Amazigh women mtDNA descend from Eurasia. They have H, they have U6, they have all types of mtDNA. But it's a great article that you should type up. It says mtDNA of Tunisia, L2 and L1. And in that article, it talks about the early Saharan indigenous African layer that mingle with those populations. But overall, most Amazigh people mtDNA is highly Eurasian. But these Eurasians came back into Africa in a bunch of different phases of time. As early as 23,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 7,000 years ago. U5 came down. U5 is shared with Scandinavian women. U6 came into Africa a very long time ago. Right. H came in. So what you're looking at is indigenous men mingling with different women. And I brought up the analysis. You can see a generation switch over morphologically, biologically within 200 to 85 years. Like, look, for example, look at Drake's father. Drake's father he's African American. The average African American is what, 70 to 80% sub-Saharan African. Then he turned around and mixed with a Jewish woman. Drake's mother's Jewish. So Drake may be about 45% sub-Saharan African, right? But then Drake turned around and messed with that woman from France. Look at his son. So
but you know what? The way that woman looks, she might be, because France has a lot of people who are descended from North Africans.
I mean, and she can have North African components, but I'm just saying, look at the population turnover and look at what he looked like. Let's say Drake is E1, and let's say Drake is E1B1A, and let's say Drake's son turn around and mess with another white woman. But even before you have a 500-year span, you will find white men down the line that was classified as white with a sub-Saharan African paternal marker. That's why we can't really base it off that. It's a lot of changes that can go on within a short time, bro.
You also have to think about the location. Like people closer to Eurasia will have more Eurasian DNA, but Tuaregs closer to West Africa don't even look like Amazigh from North Africa.
No,
but they're both Amazigh.
I think bad behavior is starting to rub off on me. Because who's that? OC or iPhone? One of y'all just cracked real slick. Brother. Yeah, one of y'all just cracked real slick with me. And I be the coolest person.
No, you don't,
here.
Steph.
What you mean?
I never said nothing. You cut me off and then said, good, I don't like when you talk anyway.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Like, yo, hold on. Like, yo, this is my show, kind of. Like, so that's just how you get that comfortable with Doug and me like that.
Because we're talking about history. This matters, and you're I'm not trying to like curse, but you're basically like you're sugarcoating it, and you're basically lying.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Like for example, a few months ago, I brought up the Harvard lecture by Stuart Tyson Smith. And then what did you say about it? First of all, you said I was wrong. Then you tried to discredit Stuart Tyson Smith, trying to lie, trying to say,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, now you don't know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now. You can go back
you.
and look. You can go back and look. I said,
all right,
I'm the guy that said Harvard has come out with lectures too within 2019 and 2020. I mean, 2020, both saying that Egyptians would have been black. I gave you the title of the lecture, and then you tried to discredit the title of the lecture because it said black pharaohs, even though you didn't even look at the video.
No,
then you tried to discredit.
So Harvard got to be wrong.
No, then you tried to discredit Stuart Tyson Smith because of something he's done with movies. How disingenuous are you? So that's and then you
a scholar. That's a renowned nubiologist.
Stuart Tyson Smith.
So he can say
he was giving a Harvard lecture too.
So he can say that the Egyptians was black.
No,
right?
you see, this is my problem. You didn't even go. No, stop.
So
you didn't
can't
even go
nobody
look at
else
the video. No, you didn't even go look at the video.
You can't be talking over the people who own the show, though. For real, though.
Because this is y'all disingenuous. I don't even really like this channel anymore. I really don't.
You just keep cutting him off, like he said. I want to hear what he was about to say.
For what?
Right.
I'm actually giving sources. I'm actually giving sources. Why would you guys even care what Chevron says?
Dude, I'm on your side, but we need to
smash. I'm on your side too.
We need to smash information appropriately.
Come on, everybody, big up.
Let's let him fall on his own sword. So go on and speak.
No, if y'all say, well, it was Ankh argument that can't nobody call them black, right?
Never mind. I'll shut up. I'm shut up.
So, but when the white dude call them black, if it supports your argument,
he didn't even say the word black.
You just said he said it.
Let him finish because he's killing himself already. Just let him finish. Go ahead, Chef.
So you didn't just say.
I'm paraphrasing.
The Harvard.
I'm paraphrasing.
All right, I'm gonna stop because you're paraphrasing.
I want you to go actually look at the video. Do you care about education or not? Did you even look at the video?
Man.
He don't care about education.
That's why I said you're disingenuous. I don't like when you talk.
Jeffrey's uneducated, bro. Don't listen to him.
It kills me how the show is called Pseudo Killers, but y'all got people like Chevron on here.
Bruh, you need to learn how to debate. Your hostility is his only way out.
Bro, I've been listening to y'all for a while now.
But you need to calm yourself down so he can fall on his
sword. It's not that serious.
All right, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Say what you gonna say, Chef.
Oh no, I was saying he said he was paraphrasing, so it wasn't. He's saying he wasn't saying that.
So I would like to say, let me say this.
So to respond to what you said, I brought up attestations where the Greeks used the Greek term melanis, where we get our term melanin from. And it don't even fit in your scrutiny of when white people say black, we could use it, but with others, I'm consistent with, I don't say the whole population was black, but if you try to exclude black people from Kemet, you got a problem. And so, again, I'm just saying, they said it in Greek. They wasn't speaking English. They said they term Greeks, black. You got to accept that.
So if the Greeks look to the south and seeing people in North Africa as darker than them, why wouldn't they use a term that would denote a darker people than them, so without them having to be Negroes?
Because malagrous ain't the term they use for people about their color. Because Greeks wasn't white people. We got to remember they was like they had a hue. They even they didn't respect whiteness and they respected darkness. And so when they found some people that was darker than them, they definitely pointed that out. But even think about how Ptolemy represented himself as Kim. He didn't want to be called nothing else. He called himself Kim. We know that just means darker, or it could mean black in the Egyptian hue. And so I'm just saying, with the point that we was getting at, it's not limited to Stuart Tyson Smith. We went out of the English language into the Greek, and in their terminology, they still called them people black.
So the Egyptians are dead now. Do you consider them black?
Some of them, yeah, they are.
Some of them not. Some of
Have
them,
you?
yeah.
Hey, Chevron, Google Egyptians from Aswan. Tell me what they look like.
So now they was talking about people in Aswan.
Is Aswan in Egypt?
That's not my argument. I was saying that the contingency that you see now came in with the Arab invasion. Else they would have been able to have to speak on these other people that they were seeing so prevalent too. You got to remember.
So the Arabs changed how the Egyptians look.
Yeah, definitely.
23andMe that says it does.
Real quick, he was doing the time period of the Persians, right? He clearly told us how the Persians was not the Egyptians. He didn't make no confusion. He didn't be like, oh, the Persians is ruling, so the Egyptians look tan. No, he said the Persians is ruling, but the Egyptians is black. He did this.
So you don't think it was a cultural distinction between Persians and Egyptians? And you would and you wouldn't think that and you wouldn't think that Greeks who knew both Persians and Egyptians would know the difference culturally?
Are we serious? That from what I was saying. That ain't what I okay. Yeah, no, my bad. That ain't what I was saying. I said, but real quick, I'm gonna close out. Real quick, all I was saying is who was on the throne when he got there? It was the Persians. So he knew who the ruling class was, not the black people he was talking about. But when he described the Egyptians, he called them black. That's all I'm saying.
So here's the guy we're talking about right here. Stuart Tyson Smith. Let's see what he wrote. 2001. Any characterization of race of the ancient Egyptians depends on the modern cultural definitions, not on the scientific study. Thus, the modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. He continues, ancient Egyptian practices show strong similarities to modern African cultures, including divine kingship, the use of headdress, body art, circumcision, and male coming of age rituals, all suggesting an African substratum or foundation for Egyptian civilization. While Smith also in 2004, Egyptian facial features, hairstyles, and dress. Oh man, my thing is no, can't see. And dress, all very different from Egyptians and the other two ethnic groups, Asiatics and Libyans. He adds that no single material, what's this? Correlate? Am I saying it right? Correlate, my fault. No single material correlate, no matter how abundantly represented, unambiguously reflects the ethnic group affiliation. And then you go on to say, we can keep going to say, Sona Zanzwowski, who wrote 2003 studies skeleton samples from the Badarian period in the Middle Kingdom in Upper Egypt. The raw data suggests that the ancient Egyptians in general had tropical body plans, but that their proportions were actually super negroid. They call them super nigga. Super negroid. That's funny. A.e. the limb in this entices of this
is crazy.
Oh man, longer than many African population.
But it's 8 against 1, and I like where I'm at in this.
Man, how you like that?
Did he just say super? Did he say
super Negro?
I give up. Let me get this out.
Get that dumb shit out of my face. But
no, you don't like that because they super Negro. He couldn't even say Mo Negro. He had to say super, boy.
That's funny. But yeah, 8 against 1, I like where I'm at. Go ahead, John.
No, I want to say this. I want to bring this point in here. Hold on, Smash. Let me make a quick point. And you gave damn Chef an olive branch and let the man know that yes, this too is a show. I was letting them beat up on Chef for a while because they do me like that all the motherfucking time. So I definitely wasn't gonna step in. I was enjoying him beat up Chef because that's what Chef do. We come up no way with shit. That's part of what he do on the show. We ain't tripping A lot of people out there think it's disrespectful, but trust me, I can handle myself with these opinions. See that shot all day long. Same with Cosmic Cory. He got beat today. Clearly got beat. But go ahead, Smash.
Look, I stay out of Cory way because you know I let him do his thing. But Chef, he beat himself up the best, and so that's why I was like, let Chef go on and do what he do the best. He step in the ring with them 2 left feet and get to trying to explain to Kimmy, you feel me, and just fall on his gloves. So sometimes that's what they say in the book of Patahotep, man. When you face with somebody doing that, let them finish talking so the people can see how wrong they is.
So we all
apologize.
This Gullah, if you go down further on that article, they dismissed the term super Negro. You know what I'm saying? It got opposing different sources. Like it's like competing sources with each other if you go down further.
Gullah don't like that super Negro, huh? Gullah like they threw that out like Caucasian. Don't say that either.
You and that goddamn goes. Whose side you on, goddamn it? We winning right now. Don't come in here. Hey, Gullah, bring that. I like that phenotype.com thing, yo. Goes in and get a chance to bring that up real quick, Gullah. That's a good one. I like that. It kind of showed that people in the middle of the shit was deep. It's different phenotypes.
Y'all are saying that the modern population of Egypt has somehow been transformed from the ancient population, that they have been replaced in some type of way. Who the Greeks and them saying ain't the people as that we talking about right now.
You getting at me, so you getting at me. Not to cut you off, Gullah, but you know we all saying something different, Chef. And really,
I know.
This is what I just want to put on the floor. So y'all willing to accept that these ancient Paleolithic migrations affected stuff, but the modern ones didn't? See, y'all be talking about the Iberian.
I'm not saying that either.
Go ahead, Gullah. Go ahead, Gullah.
We got DNA now, no, bro. We got DNA now.
No.
Yeah,
so
but
now we ain't got to play around.
They don't want to hear about DNA.
Yeah,
DNA
so now we ain't got to play
about.
around. We ain't got to do look shit no more.
No, DNA don't matter. DNA don't matter.
You're not acknowledging the question, though, Chef. I'm simply asking you, you willing to accept the Paleolithic migrations change the population, but not the modern ones?
I never said anything about a Paleolithic change. Hold on, Stupies. I never said nothing about a Paleolithic population. Now, y'all gonna have to bring me up to speed.
Do you accept it when they be saying it?
Oh, I ignore all of that. I don't even know what they talking about. That ain't
that's my bad.
That ain't my realm. Now, Smash. If you understand all of that, then you can bring me up to speed. Or I thought you deal with you said I ain't dealing with none of that. Man, you said we dealing with the Greek sources. That's what man you just, you know what I mean? And forward. Now, I don't think
not understand
all that Paleolithic shit. Go ahead.
What did y'all don't understand? What is it y'all saying?
I agree with them, but I'm saying this. If we're willing to concede that the ancient Paleolithic migrations affected the culture of North Africa, then we gotta concede that the modern migrations, like after a war, would have affected it in the same way. Who's to say which migration is greater?
But we got DNA. We got DNA from them times.
What's your point? What's your point?
We got DNA from the Arabic invasion too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and they said that those invasions did not affect the population. You know what I mean?
Who
to
said
that degree. That's what it said.
Who said that?
The article.
So
the
now
article
we wasn't listening.
read, and that's why Ankh be flim-flamming because he know what the article said, but he let y'all run off with that. See, that's why.
But y'all do.
That's why I accuse Ankh of not keeping it real.
Okay, but at the same time,
he's not even keeping
you guys
it real.
do realize there's people in Egypt who look like African Americans, right?
No. Listen, he's not even keeping it real with Smash at this point because he knows that Smash is wrong on that. He knows what the article we just read, but instead he lets Smash just run off on that. See, that's not keeping it real to me, huh?
I would say you can't forget about the Coptic component. You can't forget about the Coptic component, which was a back migrated Eurasian component that came way before the Arabic component did. Look it up. Look up the Coptic component.
No, the article just read that they didn't that through all of those invasions.
No. I'm agreeing with you, Cory. You ain't listening to me. That's why I mentioned the Coptic component. That's why I mentioned the Coptic. The Coptic component was way before the Arabic component.
I'm talking about
Middle Eastern people have been migrating back into Egypt since prehistory. That has nothing to do with the population.
About what Smash just said.
Wait a minute, is that Cory?
Cory,
is that you, Cory? The game was over. You lost the playoff game, nigga. You still
talking?
Okay,
I never lost nothing.
I get it. I get it. Let me out.
I proved what I said.
Go ahead.
Hey, let's have this point addressed that Cory bringing up.
I'm trying to get it out though. But what Shepard was saying was that the article read. Damn, who? Somebody in the whirlwind or something.
All right, it's better.
The article read that throughout all of those invasions and all of that it had no effect on the genetic continuity. That's what Shepard was talking about, right? Okay. And that's what Ankh knows, right? And see, that's what I'm saying. Like Ankh he understand that, and he don't keep it real with us or Smash and say Smash, you was wrong on that. They actually say that.
Because just because
the article before myself.
What is it? Who wrote this article?
Hold on for a minute. Hey, yo, do not acquiesce to a faulty premise. You know I just beat that nigga up in his first playoff game, and I addressed that.
I wasn't there.
I'm gonna shut up.
I wasn't there.
Like, go back and look at this.
Right.
Tell me.
Nobody there.
I didn't watch the first part.
Nigga, it was an early playoff game, nigga.
Yeah.
Early. They don't go back and watch it.
Look, this is what I need us to look at real quick. We're talking about migrations affecting the population. My question was if we are willing to accept that ancient Paleolithic migrations affected the population, but not willing to accept that modern ones did. And then Cory came back and said that we just got evidence that the modern ones didn't affect the population. If we're going to be consistent, we would say that would have to be true with the Paleolithic ones. Correct?
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Tell me what's different.
That's not true. Because when the original, when you want to call it the earlier one, it was a solid group of people. Right? Everybody was coming in, looked the same way. In the earliest one, 15,000 years ago.
Who said that? Where does it say that? That everyone was coming in looking the same way?
Because it's 15,000 years ago before the mutation took place in the gene. That's what you're talking about.
That's the whole point.
When you say Paleolithic,
one at a time.
All right, so he's talking about how these people in North Africa look different, and you saying that they migrated back in before they changed. So you saying they look like Africans and came back in looking like Africans?
You said Paleolithic. When did the mutation in the gene occur?
Exactly. So you agree with her?
No.
Everybody see how you agree with me?
When did the mutation occur? Before I asked the Paleolithic.
They say about 8,000, and the end of these migrations is about 11,000. So that means they wouldn't have been looking no different yet, correct?
Then that is what I said.
That's what I said. Me and you agreeing. So basically, the whole migrations affecting the way the population look theory got to be thrown out on both accords. Cory threw it out on the later accord, and now we just came to an agreement to show that it could be thrown out on the Paleolithic accord. Correct? Or am I wrong?
So the articles that we read. So the articles that we read that said that the North African population was distinct from the sub-Saharan African population, right? So we're not even taking that shit into account either.
The population or the genetics?
The population and the genetics.
The genetics talk about a population. They talk about
right. So it's like we're arguing in isolation without putting multiple things together to tell a whole story. It's like the shit that we read earlier. It's like forget all of that. Let's just deal with this. How
it's the
you
God
tell
of the
a whole
gap
story if you just you arguing shit in isolation?
No,
Like-
that's not. I'm not. I was putting the earlier and the latter together, the Paleolithic with the modern invasion. So what's isolated in that?
So the Paleolithic, now if you put in the Paleolithic in it, then you have to take into account that they were saying that the North African population is distinct from the sub-Saharan population. Like,
but they wasn't talking about at the Paleolithic times, as my brother just pointed out, right? That
give me the Paleolithic time period.
So think about, if we talk about, and I'm not the best with this, but I'm just going over my recent. Gullah could probably tell us. I thought that Ibero-Eurasian, the Ibero-Eurasian ended at about 11,000 before present. And so, if the shift in the way people look happened at 8,000, then what are we actually talking about them old migrations for when we talk about how people look in North Africa? That's what I'm saying.
Another thing is, based on linguistics, the Egyptians, we don't even know if the actual culture of the Egyptians would have been in North Africa at that time.
No, it wasn't. But that ain't the issue. We're talking about the people. So if the population today, right, is distinct from the population of sub-Saharan Africa, right? And that it said that North Africans are a result of a back migration into like we not taking none of this shit into consideration.
So you do realize that parts of Nubia is in North Africa, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, can I
genetics say that?
We talking about the border.
Going back. Whoa.
Have you seen a Nubian, brother?
Yo, goddamn. Shit. Last time I checked, Egypt geographically is East Africa, and it borders the goddamn quote-unquote Red Sea. Does anybody dispute that right now? No, and the Egyptians coalesced with that northeast African population and quote-unquote Sudanian population. Does anybody dispute that? Right. Because I ain't seen a nigga bring a sword yet, but that old ass North African goddamn argument. Forget that Egypt is in Northeast Africa.
Hey, check this out right here. I wonder if everybody can read this. Something that's
they can't read, nigga. Nobody can read now, nigga. They all can't read.
I'm just saying. If you read this and see what it says, it really says what components makes up North Africa. I'm just saying, like, for someone to say that a population of the south of the Sahara didn't drift there, it clearly says it right here. It talks about the super-Saharan pop. It's an objective highlight of sub-Saharan gene flow in North Africa, particularly Tunisia. Therefore, is analyzed by the broad phylogeographic context of sub-Saharan mtDNA haplogroups in Tunisia Berber population, considering the representation of ancient settlement, more than 2,000 sequences and collected from the results. It says, and then if you go down, it talks about when they were there. I'm driving at the same time, I ain't gonna crash.
Yeah, man, you're gonna crash talking about these niggas, man.
Look, hold on. Look, I just see. We can. Somebody else can read it.
Don't drive and read. I got a red light. Let me finish. It says which. Let me just read this. I don't want to cut nobody wisdom. It says L3, which would be introduced into North Africa from the eastern sub-Saharan population around 20,000 years ago. Our results also point to a less ancient sub-Saharan gene flow in Tunisia, including group L2A and L3B. The conclusion points to an ancient gene flow in Tunisia, 20,000. Parallel with more recent findings of both archaeological and linguistic on the prehistory of Africa. The present work suggests that the sub-Saharan contribution in North Africa has experienced several complex population processes after occupation in the region, anatomy of modern humans. Our results reveal that the Berber speakers have a foundational biogeographic root in Africa, and African lineages have contributed to the sub-Saharan Africa. There you go, right there. That's all I want to say.
So what does that prove?
I think.
Are you kidding me?
I know this. I heard it loud and clear. We all know.
No, I heard him.
I heard what it said.
I can tell you the truth. That arbitrary line that y'all Negro kids keep bringing out, Southern Africa, which is crazy. Crazy to me.
Yo, the African American population got white in us. That don't make, we didn't turn white because we mixed with white people. I don't get what y'all saying. Like,
we said it already.
Well,
I think we're making the.
Can I say what I'm saying? What Ngozi is saying is the North Africans overall have adjusted and became their own indigenous population of that region. They're North Africans. That's what Ngozi is saying. Ngozi never said nothing else. So when I'm saying the people of south of the Sahara, we represent our own adjustment and our own adaptation and our own mutations that we have within our own spectrum. So Africa
I appreciate that.
That's it. That's all
I appreciate that.
Can I dive in for a second?
Now don't go to the top of the mountain and holler new.
Yeah, and all men and goes, and all men and goes. You're saying you can't separate North Africans from their Eritrean cousins and shit and the Horn and all that shit. You can't separate them from them. They relate.
Yeah. The article I brought talked about that. They talked about the Horn because they coalesce with the Arab population.
Man, let Kanye go.
They coalesce with them because they both coalesce with the Arab population.
Let Kanye go.
The article that I had. So like all of that blurry, muddy shit don't make sense to me.
But Cory, it don't slow.
Let Kanye go, man.
It just don't make sense.
It don't slow the
blurry
because you really need a professor to explain this genetic information.
Go, man.
You don't have to. They made it clear. They make it pretty clear.
Can I just make an observation from the outside looking in?
Because a professor would know about that study and more.
Man. Hey man, let's just talk over him, Kanye, until they let you.
Okay, shut up, Thunder. Shut up.
I was finna talk over y'all. Yeah.
Anything you say, we're gonna do the opposite today. Anything you say, we're doing the opposite.
That's fine.
Because you guys are getting basic information.
All right, I'm gonna talk over y'all till y'all let Kanye talk, man.
All
right, go ahead.
Right off, you talk over somebody. You gonna
try
get kicked right off today.
Try it.
Right off. Kick you right off. I got the power.
Go ahead,
right
Kanye.
off, nigga.
Peace to everybody on the panel, man. I'm listening from the outside looking in. I'm not a geneticist or anything like that, but I'm listening to what y'all are presenting, and I'm trying to understand the logic behind it. And for me personally, from what y'all are saying, it sounds like y'all are siloing a lot of information, and the information that y'all are bringing out, y'all not using a topology to build that information into a model. It seems like you're getting information from said reports and you're using that without considering the information from the other reports that you had to build on to get to the point that we at.
Exactly what I was saying.
And and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's the Afrocentric in y'all that's doing that, or if it's
No. What you said it is. Say it again. You said what again?
What I'm saying is y'all are siloing information. Siloing information is mean getting information and keeping it compartmentalized so you don't allow that information to build a bigger model mentally and have something larger that you can see. And that sounds good, but give an example of where that's happening tonight.
Give us an example of what we did. When we said the Bulgarians, the Nubians, and the Upper Egyptians coalesced together genetically. So what kind of silo is that? I'm listening.
Yeah,
What does that mean, though?
So again, I'm not a geneticist, but I'm listening from my common sense that I have, right, based on what I understand to do. And that's cool. So, but what I'm saying is, like, it sounds like y'all have been saying that the Egyptians have a sub-Saharan gene flow that's original, and then if it morphed into something else, that would tell me.
Who said that, yo?
That's what the report says.
Can I ask a question?
I'm paraphrasing.
He can't even get his point out.
I'm simply
disagree with him after he make his point.
That's how religious people react. Go ahead.
Okay, then let him speak then.
So that's how niggas just love react. See?
No, I'm paraphrasing. No one said these exact words because I didn't like write them down or anything. I'm paraphrasing the argument that y'all are making. What I'm saying is that we all know that there was original E that went into Northeast Africa, that E changed and morphed into other things. Y'all have been arguing about the time that they morphed and when they morphed, was it the back migration or forward migration? But the thing that we cannot deny is that a mutation happened and it created something separate than what we have in Central and West Africa. These are two distinct gene pools.
That's not true. That's not true, though, Kyle.
And you disagree with Ngozi.
Qualifying that.
You disagree with Ngozi.
We got to.
Gozy not saying that. Gozy wouldn't make a scientific like that.
Gozy just said he's saying that though.
Nothing, you know.
And Gozy just said he's saying that though.
Nah, man, that man ain't mean that, dog. That man know that he
How you gonna tell him what he means?
You hilarious.
So now
one at a time, man. One at a time.
Religious person.
Cory, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, that's religious right there. Yeah.
That's religious.
So and Gozy didn't know what he was saying. That's what you're trying to tell him.
Nah, Gozy didn't mean that. He didn't mean anybody on the show. Let that man talk, don't cut him off.
So
he just said he agreed.
You up in the house.
So what I'm saying is what the brother is saying is that's my point. Those North Africans, we know Homo sapiens. Let me just say this.
You hear that, up?
Hold on, let me just say this. Homo sapiens developed in equatorial zones, sub-Saharan Africa, what's classified around Ethiopia or central eastern portions of Africa. Population split. We diversified. We have to understand the desertification. We have to understand the Holocene glacier period. This doesn't determine skin color, but we have to also understand a Tyrian culture that drifted off into North Africa 100,000 years ago, and they were isolated from a lot of the mutations that was accumulated and developed for population that remained south of the Sahara. For example, there's an article from 2021 that says the population that stayed in the Horn of Africa, you had a region of East Africans and population from South Africa that came back up before expanding out. Also, the population that we descend from is fragments of a ghost population, a Paleo-Saharan ancient North African component that drifted down, and old hunter-gatherers. So we have time to diversify to be different from one another. So the population in the North did develop into their own gene, their own sequence, and they would have been more close to populations outside of Africa. Now, I want to post something right quick. On that
let me ask you a quick question real quick while you posting that. When did the skin color mutations occur?
No, it's not. It's about gene flow. And
more,
you going skin deep. You going skin deep.
I'm talking about something completely different. I want to know when did the skin color?
You're throwing the conversation into a loop now.
It ain't never changed.
Actually, that's not true because he said in his dissertation that's not when skin color changed. Gozy just said that.
The population that back migrated into Africa that brought U6 in, who were like the Dazada population or Dazada population that was close to the people and those Anatolian farmers before they became farmers. They were dark skinned. They were Cro-Magnon people. They came back into Africa 23,000 years ago and mixed with the fragment population of Assyrians that were there. That's what formed Ibero-Maurusian. The skin color change you start to see. It happens first in Anatolia. It started to express itself. The allele started to arose 23,000 years ago. It expresses itself around 12,000 years ago, and it started to expand around 9,000 years ago. And it hits North Africa with certain Anatolian farmers that went through the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean, around 6,000 to 5,500 years ago. So it happened in phases with this lighter skin bearing when A11T happened. That's what the data say. Nina Jablonski, Tishkov. Also, not to mention light skin and dark skin both had a phase of history that mutated in Africa, especially the OPA2 mutation.
Can you see my screen, Ngozi?
Yes.
Are these the same people that's been there?
Those are Africans. Yes, those are Egyptians. Absolutely. I wanted to show something too as well.
Oh, go ahead.
This is lookership.
No, let me
but see, Smash got the question though. Smash
you pulled up a picture of Egyptians instead.
How come the ancient Egyptians aren't depicting themselves in the way that we see modern Egyptians being depicted? And how come modern Egyptians from the end of Egypt on
what you talking about? Hieroglyphs?
What you mean? What am I talking about?
Let's look at some hieroglyphs to see what color they
Let's
see what color they were, Doc.
Thunder, we was talking about the Greek accounts and the verbal descriptions. They wrote textual descriptions, not pictures.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's ambiguous. We got DNA now. We don't
ambiguous, dude, than what you see with your eyes. You think
your eyes can lie to you.
You just had to piece together. You just had to piece together 10
African American who looks
from different scholars in fields that you're not proficient in, but you think other people are quick.
You saying lookership? You saying lookership?
I'm talking about in culture. No, Cory, I was talking about in culture, not at pictures and shit. Like if DNA won't tell you that I switched tribes, it never will. You see, but you can see feathers on my head that let you know I went from being a Nubian to an Egyptian. That's all I'm saying.
This is why you need actual professors to explain stuff, because y'all reading these articles were written by
Man, go find a professor then, man, and bring him on the panel.
I don't even know what to say to that, man.
I've already
Yeah, bring him on, dog. Let him bring it down.
This is what me
speaking?
and Gullah, when we talk about the Horn of Africa, the Ethiopia, Somalia, and different things, it says it right here. That EM78 mutation, it says this shows the population movement from Egypt, Lower Nubia area to Somalia starting around 24,000 years ago. EM78 mutation that is present in East Africa occurred in Northeast Africa, not East Africa. And it occurred in the mixed Eurasian African population. The expansion was most likely from the Lower Nubia area and might explain the Somalis show some similarities to ancient Upper Egyptians via Badarians. As the ancestry comes from the same region and they less influence the later migration from the Arabia and West Africa. The haplogroups involve EM78, E1B1, M1, and M1A1. So here's the thing. The Somali population is always used because in some cases, they're categorized, at one point it was categorized as Caucasian, even though we know that those terms are outdated, but they do have 40% of their DNA that's mixed Eurasian North African that inserted back south with those Omotic populations that they slightly split from anyway. So that's what we mean. That's
Can I ask you a question?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Can I get in a word?
I really do.
Can I get in a word, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you saying that those people that you just described are distinctively different from the Nubians?
The Egyptian, what do you mean?
No, I am asking, are they distinctly different in appearance from the Nubians?
Yes, you can see it on the wall.
Yeah, man. You just saw it.
No.
Oh my God.
That is for Ankh.
Oh.
Well, Ankh ain't on the panel no more.
Right.
When the clarity get here, he ain't never on the panel.
Yeah, Ankh right, nigga, Ankh right here, nigga. I don't gotta say nothing. I know I beat your ass to death early. I don't gotta say nothing. They gonna sit down though.
Can I get in a word?
HGP, you yelling. HGP, I'm not gonna talk the same. HGP, I'm not gonna talk the same time you talk on my show. I'll put you the fuck off, yo. So make your mind up right now, nigga. Make your mind up. This ain't going through, show, nigga. Make your mind up right now. Do you want to have a conversation with me or fucking talk over me, yo? Because I'm not doing this, dog. That's fine. Okay, so then act like you can hear me talking, like I can clearly hear you talking. What is it that you want to ask me? Don't mix me up with Reggie. What you want to ask me, dog? I'm listening.
Ready? The question I wanted to ask you is Nakada. Were those the early Egyptians?
Is what?
The people in the middle region in Lower Egypt, in pre-dynasty, prehistoric Egypt. What do we call themselves? The Nakadians?
In
I don't know what the hell you talking about, yo. Nakada. Go ahead.
Are they the Egyptians?
So did you not hear what I read about that, bro? Yes or no?
No, I didn't hear. I just come on. I was at work and I come home now early. And I'm glad that you're on. Because
so I read an article from the Sudan, bro. You hear me? You hear me? All right? Yes. I read the article for the Sudan. I'm going to let you read the article for the Sudan. This is what it said. It said that they was ethnically damn near undistinguishable, bro. All right? That's what it said. It said the purge you do something, Nakada and Nubia of Egypt. That's what it said, yo. And the article was talking about Sudan. That's what it said, right? And no, come on. And that's
the article that where you know you flim flam. You know you flim flam.
Can I get in a word? Can I get in a word real quick?
And you still continue not to keep it real with me.
Okay, well I ain't gonna keep it real then, because I know you flim flammed out completely. So we ain't gotta listen to you niggas, because I'm showing source. So back again. Answer the question. I'm gonna answer with a source. And CPs, you're a very good reader. You're a very good reader. So here you go. So I want you to read this show, and you tell me that what we reading is either some bullshit or you just refuse to acknowledge what the fuck we read, right? Because I'm tired of playing these games. Everybody talking that shit, but ain't nobody sourcing the fuck up on what they saying. So here you go. Can you see it, CPs? You see this?
It's coming up. It hasn't just.
You better watch the road, boy.
I ain't driving. I'm stopped. I ain't that crazy.
Can I get in word after this?
Say it goes in at the red light, nigga.
Go ahead and talk, man. Whoever that is.
Right here, I ain't talk. I don't got to talk.
By the 8th millennium BC.
Yeah, let the man talk.
He gonna read. He finna read the
Go ahead,
source.
read. Go ahead, Stu Peace. Go ahead.
All right.
Read it to everybody.
No, bring it back down, please. By the 8th, by the 8th millennium BC, you're heading the way. Sedentary way of life. Mud brick villages were supplemented hunting the Nile with grain gathering and cattle herding. Neolithic people created cemeteries such as R12 during the 5th millennium BC. Migration from the dying Sahara brought Neolithic people into the Nile Valley along with agriculture. The population that resulted from the culture and genetic mixing developed a social hierarchy. Over the next centuries, which became the kingdom of Kush, with the capital at Karma at 1700 BC. Anthropologists and archaeologists' research indicate that during the pre-dynastic period, Nubia and Nagada, Upper Egypt, were ethnically and culturally nearly identical. And thus
ethnicity and culturally, yeah.
So that's my whole point. That answers your question.
No. You see, you're doing original.
The flim flam. It's the flim flam.
It's not the flim flam. Can I get in the word?
For a minute. Hold on, everybody. Hold on for a minute. Hold on, Stupid. How can a group of people be culturally and ethically similar and not be in contact with each other, bro? Think about what you're saying now, yo. They come out the Sahara together. Go ahead.
Okay. Ethnically and culturally together are not be the same.
No, how do they do that, yo?
According to you, it's not the same people. But all of this, what this person reading, what this person has written, when you add other things to it, it's not adding up. Example.
Okay, man.
No, please. I listen to you, please, and I read the thing. Please, just give me the respect at 30 seconds.
No, I'm saying, so what do you say about that, though? You ignoring that fact or what?
He trying to talk.
I agree with that. I can agree that they can be ethnically, culturally similar. But how is that culturally similar?
I know I'm asking you, how can you do that without being with each other, nigga?
Please.
God damn.
Let me finish talking.
Can I comment on that?
No. I don't comment yet. How can they be culturally similar when they develop two distinct language family? The Nubians spoke a different language family than the people in Egypt and Akkada. One spoke Afro-Asia.
Some of the first Egyptians spoke a Nilo-Saharan language. Would you like my source?
Why is y'all study cutting this brother?
What you call the first Egyptians?
Because he's wrong.
Who are the first Egyptians?
Some of the first Egyptians spoke a Nilo-Saharan language. Would you like my sources?
You're talking. Who were the first?
Okay. So you don't want to learn, do you?
No. I'm asking you a question. Who were the first early Egyptians? Were the Akkadians? Were the Akkadians?
No.
Where were they from? Where on the Nile can you find them?
The earliest fossils are found in Egypt, and they are 55 to 85,000 years old at a site called Tamrasa Hill.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, can I introduce one word? I just want to introduce one word to the conversation.
This is the
1 second, bro.
You
give me 1 second.
Go ahead, Kai.
Let me finish. Please, let me finish.
Go ahead, Stu Peas. Let's Stu Peas.
We are talking about Egypt, a place that exists, call it 8,000 years ago. This dude went to 55,000 years to talk about somewhere 8,000 years ago. You understand?
Get to your point.
My point is, when you go and read down this stuff, and up with me. Come up with me, man.
No, you're not getting what he's saying.
Were the Egyptians 55,000 years ago?
You messed that up.
Were the Egyptians 55,000 years ago? People throwing out numbers out there. Were the Egyptians 55,000 years ago?
ACP.
Were there Egyptians 55,000 years ago?
Okay, you won, CP. So you do know what language they speaking, though, right? You do get that part, correct? Because you said it, right?
When they became Egyptians, this language they spoke.
No, I'm saying you agree. You said they spoke a different language, right? Right?
A different language family, yeah?
Okay, so you do know that language comes from the foothills of Ethiopia. Can we at least agree to that?
I will not agree with that.
Afro-Asiatic came from
No.
It
Below
comes
the
from
Sahara.
the hill country of Ethiopia, yo.
That's no.
And we know because you got
No.
words in it like donkey. It's only indigenous to Africa, dog. Okay, so then you want me? Hold on for a minute. Oh, I'm not saying. Listen, stupid. I'm saying, relax. So this is what I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to find a source, and I want you to tell us where the 6 families come from. 5 of them are indigenous to Africa, and 1 is Semitic in Asia. And I hope you know this, bro. So you trying to say that Asian speakers brought in Afro-Asiatic, yo?
He's not finna go on no wild goose chase.
That's not a wild goose chase, yo.
He didn't claim they was Asian.
Hold on, yo. Hold on. HCP is not a wild goose chase, bro.
You just switched up. You switched it though.
I'm not doing another wild goose chase. You're not the Reggie. You know that. No.
HCPs, I'm not switching anything, bro. I just want you to know, right, that they speak a language that comes from the foothills of Ethiopia. Just so you know, why you trying to figure out who the Egyptians is?
Why you decided that
language?
So the
Think about what
Egyptians
you're saying, bro.
No, you're full of that now. The Egyptians
I'm trying to tell you, you're not gonna. Hey, yo,
are you saying that the Egyptians came from?
You're not gonna be able to separate Egyptian culture from Africa, and specifically from people that you think, you know what I'm saying, is Southern Africa. You ain't gonna be able to separate that, yo.
Hey, Smash.
Can I say something right quick? Y'all don't mind?
Yeah.
All right. So one thing that we missing out on is the principle of gradiency, right? And we got to understand that civilizations and people who live next to each other will be similar compared to one another. But as you expand from a centralized point, those similarities are going to decrease rapidly as far out as you go. So if you compare somebody from West Africa to somebody who is in India, the people in India, the people who are in the Levant may have similar cultures, similar beliefs, similar phenology, whatever, phenotypical characteristics. And this people who are in Egypt may have the same thing with the people who are in Nubia, and the people in Nubia may have the same thing with the people who are in sub-Saharan Africa. Then the people who are in sub-Saharan Africa may have the same thing with the people who are in South Africa, because this is how gradients works. This is how evolution works. You don't necessarily see things evolve with sudden changes. You see gradual changes. And then when you take a step back from these things and observe them without having the opportunity or without looking at them side by side, then you can see those changes. And I think
that might be evolution, but that ain't true for culture.
Yes, it is, bro.
Hey, Smash, let me ask you a question.
I can give you examples where that's not true for culture.
Hey, Smash, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
No, let him answer this on culture. He said that you can't see the gradient in culture. Go ahead, Smash.
I said we could give examples. I said that might be true with DNA, but it's not necessarily true. You could have cultures that are close together that vary drastically just by the cross of a line. You know what I'm saying?
Can you give an example?
Yeah, I will go into the Garamanti culture as in opposed to Egyptian cultures. The Garamantes rode horses, and they was right on the border. They was in Libya. They rode horses, and they was small people who hunted in a different way than the Egyptians. They had a bunch of different cultures. There was no gradation between their culture and the Egyptians. So I do understand what you're saying.
The Egyptians definitely had chariots, though, bro. They just used it in a different way.
I didn't say chariots. I said the Garamantes rode horses.
Now I know what you said. I'm just saying that, like, what you were saying, you're picking out a particular example, and that example doesn't.
And where did the Garamantes
translate over?
Where did the Garamantes get their writing system from?
I'm just trying to get. I don't know, but I just.
The Garamantes did have chariots at one period, but that was because they were trained with the Carthaginians and shit.
And I think that they are two different cultures at two different time periods.
No, they were there while Egyptian culture was there. You know, Egyptian culture lasts throughout history. I mean,
so where did the Garamantes get their writing system from?
I couldn't tell you where they
the
got
Egyptians.
It from, but you got to look. What we're talking about is whether we can find instances where gradation did not occur. I'm not saying that there's not something they didn't get. They was right next to each other. But when we compare those two cultures, we can't see phases to where it eased into that, so to speak. And that was just one example, but I said we can only give examples. It doesn't falsify your overall point, basically, bro.
Hey, Smash, let me ask you a question. Hey, who it is right here in the front right here?
To the front, you mean to the left?
To the right.
To the right.
Here we go with the lookership.
Just relax. Who is that right there?
To the most right on my TV screen, I think that's a representation of the Egyptians.
All right, who is this right here?
Let me try to turn my phone to the side.
No problem.
And so so basically, look, the two darker ones, the one starting from the right.
Okay,
you got the right. Egyptians, and then the darkest one in the not him, but that is the Nubians. Now the other two are either going to be Amu and Libu, and I think are the Libyans, and I think the Libyans are the Timahu are the ones you find in the last final position.
Right.
But you got a facsimile from, I think that's from Lepsis, and that's not really how they look on the wall. They kind of lightened them up in that picture.
All right, cool. Is this one?
Oh, that's even a worse one. Look at one that looked like a wall. Look at one that looked like a wall.
All right, let's do this one. Let's do the what is that? The judge machine, right? So who is all these people right here?
I can whip you something better than
They're just different individuals, but what is the point? That might be Ani if that's the papyrus of Ani.
No. But these
what's the point?
That's the Egyptian right there, right?
Relax, man. Yes, he's an Egyptian.
Hey, where you at, man?
Now, what about this cat up here?
More lookership.
Now,
According to the expert, these types of scenes are symbolic, bro.
I got you, man. But hey, who is this right here?
For a minute.
It's a deity.
Hey, ungoogle yourself. We're going to go to a primary right here. Hey, Smash, you know this primary, right?
I can't see your screen yet.
Hold on. Hey, yo, unshare your screen, bro. All right, Smash. You see that, right, Smash?
Where's the conversation going here, though?
Hold on. Do you see that, Smash?
All over the place.
I do see it, but
it's right where it's supposed to be.
You can't see it, Smash?
Yeah, I see it, but that is a reproduction too. But yeah, I see it.
No. I got the primary, but they brushed me. I want to show people that you got Egyptians the same complexion as the Nubians. You got dark Egyptians. You got dark. It's all in the game right here.
Hey, who?
Just for the record, yo.
Who at the bottom down there? Smash.
He's gone.
Who at the very bottom?
He acknowledged his point.
All right, cool. What about that second row? What about the second
distinction
row?
though between the people at the bottom and the people at the top?
Y'all try to talk past. All right, I got you. Hey, what about the second one right there? Yeah, I got you. What about that second one right there?
Yo, you don't see them Nubians brown.
I see the Nubians, right? What? Okay, those are Nubians. Okay. So you saying those are Nubians, right? Those are Nubians. Hold on, we got the Egyptians. Hey, Cory. Hey, we got the Egyptians. Cory, we got the Egyptians, right? We know who them is. Now, what about
them? You gonna keep saying that, Thunder, yo?
Okay, fine. I ain't gonna say it no more. Now, that second row. What's on that second row right there?
Same complexion as some of them Nubians right there.
I got you. What's on the second row?
No.
Hey, Thunder. Some of them people on there ain't even the same type of Nubians. Them different type of Nubians on there.
No problem. I ain't got no problem with that. But we know who the Egyptians are. Who on the second row? That's all I'm asking you.
Thunder, you just lost right here.
Tell me who on the second row right there. Who's on the second and third row?
The bottom registry, Thunder, are Egyptians, and they clearly have the same brown complexion as some Nubian man.
Who on the second row?
Hey, Thunder, Thunder, go up to the top. Go up to the top row. Look at the front. Look at how the press look.
Okay, hey, go to the top row.
The press look different. The press look different than all other niggas.
No problem.
Him and his officials look a little different.
Now.
Yo, you don't even know which one of these Egyptians
is, yo. Who on the top? Who on that top row right there?
I could tell you.
Okay, tell me who on the top row.
Then the priest in the front, that's the prince. That's the prince in the front right there. And the priest bowing down.
Only difference is the dress for real in the hair.
Hey, Smash, tell me who on that top row right there. Then.
They got different phenotypes too. They got different.
Hey, scroll to the right. Scroll to the left, man.
The least dude look like they got a little bit more.
Scroll to the left.
Hold on, though, because Ankh, this version you got don't even got the Nubians as light as they really are. They lighter than this on the primary.
That's what you want to use, right? So let's use that one.
This works. This works fine. But if you look at the primary, this chick is really light skinned. Like
that's
fine.
That's fine. Hey, go to the left. Well, let me.
Are we all
hey,
seeing the same thing?
What's the name of that? What's the name of that thing he got
Go
right
back
there?
and look at the other officials. Them dudes in the front, they priests.
Yeah, I don't know what. Okay, he always disappears. Hey,
What's
the name of that? What's the name of that one right there? Smash. What's the name of that?
Let me say this, y'all.
That one right there. What's the name of that?
Y'all taking the conversation all over the place.
No, we're not.
But the thing is, we can show the same phenotypes and populations that's supposed to be Egyptian.
Hey, Cory, let me tell you my point. So we know who the Egyptians are, and we know who the Nubians are. It's a clear distinction, right? Would you agree with that, Cory?
No. Yeah, it's a clear distinction to me. Yeah.
Smash. You don't agree that it's a clear distinction?
It don't got nothing to do with
because them people that's bowed down look different than that person that's standing up. That person that's standing up could pass for an Egyptian.
Yeah, that's the point he's trying to make. And she is the great daughter. If y'all look next to her
even
name,
if you look at the people behind her, they don't look like the same.
When you get into that,
he stops sharing.
Or they don't look like the same people. They got the next one. It's in the back.
Thunder. Don't go down the rabbit hole.
We're talking about hella different time periods. Is all I'm saying. So when we clump them all up, sometimes cats be right if they would say what time period they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So that's our fault. Like at the time period, this is the 18th dynasty, Tutankhamun. You feel me? And so at this time period, the relationship with Nubia was different. And they're showing that it could have been hella mixture that took place by that time. To where now we got Nubians or some represented as light-skinned, just like the Egyptians. But yeah, there's also always a distinction made between Nubians and Egyptian, because all of the texts we get represent the political view, which is not the everyday view, just like right now in America. You know, we make distinctions talking about this border wall and shit, but I go outside, half my community Mexican. I'm just keeping it a buck. So if people found the political view of America, they'd be like, wasn't no Mexicans because look at it. They wanted a wall.
Smash. Would you confuse a Mexican for a European right now?
That's a false equivalency.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Those are false equivalency. Don't get mad.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You compare a Mexican and somebody else to an Egyptian and a Nubian.
Hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Thunder. Sometimes you can, because some of the Mexicans still got look like Spaniards and shit. Some of them don't got the Native Americans.
It's a lot of confusion. Yeah. I'm sure y'all can bring up so much confusion and stuff. But Smash, listen. Let me tell you what I think about what you said. Right? You said it's Mexicans in your community. When you go outside, it's a whole lot of Mexicans in your community, right? But let me tell you what
political view. Just remember that.
Let me tell you, yeah, you made a good example, right? And I appreciate it. And let me tell you though, the population in the United States, white people make up the general population in the United States. They make up over 70% of the population. So I'm just saying, when you talk about things like that, right, we can give you those things, right? But I'm talking about the overall general population. I'm not talking about some minority group. See, it always gets blurry, and we always got to bring in all these blurry things, right? It's what we talking about, and I'm talking about Egypt. And y'all going back 55,000 years and all this crazy. It makes no sense to me, right? When we're talking about Egypt, we talking about them goddamn pyramids. We talking about them motherfucking temples. We talking about them goddamn sarcophaguses. We talking about them drawings. We talking about that writing. We talking about the military dominance. We talking about Egypt.
So I feel you. I hear what you're saying. But let me just respond to that.
Police was Nubian. Slaves was Nubian. Damn near half the pharaohs.
I know y'all ready to put the confusion in there. I know, but wait, I'm giving y'all a chance. Y'all can sprinkle all the confusion y'all want, right? But what I talked to Ankh about is who the Egyptians were.
Mm-hmm.
Who the Egyptians were. That's what I talked about. That's what I talked about.
People.
That's what I talked to Ankh about today, right? Who were the Egyptians?
With the Mesopotamians.
Well, that's
they
easy
say,
to
and you know who they say they are? They say they Near Eastern motherfuckers.
Well,
they say they
so.
Levantian.
No.
They say they Levantian Mediterranean niggas.
Who is they? Who is
That's
they?
what
Pull
they
up
say.
who is they? Pull up a source.
That's what they say. I already pulled up the source. I already did it already.
All right,
I already did it already, and y'all in denial about it.
Based off of 3 samples they found in the colonial town.
Y'all start talking to me about Nubia, and y'all in denial about it.
So
and
that's
the
the
bottom
line.
line,
Let me
right?
let you know what's going on.
Those samples are not representative of the whole Egypt, bro.
Well, we was going
They're
back
not
and forth.
saying what you want them to say.
I thought
Yeah, they
we
say
was
they just
gonna
share.
have-
They say they just share affinities. They ain't all the same people. Even them
But
people,
I'm
they just share
saying,
affinities with each other. They
Gullah?
related.
Okay, my bad. I didn't know that was Gullah. My bad. I was wondering though. I thought me and Cory was doing a little back and forth, but I didn't know that was you, Gullah. Yeah, no, because
we can
clear up. No, I was trying to clear up the
I'm just saying.
misunderstanding. No, I was trying to. It was a misunderstanding. You about to go again because what the
Go ahead.
misunderstanding?
My bad. Go ahead.
The misunderstanding was why I mentioned the Mexicans. I mentioned it and to say that the political view of the Egyptians at that time was negative towards Nubians. The same way the political view of America right now is negative towards Mexicans. So if somebody dug up our political view 1,000 years later, they would think I wouldn't see all Mexicans outside because of the political view. That's what I was saying. So that's why I was like, maybe I didn't explain that right, or maybe you didn't get me. It's synonymous. If I go outside, I see nothing but Mexicans because the political view doesn't reflect the actual everyday living view. And it was the same way in Egypt. The fact that they was like, we hate the Nubians and all this was considered the political view. But when they went outside, they seen Nubians all over the place too. That's all I was saying.
There's a clear distinction between Egyptians and Nubians. We know it on the artwork. Y'all even saying it right now. And I'm confused on what
they two
the
different.
hell are we talking about?
Yeah, there's a clear distinction. I don't disagree with that. That's why we know. That's why we call one Nubians and one Egyptians. But let's be clear: the fact that I can't get nobody to speak towards Nubia ain't a state. It never was. It was simply a region, and that region is within the borders of Egypt.
That's
the majority of that region. See, when you try to call the Sudan Nubia, we starting to mess that up because in ancient times that was really Kush. So where was Kush?
Can I ask you a question? Then
Yes,
how come when you read, they're saying that certain people were trading with the Nubians. If you're trading with the Nubians and they're within your border, would you use that sentence?
Yes, you definitely would. That you definitely would because
if you're
look,
within your border, no. Listen,
you asked the question. You asked me.
Let me clarify.
Let me answer. Yes, you definitely would. First, since Nubia was a region, it was gold in it. So every Nubian didn't have gold, but the Nubians that lived closer to the gold deposits or repository would be the ones that you would be trading with. Just like every black person ain't got no whatever. I don't have to give an analogy.
So the Nubians who lived outside of Egypt would have to go.
There were Nubians that also lived outside of Nubia.
Any distinction you can find between Nubians and Egyptians, they're still in the same cultural
You had,
complex, bro.
and then too, you had different type of Nubians, and you had certain Nubians like the Cushitic speaking Nubians who would be closer related to the northern Egyptian, Egyptian people.
So what you saying,
just
Gullah? Is the Egyptians Nubians or what?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, that's clear. That's all I want to know. I don't want everything else. I just
no. Let me finish. See, y'all cut off people points. Y'all cut off people points in the middle of a talk. We don't get to finish our whole viewpoint. Like that's crazy. But anyway, I was saying was this: like certain Nubians are more related to Egyptians than other Nubians are. You know what I'm saying? Like you got certain Nubians that's Nilo-Saharan. You know what I'm saying? You got the Cushitic groups who Afro-Asiatic, who obviously, you know what I'm saying, or related to the, you know what I'm saying, people are further north, because all of them are Afro-Asiatic groups. Some of them just have a little bit more back migrated Eurasian, you know what I'm saying, in them than others do, but more recent back migrations. But you know what I'm saying, in certain regions in that middle now, you know, it's a lot of them groups mixed up and shit and made different hibernated groups. That's why they like the water murky a lot in those areas.
Okay, now are there Nubians in the borders of modern day Egypt right now?
Yes.
Yep.
Around
Yeah, it
Elephant
is.
and
And they be
Aswan.
getting
Hold on.
flooded out too.
Yeah, around now.
You got
Can we
Coptic,
look-
you got Coptic people up in there too that migrated over there too.
All right, I'm sticking with the Nubians, right? The ones that live within the borders of Egypt. Let's stick with them.
Yep.
All right.
Stick
Now
with
that's
them,
now that's the modern borders of Egypt, right?
But the Ankh ones too. Let's keep it clear.
All right,
Because the
so
first cataract. Remember the first cataract. So that's gonna be the border.
Right. So well that comes with creating the empire. You take more land. The fact that you call those people Nubians and they had a distinct culture and language mean that you push your Egyptian border into their land.
Nah. You want to know why? Because you got to remember, we starting when nothing was there first. So
It wasn't no Nubia there at first. You just had Nakata. You had Nakata populations. You had A groups. That's it.
I see what Cory's saying now. I see what Cory's saying now.
No, look, let me just explain. But it wasn't no nation state, blood. It wasn't nothing but gold. And so that's an area where people know where you
was always existed.
Hold on.
Wait. What we're talking about? What time period are we talking about?
It actually ain't.
Let's say 30.
It's what you've been saying, but go ahead.
Let's get clarity. Hold on. Hey, chill out, SPP. Sis, chill out, SPPs. Let's get clarity. All right. Now, the Nubians, right, in the Nubian village right now.
Let Chef walk, y'all. Let him walk.
They don't speak. Are they a continuation of the Nubians from ancient time, or they a different type of Nubian?
Bruh, Nubians got like so many different tribes that would be hard to say.
I'm talking about the ones that live within the borders of Egypt right now, and what we call it.
Them Nilo-Saharians that
they speak a Nilo. I watch videos
They couldn't possibly be exactly the same people.
Oh my God. So all right, so now they not even the same people.
Okay, how could they be possibly the exact same people? And
not even a real term. Chef talking about are Nilo-Saharians. They Eastern Sudanic speakers.
Right. They're not even Afro-Asiatic speakers.
But they end up but by them being up there so north, like by them like comparing them to their Dinka and Nora cousins in the deeper south from other Nilo-Saharians, they have more Cushitic and more Afro-Asiatic ag mixture in them than any other group. You know what I'm saying? Out of those Nilo-Saharian groups. You know
I'm not comparing them to no Dinkas or none of that. I'm not even going down.
But that's their cousins. That's their cousins.
Right,
though,
but I'm staying right, Gullah. I'm staying right in Egypt where y'all want to be at. Yes. I'm staying right in Egypt. I ain't going down to the Dinka. None of that. I'm saying within the modern day borders of Egypt, we have Nubians present there, and they say that they're the descendants of the ancient Nubians that was in that land. Y'all saying that they not. Like
nobody say that.
Keep going.
Right. So they have a cultural continuity. When people go to Egypt, they say they make sure they go to the goddamn Nubian village because they get that ancient culture of the Nubians that exists. All of that. They get the language, they get the culture, boom, boom, boom. And these people say they're connected to the Nubians that live in the Sudan.
Okay, so
they say that. We can pull up video.
The Eastern Sudanese groups migrated up there at a certain point in time. Like the A group and the C groups, those are Afro-Asiatic speakers.
Keep walking, Chef.
Y'all.
Keep on walking now. Keep walking, Chef. Come on.
Look it up. Look it up, Chef.
All
Fry.
right,
Just
bro.
look up Nubia. Just look up Nubia on
No,
Wikipedia and break it
we
down.
agree with you, bro. But keep walking, Chef.
Over the place.
The people in Lower Nubia didn't speak Nilo's Heron at first. They did when Nilo's Heron took over that region. When the Kermites took over. You know what I'm saying? But earlier, the A groups and the C groups spoke Afro-Asiatic language.
Hey,
Okay,
Chef,
so
keep walking, man. Please.
all right, so he's saying that the reason why these Egyptian Nubians speak that is because when the Kerma culture took over, they forced that language on them. But wasn't the Kerma culture of Egyptians that took over in the 700s?
Dominant, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but wasn't they Egyptianized Nubians, and they come from northern Nubia? I mean, northern Sudan, Pianki, and all of them.
Yeah, but they was mixed up with C group.
No, they didn't come. They didn't come from as far south as Merowe.
Nevada, where they came from?
They retreated down to Merowe when they got ousted.
You want to know where they really came from? Where Sahara came from, Tarseti. That's where he said he was at, and this is
right. And that's northern Sudan, Lower Egypt.
But that is really South Egypt.
Right. I said northern Sudan.
It was Upper Egypt.
Yeah, I'm with that. See, I'm not running away from Nubia being in Egypt. I'm saying that they was then and they is now separate. Just because they in the modern borders of they speak a whole different language. They got a different culture. Hold on, Texas and California is now the borders of the United States. They moved over and took over that. But the people in the southern part of California and the southern part of Texas and Arizona still share their cultural affinities with the people of Mexico. That didn't change just because the border changed.
So what's the disagreement right now?
The disagreement is that y'all making it.
No, I'm saying that I don't disagree with you on that. All I'm saying is, they spoke different languages, everything. Like what I'm trying to see that don't mean, look.
Then that mean that they different people. That's the point.
No. That's the point where we messing up. Like, look, you gotta remember this. Let's remember this. Nubia is in between the Cushites and the Egyptians. So they got two different cultural influences on the people of Tarseti, which became the first area or the first nome of Egypt. They do got two different cultural influences. And so since I think Gullah said they spoke a language that was more closer to people to the south of them, that don't got nothing to do with their genetics got to be so far apart just because they succumb to the cultural, because it was more culture to the south before it was culture to the north. So a newer language developed in the north, that wouldn't take away nothing. For instance, the Mexicans who speak, and we got to keep doing this, the Mexicans who speak English in South LA, just like you was talking about, don't mean they ain't genetically related to the ones who speak Spanish.
Right. Now, Ankh hates that. Ankh hates that analogy. He hates the analogy because we have a border with another country that speak a different language right here in the United States. Like, so we can, and Smash lives right there. So he definitely can tell you, yo, the closer you get to the border, the culture it starts to change. It starts to look more Mexican. The street signs all got Spanish names, and you go into the stores, and they got a whole menu in Spanish, and you think the people are bilingual, and then some people don't speak no English.
All right, how about this, Chef?
And that was my point earlier when I was trying to tell he's arguing from a border. He taking me down to the border, and then he trying to argue with me down at the damn border. It don't make sense to me.
And I would never call those people not Mexican, even though they have American citizenship. These people still, because they in the borders of America, of the United States, they still say, nigga, I'm Mexican. They rep that shit.
Yeah.
They rep that. The Nubians still say that they Nubians, even though they were in the borders of Egypt. Huh?
You can't tell them that they're not American either.
And you can't tell them they're not American either. No, of course they're going to take the benefits from America. Of course they're going to take the, you know what I mean?
You wouldn't tell a Nubian
you can't assume that every, I ain't even going to frame it that way, but you can't assume that everybody that come in here is only coming strictly for benefits. You know what I'm saying? And
yes, you could.
Yeah, now the conversation's going someplace else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
what would be the point of migrating out of your country into another country? It's for benefits. It has to be an advantage there.
It could be safety or stability, but
the way that you phrased it made it very specific, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna stay right there. I don't think you can move me off of that. Let's go to the next point.
Yeah, benefit. They benefited.
But so let me say this: when you see the Nubians, they got a feather in their head. That is a cultural difference. That's what they talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? The Nubians always is represented with a leopard skin. These are particular Egyptians ain't gonna rock that unless they're a priest. And so here we have the cultural differences and the ethnic differences we're talking about, but not the genetic differences as been established by Gozi and other people who said the sub-Saharan component was right there since ancient times.
No, they didn't say the sub-Saharan component in Egypt or down at the border.
Read a document that said 23,000 BC.
What you said?
They said 23,000 BC. What you said, bro?
He read a document that has showed that how the sub-Saharan component had moved over northeast Africa.
Yeah, in Gozi. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all don't remember that? He just.
I was asking for the year. You said 23,000 BC, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I was asking, bro. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, 23,000 BC.
Yeah, but this is
way that Egypt don't even exist at that time.
That was Stu Pease was saying.
And the kicker to all of that is like we already know, because this is the place that the sub-Saharan Africans mixed with the Neanderthals. This is where you have a mud one skull in the caves in Israel. This is where the mixing happened when they were leaving out of Africa, the other humanoid species. So like we have to admit that and have to acknowledge that there was some mixing that going on that happened right there that created a different subgroup, because we was in West Africa. And we was mixing with the ghost ancestor. This is why 99 percent of West Africans have a ghost ancestor gene, and we don't have that same pattern. And like I think that's the root of it. Like we're talking about something that, like, yes, they were sub-Saharan African 30,000 years ago, but like how far back we got to go?
No, that was sub-Saharan Africa even at 3100 BC. Like, who's ignoring the document called The Cultural Entanglement by Maria Gatto, where I just went through all the information. Pardon me?
I think DNA is kind of messing up the conversation as far as how people are understanding how populations work and identity works.
No, DNA speaks to populations. That's exactly what DNA
doesn't speak to identity.
No, it speaks to populations.
It doesn't speak, but it doesn't speak to how populations.
But you said population.
You cut me off before I finished. That's why you didn't catch that last part.
So the modern population of Egyptians. Let's go back to the mummies. All right, I don't mean to jump around. All right, the modern population of the Egyptians, when they sequence the mummies, right? They had to reference it to the population that's there now. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you're wrong. They didn't sequence the mummies reference to the populations. Now they got 90 mummies, all from Lower Egypt.
And only 3 were they able to extract.
No, that's not.
Okay, so hold on, Cory. I got him.
Go ahead.
Let's say that y'all absolutely right. So when they talk about the modern population of Egyptians is 68 to damn near 70% indigenous, right? And has a cultural continuity, a genetic continuity with the ancient Egyptians. How did they determine this? If what y'all saying is right, how did they determine this? They had to use the modern population.
Well, that's what that we didn't say they didn't use the modern population. We're saying the ancients that they compared it to all came from one region. That's what we saying. You see what I mean? All of the mummies, they didn't get none of the mummies.
No, they got from different North African regions too. See that this is the thing, right? They understand the whole North African component, and it's a gene pool, and they talked about it in the article that I read earlier, right?
I read from that article,
who they have affinities with, right? They have affinities with the Levant and the Mesopotamia.
So what does it do? What does it do, right? When we about to pull up this article, now when we read it, right? When it says that the modern population of Egyptians, right? They're talking, are y'all saying that they're just talking about North Egyptians or people in the Delta? Are y'all, or Egyptians, period? Because I'm trying to get clarity.
We're telling you that the scholars, and I can point to videos you can watch right now, saying that the data is misrepresented, because they're going to tell you that the modern Egyptians this, but their sample survey isn't of the complete modern Egyptians. It's only from people of Lower Egypt or in the Delta area.
Now I don't agree. I halfway agree with your statement, but they don't have no ancient DNA from people of West Africa. But when they do their DNA and everything, they can tell that those people been there for how long. So I'm sure they're using the same shit to talk about North Africans and Egyptians.
But they're not. And I'm gonna go share my screen. I'm gonna share my screen so you can hear PhDs talk about this, so you won't think it's me making it up. They say it's a biased survey because basically they took them from certain time periods. Some of them was even Ptolemaic. So imagine if you take a Ptolemaic mummy and you do the DNA on it, and then you tell everybody the Egyptians had this European component.
Right, but what about the Egyptians that's living now? The people that they sequence now, and saying who those people are. Like, how did fuck the mummies? All right, y'all got me on the mummies. The mummies are just Greeks, and whatever y'all say.
It still doesn't mean nothing. They don't got no ancient samples.
But I'm saying how do they determine that the modern population
Nobody's saying that the ancient Egyptian population was replaced. So that's a non-argument.
All right, so if the modern population, right, if it doesn't tell who the ancient population is, then
I just told you they got it from one city in 3 mummies.
Can I make a comment?
I said take the DNA, the mummy shit out of it. You saying that they only need mummies to tell if a people been there? Are y'all serious?
I'm telling you, what are they comparing that with?
They saying it's a small sample, Chef.
Y'all got it, yo.
Hey, listen.
I can't repeat myself again.
Listen, this is what it says here. This is the article that I brought up earlier. It says researchers found genetic continuity spanned the New Kingdom and Roman times, with the amount of sub-Saharan ancestry increasing substantially about 700 years ago for unclear reasons. There is no detectable change for those 1,800 years of Egyptian history. Okay? And this is the whole project that they did.
If you go to the bottom of that, they're gonna say that they don't have enough.
No, that's a different article. Let
them have it, yo. It's not enough. It's not enough.
It's actually the same article.
I know what he's talking about.
It's actually the same.
No, this is I'm in the bottom of it. I'm in the bottom of the article. I'm in the bottom of the article. You're talking about a different article, and I'm not saying I don't know what he's talking about. I'm saying he's just talking about a different article. And that's what they want to keep honing in on. Yeah, right? But
ain't nobody saying that the Egyptians are not African at this point.
Right.
That's the whole point. If y'all major win is that the Egyptians are African, why can't y'all stop there, yo? Because y'all really saying that they're black.
Why you saying yo? No, why you saying yo though?
Listen.
You involved.
Listen. I'm trying to read this. It says modern Egyptians. It says modern Egyptians, direct descendants. Modern Egyptians, direct descendants of the ancient Egyptians, right? That's the question, right? You see what I'm saying? And it clearly come down and it talks about the genome shows, unlike modern Egyptians, ancient Egyptians had little to no genetic kinship with sub-Saharan populations.
Can I comment on that?
No, I'm not done reading. I'm in the middle of the sentence. Some of which, like ancient Ethiopians, were known to have had significant interactions with Egypt. Right? That's the little to know. It says the closest genetic ties were to the people of the ancient Near East, spanning parts of Iraq, Turkey, as well as Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Egypt, listen very closely, because this is all I'm saying. This is all I'm fucking saying. And it makes no sense that y'all get to the top of the mountain and holler Nubia after I say this shit. It makes no fucking sense. It's religious to me at this point.
You ain't seen enough scholarship.
Egypt, shut the fuck up. Egypt,
like that.
Okay, no, my bad. I'm bullshit. But listen, don't get in your feelings. Don't get in your feelings. Egypt, located in North Africa, at the crossroads of continents.
You tell me to shut the fuck up, though, Cory.
Yo, they move past it.
Move past that.
Move
past that shit. We're not doing that, though.
Listen. Now, I'm gonna say shut the fuck up again. I'm gonna say shut the fuck up.
Because you mean that shit, nigga.
I'm gonna say shut the fuck up and be talking to you.
That ain't gonna help. Calm down, y'all.
So listen.
Hey, Chef.
I already squashed it with the man already, and here you go jumping out of nowhere on some bullshit.
I don't like your tone.
On some bullshit.
You don't like what he reads.
It's up. It's on bullshit, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the dishonesty. It says Egypt, located North Africa at the crossroads of continents in the ancient Mediterranean world. For millennia, boasts one of the most advanced civilizations in antiquity, known for its military might. Wondrous, this is who I'm talking about. The architecture, including the massive pyramids and imposing temples, the art, the hieroglyphics, and the pantheon of deities. I'm not talking about all that bullshit y'all talking about. You see what I'm saying? I ain't talking about all that the crazy shit y'all bringing up. It makes no sense to me.
Can I respond?
Yes.
One thing
I don't need
that's
no
problematic is you're not reading from the actual article. You're reading from a publication written by some news people, right? And so the publication written by news people will say they had no sub-Saharan African ancestry. But then when you open up the actual publication and you read the publication, it says this, and I will quote, "We use two methods to estimate the fractions of sub-Saharan African ancestry in ancient and modern Egyptians. Both QP admin and the F4 ratio test reveal that modern Egyptians inherit 8% more ancestry from African ancestors than the three Egyptians do." And then it go on to say, absolute estimates of African ancestry using two methods in the three ancient individuals range from 6 to 15%. And in the modern samples, 14 to 21%. So they're not saying they didn't have sub-Saharan ancestry. And everybody that quotes this study says, the study says they didn't have sub-Saharan ancestry. But then when you sit down and read it, it said, no, it was 6 to 15%. So don't read news articles. You have to read the direct source. No, that was the ancient mummies, 6 to 15%, and then the modern people had 14.
Hey, brother,
Is the news article lying? Yes, the news article is lying because the news article is not written by the scientists.
I want you to think about what you just said and how it kills your entire argument, right? Because what you are saying, because me, and we are sub-Saharan African. It is saying that those people in Northeast Africa maintain between 6 and 12% of their sub-Saharan. That means that they're 80 to 95% something else, bro. What's wrong
I'm
with
not
y'all?
arguing they not. That's not what I said. I said
No.
people use this. No, let me repeat it. People use this study to say the mummies had zero African ancestry.
Ain't nobody
When you look at the study,
say that, bro.
everybody been saying that. That's why they
ain't
bring the
nobody
study
in
out.
this chat saying that, bro.
Come on,
They had
man.
100% African ancestry.
Who
They
the
had
hell would say
100%.
that?
QP said they had 100%
That's what it says in the article.
Bro,
Who
we
got up here and said
understand that
they have
all
no
humans come from sub-Saharan Africa, bro. We understand that they migrated out of Africa, they mutated, turned into other shit. Everybody on here understands that. That's
Somebody was
basic,
just
bro.
on the thing
No, they
maybe
were
30
not,
minutes
bro.
ago that
No, they
said they
were
had
not.
0%
No, they were not.
absolutely no affinity to Africa. Who was that?
Nobody has never said that on this chat, bro.
Bro, man.
Hold on, everybody. Pause.
Nobody has said that ever today. We're like, what are you talking about? You have been arguing with yourself the whole night, bro. It's frustrating. All you do is jump in, interject, and throw out random ass points that have nothing to do with the conversation.
You know what it is
no,
the things that you don't think are important.
Is that you have Egyptomania. You have a strong case of mania. You believe you're Egyptian, don't you?
No, I don't. That's a straw man.
So
that's a straw man.
Okay, so why are you fighting for something that your articles that you posting says different from?
I'm not fighting for anything.
Because everybody on here, bro, you gotta listen for a second. Everybody on here is saying the same thing, man.
They not.
Yes, they are.
Somebody is saying that what happened
we are
in
saying
Nubia.
the same thing that's in that article, bro. We're saying that people came from sub-Saharan Africa, went to Northeast Africa, they mutated, they changed, they mingled, they did all this stuff, and they became a separate ethnic group than what we as West and Central Africans are. That's what everybody on this goddamn has been saying.
That's true.
So why are you fighting against that?
Because somebody made it seem like the ancient culture didn't matter.
Who did? Name the person. Where they at?
Who said what went on in Nubia didn't matter? Nobody cares about pastoralism.
No. Who said what you arguing against though, bro?
I don't know everybody's name. Someone said, I don't care about that. I care about the monuments and the buildings, all that old shit.
That was Cory. You gonna act like y'all been arguing Egypt ain't got nothing to do with Sub-Saharan Africa for
I said when people talk about Egypt, that's what they're talking about.
That's what we're talking
about Egypt in its grandeur, Egypt at its height. That's what people talking about when they talk about respected the culture of ancient Egypt.
But that could be great. But you know what the problem is? The problem is people will take a recent article to say that the mummies that they found represent all of Egypt. And so you have to go back to that. You have to go back to that older culture to show how the people that were already there jump started it. You have to go back.
I keep trying to say. The problem, it was thought that the mummy DNA couldn't be sequenced, but the group in the international research using unique methods have overcome these barriers to do just that. Right? They found that the ancient Egyptians were most closely related to the people of the Near East, particularly from the Levant or the Levant, or however y'all want to pronounce it, right? This is the Eastern Mediterranean, which today includes countries like Turkey, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. The mummies used were from the New Kingdom and the later period. I agree. The shit just keeps going on and on and keeps saying the same thing.
I agree. That's what it says.
Right?
There's nothing wrong with that data.
Right? I clicked there where it says they couldn't do it. Look, this is them doing that.
That's good data.
And this is the article I just read where you talked about where they said they had 0% African. No, they was talking about the sub-Saharan component. They had very little. It says modern Egyptians right here. Where was it at? It says the genome shows that unlike modern Egyptians, ancient Egyptians had little to no genetic kinship with sub-Saharan populations. That's what the article said. That's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
It didn't say African, like you said. See what I'm saying? You're hearing shit. Yeah, it says sub-Saharan. I'm reading it right here. It's on the screen. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, just fall back, bro. We good.
Yeah.
You made a mistake, man. It's okay.
I don't understand what your point is.
No, he made a mistake,
Right?
man. It's okay.
When you want to talk about Egypt, guess who they kin to? The closest genetic ties were to the people of the ancient Near East.
Some of them are.
Parts of Iraq, Turkey, as well as Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon.
Some of them are. Some of them absolutely are.
Yeah. Don't talk to me about.
So you made a mistake then, right, bro?
Don't talk to me about Texas and California and southern Texas, Laredo, Texas.
Say, bro, you made a mistake, right?
I guess I made a mistake.
Cool, no problem. Well, let's move on, man.
Now, all right, let me get my turn. Hey, Aston, can I get some help from you, brother?
Sure.
Okay, so let's get these niggas out of here, yo. You know how we do it, right? We scientifically literate.
Why you gotta talk so rough, man?
Come on, man. We don't allow one article to disturb us. Okay? Now, we're going to be very patient, right? First of all, you made a great point, and everybody ran past that point, and they ran past that point absolutely on purpose, right? So we're not going to allow that, right? I'm going to make them adhere to the very science that they claim they're dealing with. One trick pony don't do it, right? We need the response. What we had was the response by the experts to the article. Can you agree, Aston, on that?
Yep.
You with me? If you ain't gonna be with me,
I agree.
And I'm gonna stop. Okay, but I'm gonna need you though. I need you, Aston.
I'm here.
We got Aston. So, can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Okay, can you please read this for me?
It says, however, we note that all of our genetic data was obtained from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all of ancient Egypt. It's possible that populations to the south of Egypt were more closely related to those of Nubia and had higher sub-Saharan genetic component, in which case argument for an influx of sub-Saharan ancestry after the Roman period might only be partially valid and has to be nuanced. Throughout Pharaonic history, there was an intense interaction between Egypt and Nubia. Did he just kill himself?
No, come on with that, dog. We ain't doing that. I was quiet. Let the man read. He didn't kill himself.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Let him read. Y'all ad-lib all the time, man.
I'm ready to go to my channel, nigga. I ain't doing this with y'all.
Read.
We shut the fuck up. We let niggas talk. Y'all niggas now shut the fuck up. Knock it off, man. Go ahead, brother.
Throughout Pharaonic history, there was an intense interaction between Egypt and Nubia, ranging from trade to conquest to colonialism, and there is compelling evidence for ethnic complexity within households with Egyptian men marrying Nubian women and vice versa. Clearly, more genetic studies on ancient human remains from southern Egypt and Sudan are needed before apodictic statements can be made.
You know what that apodictic statement means? Because they doing the shit the articles say don't do. Here you go. I'm gonna show you. That's what it means, bro. And they doing exactly.
Let me share the screen after you.
Nah, bro. Man, come on, Smash.
Let's Smash go,
right now, Smash.
Smash
Come on,
quiet,
yo. Brother. What does it say, brother? What does it say?
Clearly established and beyond dispute.
So why are they doing this like that, yo? See how they try to play us, yo?
Hey, can you go back to the article?
They trying to play with us, Nick. They trying to play with us.
Can you go back to the article?
Anything you want to do. I can do anything you want to do, brother. But hold on, I'm not finished. Here you go, brother. You see this? Can you see this, brother? Where you at, brother? This says what? What does this title say?
Ancient Egyptian genomes from northern Egypt. Further discussion.
So now let's have a further discussion. We're not going to be like nuts. Grab one article. Let's see what the experts have to say.
All right.
Okay. Here's the article. We're going to see what the experts have to say because clearly none of y'all niggas is experts. Right? Here you go. Now.
Ancient DNA, right?
Right to it. Let's get right to it. It's the same. Here you go. This is that article right here, right? We want to see what they got to say. Okay, let's get the responses to it because I think we need to read responses to it. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, brother. Where you at, brother?
Here it says Schuneman et al. Seemingly suggests, based largely on the results of ancient DNA study of later periods from northern Egypt, that the ancient Egyptians, AE, as an entity came from Asia, the Near East and Northeast, and that the model Egyptians receiving additional sub-Saharan African admixtures in recent times, after the latest period of Pharaonic era due to the trans-Saharan slave trade and Islamic expansion. In spite of any implied generalizations about origins, the authors do offer the caveat that their findings may have been different if samples had been used from southern Egypt, and this is a significant admission. Their conclusions deserve further discussion from multiple perspectives, which cannot be fully developed due to space limitations. There are alternative interpretations of the results which were not presented as traditionally done, with the exception of the admission that the results from Southern Egyptians may have been different. The alternative interpretations involve three major considerations: sampling and methodology, historiography, and definitions as they relate to populations, origins, and evolution. I'm gonna read the whole thing.
You just getting into it.
You just body bag yourself, bro. Like the first thing is that
let him do what he's trying to do. Listen, I got it on the screen.
Man, come on,
Bro, he don't want to read the thing, and I'm trying to tell you I got it on the screen for you. Christopher Eric just bodying these dudes, but you act like I ain't trying to alley-oop you. If you want to read it, brother, finish reading it, but he just said he ain't gonna read the whole thing.
No, I said I can if you wanted to. How long is it?
It's not long. Look,
all right,
it's
right there.
I'm saying at a certain point, that's the end of it. But at a certain point, right, if we're going to be who we say we are, right, we need to look at historiography and misinterpretation. They talking about where they made their mistakes at, the whole 9 yards. Like, we're not going to sit here and just let you keep reading the same argument over and over again, and then don't allow the experts weighed in. This is the experts weighing in on that article. This is normally how we do business around here. But I'm gonna get off the screen.
And can I say one more
y'all
thing?
know that the experts spoke on
it. Can you share that?
And I'm gonna let you go
first source.
I'm gonna chill out. What you saying?
Let me show you. Let me show you.
You share the first source where it said that.
Reshare that first source. Reshare that first source.
Hold on.
Cause that first source killed you.
He know it. Everybody saw that.
Through the old down there source.
Okay, put it back up on the screen.
Pull it back.
Hold on. No, let's get this over with. Let's get this.
Don't Smash. Hold on, Smash. We don't want to
Hold on. No, he said he ain't putting it back up. Let's put the nail in the coffin about your DNA survey. We only deal with the
modern
experts.
sub-Saharan admixture that happened.
Let's listen to the experts. Come on, why are we listening to us? Come on, let's listen to the experts on the DNA survey. Here we go.
Here for a second. Some of you may have seen or heard about a recent genetics article that makes the ancient Egyptians out to be Levantines. Let me be very clear, these findings come from one locale in a large stretch of possible locales in northern Egypt, and the finds date well after the foundational periods of ancient Egypt. It's somewhat as if, I was thinking of this particular image, rather than investigating DNA from a 17th century cemetery in Plymouth, we instead choose to investigate DNA from a later 19th century cemetery in South Boston.
That part.
And then we conclude, having done that the United States was founded by people of Irish descent, and that Americans were predominantly, are predominantly Irish.
Damn, that's all we got to see. The scholars don't rock with you or your article. I'm off the mic.
All right. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, you can ask it, but can you put that screen? Can you put that first source up?
Do people here believe that ancient Egyptians were partly North African?
I believe that they was North African.
Oh, North African.
Okay.
No,
are you aware? The follow-up question is: are you aware that DNA study did not model the mummies as North African? So we don't even know how the North African mummies were.
Nobody using that study, bro.
I don't know. I don't know. Hey guys, can I say something?
Nobody cares about that study.
No. So what you want to see right here, Thunder? What you talking about?
Kyle said he wanted
I don't
to
know
see
if
it.
Thunder, you have poor reading
Kyle, where you at,
comprehension,
Kyle? What
man.
you want to see, Kyle?
No, if Thunder wanted to see
I'm
something.
trying to, my bad, I'll try to unmute. It says something about in there, it says specifically that it was a recent admixture with sub-Saharan Africans. That was in the first paragraph that he read.
Yeah, it's right. It say, however, we know that all our genetic data were obtained from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all of ancient Egypt. Right. So I don't know why
looking at the title, bro.
Right, huh?
He looking at that title, bro.
Oh yeah, that's the title.
No, I'm not looking at the title.
Hey, dog, please let that man finish reading. Go ahead.
I just showed you the whole article.
I have pretty decent reading comprehension skills.
They just said that shit was problematic. Then we just played
Okay,
Christopher
keep
Aaron,
reading.
who said the
let
same
him
thing.
keep reading
What's the
there.
problem?
So Kyle could see what he saw. Because ain't nothing in the matching up with what Kyle, but keep reading though.
No, we can keep reading. And like, first of all,
let him keep reading. Ain't nothing in that paragraph matching nothing what you talking about. But go ahead.
It is possible it is possible that the population in the south of Egypt, that's where the culture starts. And I keep saying it, and I brought everything to prove that. Yes. Right? We're more closely related.
About two different things.
Wait, hold on, Cory. Let's let him read this out loud because I have.
He's telling a lie. He's telling the bold-faced lie right there, flat out. Ain't no way around it. That's a lie. Go ahead. And it is possible
that the population in the south of Egypt were more closely related to those in Nubia and had a higher sub-Saharan genetic component. In which case, the argument for an influx of sub-Saharan African ancestry after the Roman period might only be partly valid. You know what I'm saying? They said that all the shit they just said might not only be partly valid and have to be nuanced.
All right.
What do the word mean?
You ain't gotta say nothing else.
Oh, so you got my point, right?
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we got the point, bro.
Hold on, they killed me.
Y'all.
No, I'm talking to Thunder. Don't die. Hey, Thunder. Did you understand what you just said?
Oh yeah, I did. Exactly.
He didn't.
You did too.
Explain to us what it just said, Thunder.
Okay, let's do it
what
again.
it just said.
He didn't understand.
Okay,
and
go ahead,
Thunder. Kyle. I want to hear from Kyle. What from what Ankh just read supports the idea that sub-Saharan DNA was recent from that specific paragraph? Everything that they're given there is as a caution to say, hey, don't take this as an apodictic statements because of these caveats. Now, what in that paragraph supports the idea that the sub-Saharan came in recent? Please explain to me, Thunder and Kaya.
All right.
No sweat. This is the easiest thing that I could possibly do. The point is that when you have an interjection of a sub-Saharan aspect into a culture, that means that it was not there. You not understand that?
How fucking simple was
Got that part. Now show me where in that paragraph.
No, that's it.
That's the point. That's it.
No,
that's it.
Hold on. You asked me to read that.
We not gonna hold on. You asked us to prove what we were talking about. That's it.
But
ain't no hold on.
Thunder.
Game over.
You're blathering, brother.
No, we're telling you to stop talking.
You're blathering, Thunder.
Listen,
I get the point.
You asked a specific question.
Hold on.
Yeah, just answer your question. Why are you
talking?
talking?
No, he didn't. There's nothing in that paragraph.
You can't tell him he didn't answer the question.
You don't accept the answer.
There you go. You don't accept it. He just answered your question.
Niggas is slow, man. Y'all niggas got serious comprehension. You do know. Hold on.
Read it again.
Hold on.
Read it again.
You do realize that,
man, we don't want to hear your.
You get that in the paragraph.
Read
the
again.
Authors are cautioning you.
Read again.
To put some nuance into the conclusion that they reached.
Read again.
The conclusion is that.
Read it again. I'm gonna talk over you. Hey, all right, that's fine. I'm gonna talk over you through the whole time you talk. All right.
I can talk all day.
It is possible that population.
The conclusion is
in the
that
south of
sub-Saharan
Egypt
DNA is recent.
Were more closely.
Reading,
related to those of
to
Nubia.
not come away necessarily
It's
with
possible
that,
that they were related
without nuance.
Fine, they are possible. All right, and they had a higher sub-Saharan genetic component. That's possible. In which case, the argument for an influx of that's what we're telling you. The argument
just
for
means
influx
addition. It doesn't mean that it
of
wasn't there
sub-Saharan
before.
ancestry.
Wow, man.
After the
Thunder,
Roman period,
I know
only
Thunder
be
isn't the most
partially valid.
erudite guy, but Kyle,
have
I'm a
to
little
be
disappointed
nuanced.
in.
Not with influx.
Like, I mean,
Very simple.
this
So
is
maybe,
some niggas weren't there before the Roman period.
So maybe.
Nah, I'm not
hold
reading
on.
nothing.
Hey y'all,
I'm done.
hold on.
I'm ashamed
Do
of
y'all-
this, yo. Right
do-
now,
I'm thinking
done.
y'all are coming off
You
really
and Kyle,
special.
I'm personally ashamed.
Thunder
Right
and
now,
Kyle, y'all are
I'm
coming off
disappointed
really
in Kyle,
special.
and I'm disappointed in Thunder
Ad
because y'all
hominem.
read that. It's simply the whole thing simply said, "Don't do what y'all doing," and
Right,
then
I
it
get it.
then it made the point that it's a possibility, right? That
I
there are
want to
high
hear from
levels of
Chef, bro.
higher levels
care who you
don't
wanna
mean
hear
that there's
from.
not no levels.
No, because he's
actually
a
they
bright
showed you
guy. You're kind of you're a little bit delayed, Thunder. I'm sorry.
Listen,
Chef,
I'm
I
not
want to
delayed,
hear
man.
from you. Do you from that article?
Why should we bow down to what your wishes are?
contained in
We
that
ain't gonna bow down to your wish.
I was
Are
in the
you
middle of
reading
talking.
that
Y'all
the same
cannot
way
yell
that
over y'all.
Thunder is reading it?
Listen, Peter Bag Juice. I cannot yell over nobody, bro. I'm just not gonna do it. I'll leave first. I don't need it. We all can read what the shit's saying.
Yeah,
We
it's
all
called
supposed to have
Well, apparently we
comprehension,
can't,
right?
huh?
So if the article clearly said, hold on, man, if the article clearly, we read it, and it clearly said,
Yes.
right, based off of the limited data, based off of
I'm
the
with
time
you.
and the whole 9 yards,
Yep.
do not take this article to
I won't.
represent the whole Egyptian population.
I won't.
You're goddamn
Because
right.
the time period is more ancient at the start of Egypt.
Now, what the
that
hell
could
was
have
so hard
higher
about that?
levels. Dude, I'm in the middle. That's what you're gonna
My
do.
bad,
Done.
my bad.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
kick
go
your
ahead.
ass off, yo.
Go
I'm
ahead,
get
man.
frustrated, yo. Because
ahead,
I'm not
man.
trying to yell at y'all.
I said go
I
ahead,
got
man.
to blame. No, you know, you keep cutting me off.
That's fine.
We
You
don't have
cut
to
off
do
all the
this.
time.
Shut
I
up.
can, damn,
I'll
what?
let you
Man.
go. But you get so what? But I'm
Oh,
not.
hey, finish
The
your
hell no.
point for you forget, yo.
I'm just trying
Stop
to figure out
arguing.
why are we doing this right now?
No, go ahead,
so my
you gonna
point
forget
is,
your point.
we supposed to be able to both read that and come to the same conclusion that Brother Ankh, all y'all are right. Although the levels of sub-Saharan African is this during this Roman period, there might do not take this article as meaning the whole genetic history of Africa because it's complex as nuance, right? And to this point, we don't have it. Do not use this article to make exact statements, but yet y'all doing it. And I'm just crazy, y'all. I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
now I accept that, right? And I won't make apoplectic statements about the findings in that article. But I will say that where's Egypt at?
Northeast Africa.
Okay, now, so if it's telling you an influx of sub-Saharan Africans, then they're making a distinction between North Africans and sub-Saharan Africans.
Let's see if Haskell understand that.
Oh, right. So
you understand that, Haskell?
So I will believe.
You still slow, nigga?
No, hold on, Thunder.
Go ahead.
The way my mind works, and I might be wrong, right? That the people in North Africa created their own civilization and culture. Now, you can have an influx of people from another region, but I'm never going to be racist and suppose that the people from below sub-Saharan Africa came up to North Africa and created those people's civilization form.
No.
And the key factor to that is we say that they're all African. First off. So if they're all African and we're not going with the black or the white thing, then African should be sufficient.
Yes.
But it seems as though it's not sufficient for some reason.
Now,
First
can
of all,
I say
tell
something? Can I
ahead.
say something? Because earlier, my guy, my brother, one of my favorites, Brother Cory, said that the group of people he wants to hear about when he says Egyptian is, and I quote, them niggas that built them pyramids, wrote that language, built the sarcophaguses and all the other good stuff, right?
Right. He said that.
Right. He said that.
Mhm.
Now, you guys do understand that article is from a time period that is well after that period, right?
Right.
So
So the population moved?
No, no one said that. I didn't say that, Chef. What I'm saying is, Chef,
we know that Old Kingdom is a Sudanese transplant, bro.
Hold on,
we know that.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, you guys are being disingenuous. I'm really
lying, they outright lying, nigga. I'm gonna call it what it is, y'all. Outright.
Yeah, hold on.
So after all of my concessions, we back the niggas lying.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Good.
Don't concede to them niggas.
I know Chef is a bright individual. I know
he finna insult. Go ahead, dog.
Brother Cory is a bright individual.
Right, and everybody else stupid.
Well, Thunder, I'm sorry. I mean, the article is in plain English.
It's in plain English.
You're coming off kind of delayed. I don't.
No problem. Hey, tell me what that article said.
Hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
All right.
Christopher Ehret summarized it very simply. Yeah. So at this point, I feel as if we're being gaslit, because if I take a sample of dead remains from 8 Mile, Detroit in 1964, write an article, and then in the title of the article put DNA from this cemetery in 8 Mile, Detroit suggests an influx of European DNA or influx of Native American DNA in this period. You guys with a scientific literacy can look at that and say, well, that is horrible methodology.
Yes.
Yet here it is, exact same thing, poor methodology. Even the authors themselves speak to it, and everyone is pretending as if they don't.
Hey, Haskell, was there influx of sub-Saharan Africans into North Africa?
Huh?
Was the nigga who the one slow again? Was there a influx of sub-Saharan Africans into North Africa?
There's not enough data to make that conclusion.
It happened a few times.
What about what he just said? Yeah. Don't worry about that.
You would need.
You just read what that man said.
Yeah, you're
wow. Was done to expansion, bro. Come on, man.
Wow.
He don't even understand, man. I thought he was. Yeah, no problem. We good.
What's the question?
Wow.
The question is, did sub-Saharan Africans?
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna play the clip right now.
Okay, fine. We will clip you on the play. Did sub-Saharan Africans or was there an influx of sub-Saharan Africans into Northeast Africa?
No, they were stuck. They were stuck.
No, nigga. No.
Yes, at various times.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we got 2 yeses. Do we have 3?
My question is, how did the cattle culture find its way into North Africa?
Okay,
how did the southern Nubian cattle culture roam freely, right, from Sudan in North Africa?
All right, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Now we got 3. Okay, we got 3
I
people
just want to play a clip.
We got you. We got you. We got 3 people that agree.
You're doing too much.
We got 3 people that agree that there was a influx of sub-Saharan Africans into North Africa. Haskell, can I make it 4 for you, brother?
No, Thunder. At a point in time, it wasn't even a Sahara.
Yeah, no problem.
I find that nomenclature troublesome anyway.
Yeah, you all right.
Okay, here we go.
You all right.
I know it's a trap question anyway. You feel me?
You all right.
Come on, man.
Go ahead. Play this thing.
Ain't nobody gonna be on here but me in a minute. Knock it off.
Hey, man.
Of ancient North Africa. Yes, I just think on the term sub-Saharan and the whitewashing of ancient North Africa. Yes, I just think we should sort of because this idea, this sort of continually trying to find this type of separating out North Africa from sub-Saharan, as if the Sahara was the impermeable boundary that nobody could get through, is really a continually problematic point of type of argument. Particularly since we have early texts that tell us that, right, Herodotus tells us that, he says,
what happened?
Died at his source.
that, of course, the Phoenicians and the Greeks are not. They're the people they call Ethiopians, are indigenous to North Africa and Northwest Africa in particular, right? But they are not sub-Saharan. So I constantly, what is the obsession that people have with the sub-Saharan, that whenever they ask any question, what they're trying to do is prove that sub-Saharan Africans aren't part of the ancient Mediterranean world, which we know is false. Not only do we know, of course, that people that we would call quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans ruled Egypt before the Persians got there, among others, but that they have this continual culture that runs up and down the Nile. And we know from our ancient sources that they believed very firmly, and they interacted with what in the area they called Libya, right? So ancient geography, Herodotus separates geographic debate in the 5th century, right? So on the one hand, we have Hecataeus, who has his map of the world, and Herodotus seems to be at him and trying him various points in his history. But there's debate of whether there's one continent or two continents, whether it's called Libya or whether it's not. One of our ancient sources actually happened as one. The name that everything west of Africa. Herodotus. But it's also used at some point for the entire continent of what we call Africa. Because remember, Africa is a Roman word. It's not a Greek word. They didn't call it Africa. But yeah, this idea that there's a natural impermeable boundary that starts at the Sahara Desert, and that there's no penetration, and that everybody who has quote unquote black skin is below that line historically, and everyone above that is somehow magically white, shows one, a real lack of knowledge of how space works and how geography functions and how mobility and movement in the ancient world function. It shows a very limited view of ancient sources. Like I said, I think I said this in another clip. If you're gonna live by Herodotus, you gotta die by Herodotus too.
So I'm gonna stop right there. So I don't even like the fact that niggas argue like that. When we get an expert come through and finish all that shit off.
Who was that?
But yet we'll still argue past that point.
Who was that?
All right. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about that. Right? Yeah, it was Dr. Kennedy. Expert in ancient sources. Expert in ancient sources. Killed all y'all. So I'm just saying is, I appreciate an expert that listen to y'all niggas that got other jobs. You know what I'm saying? But when an expert who is thoroughly entrenched in the subject matter come through, y'all will still argue about that shit.
So you saying Dr. Kennedy say that all the Egyptians were black? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, gaslight, bro.
I'm asking you, is that what you're saying?
No. That clip was in response to you because you
They
asked
say
a question
she got a
about
black boyfriend.
Right. Right. See, they'll say anything, dog. See, say anything. Right. The whole thing is funny, Peter. Hey, Peter, this man asked me a question, and I had a clip-on style for him. Had a clip like that for him. See, so we can talk about what you're reading, dog.
That's Ngozi fucking around, just showing certain things, bro.
I like, nah, that's you. I know what you
think,
got
bro.
right
Let's
there.
go.
I'm gonna keep this shit in my back pocket. I'm just saying, man, this shit crazy, bro.
It's crazy.
Hey,
dog.
and goes. There's a bunch of black people in Egypt, dog. Ain't Egypt? Just walking around chilling.
It wasn't a bunch of blacks or whites.
All right, I don't know what we talking. So what that white lady was talking about?
Hey, hold on, hey Thunder, this the thing though.
See, nobody said it was white people.
I wouldn't classify them as a Europoid people. No, of course, but I wouldn't classify them as a Europoid people. Even if they were what they classify as Mediterranean, I can't say they're white either. That just like you can't say they're black.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say. I
No
say
problem.
they say they neither black nor white.
Yeah, no problem.
In the same way that Mexicans or Chinese
are
are neither black nor white.
That's right.
I've been saying
They are their own component.
Yep.
That's developed right there on their book in the Bible.
So what did you gather from that? What that white lady was talking about?
If you listen to it, she's saying the same thing. She said it in that video that they were neither black or white, but she also said that some of them could be classified as what they banner as black in old times. She said if you watch the video, but she said they're neither black or white.
Right, she's saying they were neither black or white because that's an anachronism, right? But she's saying that those phenotypes that people are saying are impossible to be in Egypt or North Africa, period.
No, she means they
there.
neither black or white in the same way. I mean, Chinese people are neither black or white.
All right, hold up. I got a
she
source. I got a source. So
hey, can you
now,
mute Pascal before you do it? Because he just I don't know what
hold on. I got a source, right? At this point. Now, at this point, I'm on the fence.
All right, let's go.
All right, I'm on the fence because Herodotus, right? Herodotus writes that in his histories in 440 BC, Herodotus presents some of the most
BC. Okay, go ahead.
Some of the most ancient and detailed information about Ethiopia. It says he relates that he personally traveled up the Nile to the border of Egypt as far as Elephantine and modern-day Aswan. He says, in his view, Ethiopia is all of the inhabited land found to the south of Egypt, beginning at Elephantine. All right? So he was saying that Ethiopia is south of Elephantine, meaning the land of the burnt-faced people, right, is south of Egypt. All right? But this is where I'm on the fence now, right?
All right, let's go.
He says, it says Herodotus also remarked on the shared cultural practices between Egyptians and Ethiopians, as he states, I myself guessed it to be so partly because they are both dark-skinned and woolly-haired, though that he indeed goes for nothing, seeing that other peoples too are such. But he says my better proof was that the Cochins, the Egyptians, and Ethiopians are the only nations that have from the first practiced circumcision. Then it says Herodotus further noted that there had been 18 Ethiopian kings and one queen among the Egyptian dynasties, right? Okay. So now, if Herodotus is an eyewitness, right? If he's saying that right here that the Egyptians and the Ethiopians was similar phenotypically, he said it. Like I can't even, you dig it? I gotta be honest. He's saying this shit right here. And he said he traveled from the Delta all the way down to Aswan.
He said he go to Merowe. He go as far as Merowe.
Yeah. He said then Herodotus, hold on. It says, Herodotus tells us that King Cambyses in 570 BC of the Achaemenid Empire sent spies to the Ethiopians who dwelt in that part of Libya, which they call Africa at the time, which borders upon the Southern Sea. Then it says they found a strong and healthy people. Although Cambyses then campaigned toward their country, well, meaning fought against them, by not preparing enough provisions for the long march of his army, completely failed and returned quickly, right? Then it say, where the south declines toward the setting sun lies the country called Ethiopia, the last inhabited land in that direction. The gold is obtained in great plenty, and huge elephants abound with wild trees of all sorts in ebony. And the men are taller, handsomer, and longer lived than anywhere else, right? But Herodotus is definitely saying that the Egyptians and the Ethiopians are of the same stock, and they are both dark-skinned, woolly-haired. So
the accuracy of the works of Herodotus has been controversial since his own era.
You're right.
Hinton L. Sparks writes, in antiquity, Herodotus had acquired a reputation of being unreliable, biased, parsimonious in his praise of heroes, and mendacious. The historian Durus of Samos called Herodotus a mythmonger. Cicero said that his works were full of legends or fables. The controversy was also commented on by Aristotle, Flavius Josephus, and Plutarch. The Alexandrian grammarian Harpocrates wrote a whole book on the lies. Wrote a whole book on the lies of Herodotus.
Does anybody on here believe that we are
Lucian of Samosata?
Crazy thunder.
We're as far as to deny the father of history a place among the famous on the island of the
I'm gonna
blessed.
tell you all that don't
In
matter.
his buried history. The works
When he
of
wrote a whole
that,
book on again, brother, you
Dyson-
gotta read that part again. read that part when he wrote a whole book on. The whole part
the
is-
Alexandrian. Oh, that's a book.
His works have been refuted. Everybody know that, but the part he's
listen.
talking about ain't refuted by nobody.
Hey, you is hilarious,
By
Hold
nobody.
on for a minute.
He
Hold on
just
for a
kicked me
minute.
off.
You asked Ash.
Boy,
Hey, you
that
good,
boy
Thunder. We heard you. So listen what we're gonna do. Look, we're gonna do this. Listen.
Go ahead,
Okay,
bro.
yeah, I had to, nigga. So
Yeah,
listen.
no problem. I ain't mad at you. I would
Hey,
do the same thing.
You can't
can I
pay
ask
for
you-
comedy like this.
Can I ask you
All
a
right, we're gonna go to our
Almost
favorite-
half
we're gonna go
those
to our
authors.
favorite-
Almost
Come on,
half
man.
those authors speak
Hey, yo,
on
I
the
cannot.
phenotype
Hey, yo,
of the
hey,
ancient
yo, I'm
Egyptians.
about to cut you. I'm
Thank
about to
you.
get you out of
Thank
here,
you.
yo. Listen, I'm not yelling over y'all, yo. I'm starting
Go
to kick
ahead,
niggas
man.
out. If I gotta yell over people again, I'm gonna kick you out.
But can I ask you a clarified question?
No, no, Kyle, no. I'm good, Kyle. I'm good. Let me read what Mary
Before the night over
I-
with, Thunder,
no,
you gonna read
come on,
that
yo.
again.
I'm not yelling. I want to read Mary Lethowich, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
And we've had huge campaign on Mary Lethowich since nobody wants to keep order and stay to the point. Now, what Chef read was about what the goddamn Egyptians look like. So let's see if Lethowich, who's a historian specializing in Greek sources, let's see what she has to say. Right here. What did the ancient Greeks look like? From portraits on seal rings, paintings on vases, and scriptures in clay and stone, it is possible to get a good sense of how they saw themselves. Written text describes the variety of hair color ranging from brown to black and skin color ranging from light to dark. Vases painted because of limited colors available to the potters give a more, schematic impression. Women are usually portrayed with white faces. If the background of the vases is black, the men have black faces. If the background is the color of the clay which the vases are made, men have reddish brown faces. Watch this. It says they distinguish themselves clearly from Egyptians and Ethiopian. Come on, man. Who is that? Y'all gotta mute that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, yo. I see. I gotta mute somebody. Come on, yo. We ain't doing this show. All right, thank you. It says they distinguish themselves clearly from the Egyptians and Ethiopian people in their art and literature. The Africans have flat noses, curly hair, and thick lips. Their skin color is portrayed with black glaze or on occasion plain unglazed terracotta. They regularly speak of the Egyptians' dark skin and sometimes of their curly hair. Bro, that's Lethowich. They call her a racist, and she that the Egyptians got big lips, big noses, and curly hair, the same as the goddamn Egyptians.
What time period that was?
She is a specialist in look at quote Greek sources. This is her specialty, bro. So we're not gonna sit here and play this crazy game that y'all niggas playing.
Hey,
It's
we got
crazy,
flat nose.
dog. So you gonna tell, hey, check this out, Doug. You gonna tell Lethowich that she don't know what the fuck she talking about. See, clearly talks about the myths that Herodotus brings in and out, but they can clearly make a distinction on when he's telling the truth and when he's not, bro. So I don't know about what y'all doing right now. This is what I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate the buffoonery with So at this point, I'm tapping the fuck out because it's fucking stupid, dog. And I'm done. We over. We out.